I think you're muted. You were talking.
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk.
Your opinion ceases from now on to Nigeria. Yes. No. That's the rule. That's the rule. That's the rule.
We are
That's the rule.
don't try to see. We are on two streams now. Let me end the other one.
Sorry,
okay.
guys. I think there's some technical issue.
Are you sure you are sober? Because they are keeping a made smoky bowl. I'm not sure you are sober, Dominic.
What do you
Takes only if you...
You know what happened?
You cannot.
So everyone, I apologize. I was supposed to pick myself out of the show, and I ended the broadcast by mistake. I think that's
Tutti can only be involved.
I clicked on
it. Tutti can only be involved. Is it that there's one babe there that is a hand, or you are not sober? We are live.
I think this is the second time this has happened. You know, I didn't think it was you that did it before. It happened before.
You're already live.
You're already live. You're live already on YouTube. You're live on YouTube already.
Somebody has done it before. We are live now.
Made the first mistake. But the thing is, we have to figure this out because I clicked on it once, and once I realized it, you only have to click on it. It ends immediately. There's no warning at all, and I wanted to kick myself out, not end the show. So I apologize to the viewers about that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm talking to Okech right now. I want him to get the link from the private chat. We've started a new stream. I'm sure he's hearing me. We started a new stream. You can go to the new stream and join. And then you can get it from this private chat and just join the new stream.
Is there a way to copy this and paste on the former stream?
Yeah, I pasted it on the private chat, but nobody can see it on the main. I guess you can paste it on the in the description area, but I doubt they will see that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, you can come to the other side. You can go to the other side. Because this stream has ended. So get the link from the private chat and go to the other room. The private chat, follow that link and you get to the new stream.
Which private chat? On the old one?
No, I'm talking to Okech right now. He's on the old one. Yeah, I'm still on the old one.
Is the comment section still open on the old one?
No, not the main comment section. It's just the
the streaming comment section. Is it still on the old one? You can post the
I've already posted it. I've already posted the link there too, just in case.
Sorry, guys.
So yeah, that will be fine. Yeah. So finally closed down. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, should be joining us soon. Yeah, it's just every one of those times kerfuffle does happen, and we hope that everybody catches up. Yeah. Yeah, I think people are mistaking the idea regarding what I was saying, that maybe he doesn't deserve to be punished. Ovie was getting irate. For a moment, I thought he was turning into me. Because that's how I feel about our leaders, the way they have behaved, the way they behave, and all the rest of it. I don't like the way they are behaving, but in terms of sovereignty, I think that part is something different. You just have to put that one at the top of everything else. Bring him home, and if we are incapable of punishing him, we figured it out. We have to figure out how to do better. Look at the Abike Dabiri, and Dominic is saying that she's been doing a good job. I don't think she's been doing a good job. I literally consider her as a glorified slave trader. That's how I used to describe her before. It's now, for the first time, I saw her on the plane coming back from Sudan, that I felt that, okay, that she seems to be learning and beginning to start getting the message that you can't be treating Nigerians as people that we sell to foreigners. Because one of the things she does most is to be proud of Nigerians doing very well overseas. Like, why are you so proud of them doing very well overseas? You should be proud of them doing well overseas for Nigeria, not well overseas for foreigners. And so let's hope that the way Nigerians are beginning to show signs that we deserve better will encourage our leaders to change. And if a leader of Nigeria sees that the people are telling him that, okay, you cannot be jailed overseas, you have to come back home, maybe he too will start thinking, maybe the way I've been treating these people is not that good. Or it will change some other person's mind. Because if we don't value ourselves, who is going to value us? We are the most valuable things we have. And these people have convinced us that we shouldn't value ourselves, we should be deferring to them. They don't play around with their citizens. Look at America. America and Britain are basically one country. They are the closest nations on earth. And yet, they allow their citizens to leave the country so that the citizen doesn't face a murder charge or a hit and run. She hit somebody and ran. Look at Brittany Griner, isn't it? Or Griner, Brittany, whatever, in the US. Look at how the US fought to get her back. Is it her or him? She's confusing. Is it him or her? The name is confusing. So they fought like tooth and nail to get her back to the country. Even if she broke the law when she was in that country, and they still fought to get her back. And not to mention a senior official of a nation. He's undeserving. He's undeserving. If he don't make the mistake of thinking that he's deserving of our mercy or of our understanding. No, it's not about him. It's about us. It's about our nation. It's about our sovereignty. You can't have other people do offer justice on your behalf, because they will not respect you. Because they will never, for the life of me, no matter what offense their official committed, they will never let their official stay in Nigeria. Look at Prince Andrew, that was supposed to be tried in the US for this in all the pedophilia and all the rest. They did everything to make sure he doesn't go there. Everything. They did everything to make sure, and he didn't go. That is the US, their own brother. But we are too happy to send our own people away to people that enslaved us, our forefathers, and tortured, and they are still carrying on today. The Princess Royal, that's the sister of Charles, admitted in an interview that technically slavery hasn't ended. And my point is just being made by those simple things that we are seeing every day. They themselves don't live by the standard we are saying we want to live by. They don't live by it. They protected a pedophile. They protected a sex trafficker. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's alleged. I didn't say anything. It's alleged. But they didn't allow Prince Andrew to go to the US. You are aware of it now, show. Why didn't they not send Prince Andrew to the US? Why did the US fight for Brittany Griner to come back home? People fight for their own. That is how the world works. And we like to love those countries for how well they are working, but we don't observe how they behave. If you want to be like them, behave like them. Behave like them. Sorry, go ahead, Femi.
So, forefathers, when you speak of, I get your point. I see. The way I reason out things, even when I don't agree with what someone's saying, I'm not one of those people that would be like, no, just because I don't agree. Case in point, especially when towards the election, my own thing, my problem is, even when you go, the Europeans came to Africa, we had our issues. Everywhere in the world, they have their own history. They've always had their issues. We already had slavery in Africa, even before the Arabs, because we limit to the Europeans. Look at what happens to even people when they go to Saudi Arabia and the likes. So it's not like it's just the Europeans. That's even if I agree. Now, the reason why where I usually like to differ, it's part of the fact that I kind of tend to agree to an extent, is that what we do to ourselves, like it didn't take the Africans, it didn't take the Europeans or the Arabs to come to Africa before we started practicing. So it's not even like there was no slave. He was already there. It's a well-known thing, you know. Now, the reason why I keep going back to this is because the way we treat ourselves, even from the very fundamental level, and that's not trying to deal with the fact that, I mean, those of us that live abroad, except when we're being deceitful, we know that there's no way in the world that's like, I mean, there's a lot of hypocrisy everywhere else. But we're talking about us as Nigerians or Africans or whatever wherever we lay our claim to fame from. There's certain fundamentals which, you know, and that's why I try to I try to remove as much sentiments as I could, especially when we're speaking about Ekweremadus. That no, there's no how you look at it. Where, for example, the daughter, I still kind of like want to empathize with her. I understand. I mean, it paints me to, you know, to even agree on some things that normally, you know, I would be reluctant to agree with. But when you try to take away sentiment, at least I gave that humanity in me came to the fore with respect to the daughter at least. But holistically, when you take, I mean, I know unfortunately it's difficult to like take away the fact that it just turned out to be breathing. How about if it had been UAE or because it still goes back to the fact that even the way we treat ourselves, there's a fundamental problem, and that's why personally I don't give a damn about the guy. I don't give a damn because they don't, there's a lot of things that are wrong already. And okay, look at forefathers. Take for example, there's how many, if it was an ordinary person in Nigeria that's committed maybe a crime of like a couple of naira, there's millions of people languishing in prison, in jail in Nigeria that didn't even do anything. These guys have stolen, they've done all committed and continue to do the same thing over and over again. Where's the justice system? There's no system in Nigeria. We have our own problems that we have to solve ourselves. My own, just in summary, my own thing is that personally, I just feel we cannot keep blaming. See, I do not blame people for my own, what I consider my own mistakes that I'm supposed to correct. That's where I differ. I'm sorry. I agree with you to an extent, but we differ in a lot of things.
Forefathers, I posted this link on the general, like the general Facebook comment. I mean, YouTube comment for the old stream. If you have access to Facebook, go to Damage's the old stream on Damage's Facebook and paste this link. I don't know if you or Ovia, wake up. If you or Ovia have access to that.
Obviously wants to say something.
Anyway, I'm heading out.
All right, nice one. It's all right.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. So I just want to make a few comments. Sorry, just bear with me because I have issue. I may not know how to really articulate all my points. So what I wanted to say is that I stand very, very tall with forefathers, what he's saying. And in my opinion, I think anyone that is against what forefathers is saying is as if you are validating slave trade. It's that you are finding an excuse that, oh, the reason why slave trade happened those days is because our forefathers do XYZ mistake, which is not so. One, what I think he's saying is that it's not about Ekweremadus himself. It's not about him. It's about our collective interest. Like, if you ask me now, okay, what interest do I have about Ekweremadus? It's nothing. But when you look at Nigeria as a whole, if you allow this thing to happen to your official, you throw him under gutter like this. It means that if it happened to an innocent person, I mean, you won't do anything. You cannot say, okay, you keep quiet when it happened to Ekweremadus. Then when it happened to other Nigeria, you now say, oh, he's innocent. No. And if you look at the way they treat our citizens all over the world, it's really bad. Somebody mentioned the case of Saudi Arabia. Look at that girl they wanted to try in Saudi Arabia. She was innocent. If not because Nigerian government intervened on time, they will have killed her. That's how they maltreated Nigerians everywhere. Because of what? Because we don't value ourselves. We don't need to, how do I say it? We don't need to defend every crime. But as a collective interest, as a Nigerian, we are supposed to say, okay, this thing, release him to us. Let's deal with him. When the cases of Abba Kyari, that police DSP, when it happened, I was like against that. Oh, he must be extradited to Madrid. But I watched one documentary on Netflix. There's one guy they call Swindler, or one guy that was just, he was just, I don't know how he have access to rich women. He will rob them all their money and everything. But because this guy is an Israeli, at the end of that documentary, the guy, well, in fact, Israeli has him back. He's now in Israel. He's living his life well. And the people he destroyed their life, those women, he destroyed their life in Europe. They are still suffering up to today. Why? Because he's an Israeli. So why can't we just treat our citizens like that? If Ekweremadus, this is going to be my last one. If Ekweremadus is maybe okay, is guilty, right? What about the people that will be innocent that will be maltreated? It's for their own sake. Sometimes people that are innocent, just because you are Nigerian, they will just treat you like a trash. I used to tell people, I live in Germany here, but I used to tell people that you can't maltreat me because many Nigerians are doing a crime. I know many Germans that are doing a crime too. But you cannot say that they are better just because they are German. If 1,000 Nigerians are committing crime out of 1,001, and I'm the only one person that didn't commit a crime, you have no right to judge me because I come from Nigeria. So in conclusion, I think I agree with what Forefathers is just trying to say is for the collective interest of a Nigeria. It's not about the Korean man. It's not about whether he's case, whether he do this or he doesn't do that. No, it's for the people that are innocent that this thing may also happen to in the future. So I raise my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turanja, I think
I think Show is shaking his head. I think Show should say something.
Because I disagree. I know.
I disagree.
This is about Ekweremadus. It's not about collective. Ekweremadus do the crime, he will do the time.
But it's part of the collective, though. You can't separate
brother, forget collective. This is the problem. So they'll keep doing it. You keep defending it. If Ekweremadus gets away with this,
no, not defending it. No. We already said he should be tried in we can try him again in
Nigeria won't try him. This last case with DSPC is going to be number 3 citizen.
That could be a condition. That could be a condition that we use to release him from there.
I don't trust the justice system in Nigeria. That is the
problem. We have jail governors. They've jailed all kinds of people in Nigeria.
How many Nigeria have they
who is
when Ekweremadus was there,
I
how
am the
many
moderator.
Nigeria did he
one
fight
at a time
for?
then now. One at a time.
It's a free conversation since we have restarted.
Everybody they talk since I keep quiet.
Okay.
Take your time.
Boy, please. They say
How
what
many
you want
hours
to say.
now they
I
talk?
just wanted him to say something because he was really like not agreeing.
Hello, Forefather. Okay, Forefather. So before I continue making my statement, I have a question to ask. This crime, the so-called crime, where actually was it committed? Is it in Nigeria or United Kingdom?
It's in the United Kingdom.
You can argue that it's both, actually, because it's part in the that's where Nigeria they did the negotiation in Nigeria and they did it in America too, in the UK too.
The Nigeria part of it was just somebody inviting somebody to a place, but where was the or alleged organ trafficking? Where was it actually committed?
I would say
in the UK. See, but see, the negotiation took place. You think they just say, "Oh, come to the UK"?
Okay, even at that, that's
not
fine.
even that. Not even
that.
No,
the
person that committed the crime is resident.
No. Let's not deal with the person.
Paying his tax?
Let's not worry about the person yet. Now, first of all, the crime, like you said, allegedly the crime was committed in both places, in Nigeria and United Kingdom. So let's focus on the one that happened in United Kingdom. So are we suggesting that
Why do we have to focus on the one happening in the United Kingdom now?
If a crime is committed in the United Kingdom, that crime should not be prosecuted. Is that what we are suggesting?
No.
That's why I think that people actually got it wrong. You understand? People got it wrong.
You have to be able to isolate the two topics.
No, we are selecting later, but we have to get the
no. Okay, the question.
You have to separate both things.
Let's model it together. Yes. And let's just push it through like that. First of all, you have to identify the two first before you think about isolation.
See, this thing is like that. Go to court. This thing reminds me of the go to court.
Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to express
everything.
Let's just come in quickly.
What Olabisi is saying, what Forefather is saying, reminds me of go to court that TPC is saying. So you're saying bring him to Nigeria to do what you mean exactly? Bro. No, I'm not on strike.
I don't know what
I am not wrong.
I just see you disagree strongly,
History has shown me that in Nigeria, Ekweremadus will get to Nigeria today. There will be people to welcome in at airport, clapping and singing. In Ashwebi, are you arguing? Wouldn't that happen? What are you saying?
One mistake. This issue that's
I'm not defending that action. There is something greater than an individual.
It's only black people that think like that.
Yeah, so it's only black people that will happen.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Somebody that would believe that we need to go and meet at the airport.
Let Ovie talk. Ovie has been very patient with all of us. Let Ovie say something. Let Ovie them and my HO say something. Both of them have been very patient. Cowboys, please. Let
when you were speaking, nobody. Thank you very much. We allow you spoke, but now you know who allow other people talk. That's not how it works.
Okay,
now. You have to listen to people.
Thank you very much, guys. All right.
So now, and I understand why Olabisi is quick to support their forefathers, right? In a way, they kind of think alike. Because it's not actually the question. You guys are actually making a point, asking a question. You guys are just furious the fact that some people actually celebrating the fact that this man is undergoing through the face in destiny. That's why you want now. Because if you look at the examples that forefather is using, Prince Andrew, for God's sake, just in case, tell me one person that has been tried by now as we speak or prosecuted as assault he himself, who eventually, if you conclude how life they end, then the woman, right-hand person, right, who also is linked to the owner of the former media mogul in Britain. Aside those two people, tell me who they don't prosecute. But they give him public punishment. He's not allowed to come out and address, but those are privileged. You don't speak public and all that. So that's a wrong example.
Wow.
Brittany Griner, they're not released him now. They traded him. How many Americans are in jail in Russia as we speak today? Because there was so around her. Why her? Why not a veteran? Somebody who served in the military, who is more patriotic? Why her? But of course, we know why her. You have to read political meaning to it to understand why her. So, but moreover, she was exchanged. So we should be thinking, who do we exchange Ekweremadus with? It's a bargaining.
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's what. But I thought you were against it in principle.
Hold on now. How can Olabisi be accusing us of supporting slavery where the man himself is convicted of involving in slavery? Yes, he committed the slavery.
That's the irony of the situation. That's the irony.
Hold on. Talking about patriotism, nobody is thinking about the fact that this man is Nigerian. In Kari won't go do that thing too. He's a Nigerian. Where is the sympathy to us in Nigerian who is about to be butchered? Nobody.
Wow. He wasn't about to be butchered. Come on. Let's not over. And besides, the act didn't even happen yet.
Hold on. That's if you actually listen to the judge 30 minutes of delivering this evidence, the man make some revelation. He actually laughing at us. How do we allow this man to get to this point? That is what we should be talking about.
Wow. You're taking lessons from
Americans. If to say that me carry Americans, Americans.
Why did that guy not ask how did they allow Jeffrey Epstein to get to that point?
No, I'm not talking about that. Don't pass Jeffrey Epstein now.
Don't allow the judge to tell us what to think. See, Mossad.
Guys, you are missing my point. That's not what I'm saying.
Wait. There's something you people are missing here. You have to be able to don't stop mentioning names. Let's look at it. These people, the commonality between those Israelites and Epstein is that they were alleged to be, and also the Maxwell lady, they were alleged to be Mossad agents. Now, you don't seem to see where this security thing really ties, and I'm doing my best to actually make you guys see it. But it's I can only do my best.
Sorry to interject. I see what you are saying. I am advocating that it should be treated like Nnamdi Kanu. If Nnamdi Kanu is not going to be released because it's a security threat,
well, that's the point. So far, that is making now that there's no balance.
Can you hold on? At this point, Ekweremadus is a security risk because he's in hand of our enemy. That's how you want to see it.
Who is to say that the 1966 coup was not done by the British? Who is to say that the kidnapping and the abduction? What are you telling me?
Scribe, I am not disagreeing with you. I am saying your point.
Brain connect these things. Understand there's no balance here.
Just listen. I agree with you. At this point, Ekweremadus is a big security risk. We shouldn't let him rot in the hands of our enemy. I agree.
Deputy Senate President.
Can you just listen? Please? I agree with you. And I'm not disagreeing with you. But I am just saying that if Nnamdi Kanu is not going to be released because, quote unquote, is a security risk, why should we be advocating for Ekweremadus to be released? It's a security risk too, because we just established it. It's in the hands of the enemy. For the past,
it's different now. Kanu is in Nigeria. The other one is in the hands of foreigners.
Security risk. It's a security risk. It's already
different. Come on, man. It's different.
It's already there for over a month. Do you know what they've extracted from him? You don't know. You don't know what they've gotten from him. It's over there for over a month. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a security risk. If that's how you want to see it, I agree with you. He's a security because of his position. So a month outside of Nigeria on enemy, quote unquote, then what have they gotten from him? Me and you don't know. So that is why it's a security risk at this point. So it should be treated that way.
Sorry, I'm just going to say something quickly about the Israeli parallel that Olabisi tried to draw. He said, the Israeli guy was doing stuff and, the Israelis requested and was released. I keep saying it at the risk of oversimplifying these things. See, you are not eating on the same table as these people. You are not on this. You are not. They are eating filet mignon. They are eating Japanese A5 Wagyu. You are ordering buns and fish roll. You are not on the same level. Guy, forget. If you speak to an average Israeli kid, an average Israeli, they are respected and valued by their government. Speak to an average Nigerian, they don't feel the same way. Their government is respected. They can speak and people will listen. When we have government that nobody respects, sorry, would you listen to Nigerian government if you're American government? Would you listen to them?
It starts from somewhere. How did the Israelis get to where they got
Let
to?
our leaders start.
Somebody put their people first.
Forefathers, you do your bit in your office. I believe. I do my bit in my office. Let our leaders join us. What we are saying is forefathers, let our leaders, let them join us. You are doing your bit in your office. You're responsible Nigerian. They've not arrested you for anything. They've not arrested me for anything. We are doing our bit. Let them join us. Why are we getting the blame?
Because it's a feedback loop. You are doing exactly the kind of stuff they do. They sold us out. You are willing to sell them out too.
Stop with grammar. Feedback.
You said okay, they sell us out. You wait, and they are not doing their job by selling us out, and you two are selling them out.
I'm not selling them. I said
why will they be arrested outside the shores of Nigeria?
Do your job properly. How's that sell out?
Outside the shores of Nigeria.
But it's different. You're not saying they should do their job and they should bring it back to Nigeria.
Bring him back for what? He committed the crime. Bros, if your child come my house, come stay. If he thief, I go beat him. If you bring your child to my house,
that's a different thing. But if you are a drug, no, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Go out and behave properly.
You are not a family enemy. If you're a family enemy, then it's a problem.
Until whom much is given, much is expected. Me that I'm not a public office holder. I as much as I can. I know I'm swimming against the tide. I know I'm in a foreign land. I know I'm not well liked for whatever reasons, not because of what I've done. So I go the extra mile to make sure that I uphold integrity. If you ask my colleagues, I swear by God, they will tell you if every Nigerian is like Show, it's not a bad deal. Because I do my job. I don't.
You know it's impossible, though. You know it's impossible for everybody to be like you.
No, I'm not saying everybody should be. Don't miss the point. Don't miss the point. As an individual, I'm doing the best I can. Our elected officials are doing everything they can to make sure that they take us backwards. I'm going forward. They are going backwards, and you are saying I'm selling them out. How is it my fault that Ekweremadus broke the law? How is it my problem?
Okay. So if you look at our officials now, do you agree that there are some good ones that are in office?
Have the good one been arrested by
trying to do the right thing?
Let them arrest the good one and watch us fight. What did Peter Obi say?
You see, now you are condemning the entire group.
When Peter Obi was stopped at Heathrow, he wasn't arrested. He was stopped. Nigerians of the flight, they started asking questions.
Where was he arrested?
He was stopped. He wasn't arrested. Just for questioning. Nigerians of the BA flight started asking, what are you doing to Obama? Leave him alone. Nigerians were asking on behalf of Peter Obi, that is what you're asking for. And it would happen if Nigerians judge you to be a decent person. We're not crazy.
So
okay. If you are saying so, how many cases have Nigerians stood up for their fellow Nigerians overseas?
Yes, many times. Multiple times.
Which other one?
Why will a man have that highly placed be arrested?
Which other one now? Because I've seen a lot of our people being treated like trash in Libya. They are even selling our people like as slaves.
And the question is that they will say, oh, what are they doing in Libya? If you commit a crime, they will ask you, say, what are you doing? Hold on. They will say, what are you doing in London? Right? The question is that what is a public official doing in London? Is that the public assignment?
How about those Nigerians that are being sold as slaves in Libya? What do our people say about that? Hold on now. You're confusing two things. You try to hear what I'm saying. I agree he should be punished. I'm saying he should be returned back. Leave that side.
Yeah, after
you are saying that if Show is saying that if he was a good person, Nigerians would defend him. Those Nigerians that are being sold as slaves, were they bad people too? Was it not the pressures of Nigeria that took them?
Who is selling them?
I said Libyans. When he said this time,
who is selling them? Is it not Nigeria in Libya that is doing the selling?
And Libyans are selling them too.
Is it not Nigerians in Libya that are selling their own brothers?
Exactly. No, you are making my point now. So when they sell those people now, who is fighting?
So who are you blaming?
The people. That's why I'm telling you that just like what you are doing with Ekweremadus is the same thing like you are confirming now that Nigerians are doing in Libya.
Ekweremadus spends our money.
See how you wash your hand off your people. You wash your hand off your people like you're innocent. You are not all innocent.
Ekweremadus is my employee.
When Ekweremadus has not entered this problem, how many Nigerians did he fight for? How many?
How do people don't understand this? It's really straightforward to me.
No,
let me give you
after Indosa finished.
I don't understand what you are arguing
for, let me bring it on
Nigerians are selling Nigerians
wait
in Libya.
Now. Let me bring it on close to you. You remember that on this show, every time, in fact, tonight, you will still say it. When two names come up, you laugh. Ojus Okalu and Rochas Okorocha. And you're like, oh God, what have they done to the Igbo people? The Igbos have washed their hands off. They are bad sons. The sons that will not repent. The sons that will not do right by them. See, it's exactly the same. But the Igbos, majority of them have embraced Peter Obi for the reasons best known to them. And they've washed their hands off Rochas and people like Ojus Okalu. Why? There's a reason. See, people are not crazy. If you do right by us, if you feel you're decent, that you speak for us, when you're in trouble, I said it, forefathers, God forbid, and you stay out of trouble. If I say that you are in trouble that you don't deserve to be in, I'll leave Kent. I'll come to London or wherever you are. I'll come to court. I'll stand by you. It doesn't mean we win.
Why do we always do this more righteous than that? Have you not seen Trump? Trump is the most vile human being on so many levels. And yet, Americans still know how to separate him from
all Americans. Not all Americans.
They
made enough to make him president.
You expect us to fight for this one that has the opportunity to repair his own time. Rather, he stole the money to UK to go and
You say
live.
fight for this one, like you fight. You don't fight for any Nigerian. Most of you never fight for Nigerians that are facing injustice overseas. You leave them alone and say, leave them to their vices. They are useless Nigerians.
For it.
How many Nigerians have you ever fought for overseas?
We will fight for the good one. So leave the bad one.
There's always a good one. All of them are bad one to all of you. It's just because you know this politician. The guys that are selling people in Libya, none of you came out here to complain about them.
42 houses. Whose money is that?
Can we talk about something else?
You say you fight for Nigerians, but you don't fight. You don't really fight for them.
Let's have another discussion. Enough of this.
Forefather,
If you don't want to engage in the discussion, let people that want to engage in the discussion, please.
We know the joining fight for this one.
No. We're not going to talk about Ekweremadus. Let's talk about Nigeria.
Do you know how many people? How many blood?
Are you afraid? Are you afraid of getting to the core of the reasons why these issues are happening? You just heard our people saying, throw our own people under the bus, when you clearly had evidence after evidence after evidence showing that other people don't do the same. And you insist on being that way. You're just as bad as our forefathers that sold our people away. You people don't understand the importance of sacredness of your own people. You don't protect your own at all. You never do. You are willing to sell your own off
It's only black people that can do that. Only black people.
Because black leaders are the most corrupt people. They are the most useless people. Stop defending. Defending what is wrong.
I don't defend them. I call them critical.
You are part of
I know that they are criminals too.
You are part of the gang. You are the meal. You are the food that they eat.
I don't do on this one. On this one,
stupid. If we show, you think the whole reciprocate?
I am hearing you.
We just wake up and we want to hate them and we want to be jealous of what? Only black people do what? Only black people are not catered for. Don't you see it on CNN or BBC every day? Advertising. Donate $1 to one girl in Africa. Donate 50 cents to one girl in Africa. With all the resources in Africa. And you sit there and you say only black people do it. Yeah, because the black people are the least looked after people in the world. With all the resources. Don't you understand the way they're suffering with the resources and the wealth God has blessed us with, and you sit there and you say only black people do what? You think we wake up and
why we don't care.
Go and defend them. Go meet the judge. Tell and say no, they are
what black people are doing.
You say you heavy. I beg Parkwell.
We have been doing this thing that you said we should be doing, and look at where it got us. It didn't get us anywhere.
I'm telling you,
we've been doing this thing that you are all this self-righteous thing we do. It didn't get us anywhere.
I think we talk something else. I beg.
Forefather, this is not
you are even contradicting yourself. You said black people are suffering now. Now we are telling you that we black people.
That quieted everybody up. Okay. So I hear your anger towards these leaders. I feel them too. Make no mistake, that's what I've been complaining about all this while. So there was a time I found it hard to even look at an adult and not think of throwing something at them. Any adult, really. Why do you think I'm complaining about all these professors at ASU and all the nonsense? Because our leaders have done so many terrible things. But you have to detach yourself and start understanding that it starts from a small micro level, then it magnifies to a macro level. When you don't care about your own, at any point, it translates to every point. It translates.
Okay, so that we can move on. I'll say I agree. Okay.
That's it. Let's move to another topic, please.
But me, I disagree.
Even I move, I disagree. So move on with my own disagreement.
Carry on. Clearly, you guys are children of your forefathers. Very, very much self-righteous.
I don't like getting worked up.
No. Forefather, don't use that word, self-righteous. Nobody is claiming self-righteous here. But the people that put us in this mess, you ask us to advocate for them. For what reason? Do you know how many people?
No. Wait. Where they protected the pedophile. And here he's arguing against
that innocently during his how many years in office? Can we bring those people back to life? What are you even talking, self? Do you know how many women that are crying today during his carelessness when he was in?
We can't
Doctor,
hear you.
we can't hear you. Your mouth is moving, but we can't hear you.
You are not muted, but it seems low. Your mic may be low.
All right. All right. All right, guys.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, guys.
It's breaking up, though. All right. So, yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay. Yeah, I left one computer to the other one. So, okay, thank you, guys. I'm thinking we should move to another topic, and
the money guy, the one that went and bought a property. I wanted to address that before I got waylaid by.
When you moved it away from that.
No, it was the Dominic that waylaid me. So it's all right.
All right. So let's just move to Wike and our president-elect who visited him. John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rodi.
Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Let me join you on YouTube because I have nothing to say now since you changed the topic. I want to make a brief comment. Let me go back to YouTube.
All right, thank you. Olabisi, welcome to the show.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Ife.
And McBoy, welcome to the show.
You said they should take the topic. That is God.
Thank you, Rudolph.
No, I know that forefathers likes topics like that, but we have to move. So Wike hosted Tinubu in River State. I want to know what you guys think. Let me start with you, Ife. What do you think about that performance?
Honestly, I don't care about Wike, neither do I care about Tinubu. I don't care about them at all, so I don't have anything to say.
No, it's not enough. We can't let you go free. You don't care about them, but these are the people that will run your country.
Because, based on what forefather, you see, we're talking about moving our country forward, and we can't even get common election right. I mean, I don't understand. The simplest thing we can do, we can't even do it in our country. And we are busy even talking about something that happened outside the country. So honestly speaking, I'm not interested because Wike himself rigged the election for Tinubu, reverse distinct election for Tinubu. We all know that. So what do I even want? I don't even know how to address the issue. I'm just tired of it. Honestly, I don't know what to say about Tinubu. I don't know what to say about Wike. So move to McBoy. Honestly, I don't have anything to say about them.
All right, McBoy.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, my fellow panelists. For Wike inviting Tinubu to Port Harcourt, I would say Wike is pretty much investing into his retirement because he knows in the next couple of weeks he's going to be out of power, and a lot of things could happen. But if he has his man, if he can invest further into his man in Aso Rock, a lot of things can be protected from a lot of things. So that is what I think he's investing into. The only thing which any average Nigerian would do in a real sense. But the only area that concerns me is having to declare a public holiday for one man coming to visit a city. That part is what I can't just understand. Because if another man is coming, how many public holidays are they going to declare? And declaring public holidays, it costs the city a lot of money. That day, a lot of businesses will probably have to close down. Students will be out of school. Market women probably not go to their market. A lot of things will happen just because one man is coming to town. In the first place, the man is not even the president yet. So, so to me, it doesn't make sense. But I just feel he's investing into his retirement so that he can protect himself from a lot of things. And also maybe also kind of like sending signal, wink, wink, ministerial position or whatever it is. So those are things I believe he's investing into by inviting the president-elect to his own state.
All right, thank you. Mama Icho. Unmute yourself, please.
Are we talking of Wike and Agbado?
Yeah.
They come so that when they enter office, they go know who they go use take do drug through River State. Because now Wike go dey in charge of River State. So they won't do level ground, put for ground. So that when carrier, when deliver take go walk, we can go support, cover up. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you expect for two thieves? Two people when work together, thief my children man there. What do you want me to do? They have to continue the journey so that nothing will happen to them. But they lie. They lie, yo. Something will happen. But he tell we get something, no. What if that language when he do, when he use?
I owe you nothing.
He said, no, they're nothing. Upon no wait, we can kill in your people. Oh, why? Upon no, we can buy in your people. Then rig election for her. He said, no own anything. He does have to they use the grammar when the boo-boo use when he start. Oh. Upon no, we can use all River State money. Then do River State for her. He said, no own anything. When I hear the language, I laugh, I dance. I call them Wike, you be the mumu of the highest order. You were playing, is it anti-party policies as they call it? Not sabi old school, and not sabi grammar. Is that when they do that one? It's there for one party. It's in the pepper cuckoo. It is in the pepper cuckoo. You can't they do like this. Wike, let me tell you, he owe you people nothing. So now go see her. But there's only one thing when a recommendation, when Amechi don't tell us years ago, he said these people don't go stop to thief, including him, until we start to stone them. He don't give us weapon, but we not use that. Maybe they watch and see now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Shaw.
Well, strangely, that's one particular news cycle that I intentionally just skipped. Honestly, I'm not lying to you when I say I've not seen 30 seconds of anything that happened in. I saw when, the state visit was announced. I saw the video when Wike said it was going to declare today holiday. I think we even had a chat about it. But I just purposely skipped it. And I've seen things like, oh, I owe you nothing. And obviously, I think Tinubu later said he didn't mean it like that. I've read a few things here and there, but I've not paid attention to it because there are two people I particularly don't care about. But they will work together for a bit until things will turn sour. I mean, if Wike would learn, he would see what they did to Amechi. Then Amechi empty River State coffers and give it to them. It was Buhari's darling boy. Then they go to Daura. Then they give him a turban. The highest title they could give to a non-native in Daura. Amechi went there and they give it to him. It was almost like it was the anointed son of Buhari. Sorry. But what did he get at the end of it? Sorry, that's my little windows. Yeah. So what did he get? He got nothing out of it. You understand? So Wike, for a while, yes, him and Tinubu, they might have a good time, but eventually, most likely will turn sour. And the person is installing in River State. seems like a stooge. I've never had that guy speak before. SIM card, same. You will say if there's no SIM, no network. So that same that is put there as the governor would respect him for a while. After a while, he will want his independence. We'll fight against him. Wasn't Wike Amechi's boy? So we've seen it all play out before. History would always repeat itself. So Wike will become irrelevant. I'm not saying it will be poor. The amount of money they've taken, they can be poor. It would have money, but it will be irrelevant eventually politically. And if he takes his rascality beyond the borders of Africa and he gets caught, nobody should come here and tell me to go on this placard. I will shout again. I will get annoyed again. I will scream at you people. If you want to comment in the comment. They pay me. I don't get offended. Today, I don't know you. I'll never meet you. So you call me disappointment. All those ones now are minor. My skin is very thick. So if Wike takes his rascality outside the shores of Africa and is caught and is sentenced, don't come here and tell me about one love, one Nigeria. No. Every man should bear his name. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Janaba.
Rivers governor, they are anointed, they now become a swing state governors. They now decided who will become the Nigerian president. So I think Wike is investing in his future. That's what politician does. There's nothing unique about anything, and but I think Amechi got good reward from the Buhari regime. So I don't think it's a waste of his investment in Buhari, and I don't think one from Wike to Tinubu will not be a waste to him as well. But I think
Janaba, what reward did he get?
Of course, he was appointed minister, and so what did you want? You want him to come and give him what again?
Janaba, did you see what happened to his boy Tonyuko in this last election in Rivers? Amechi felt helpless. It was like you and I, they had no power. Did you see him?
I saw that. But I'm talking about when you were Buhari.
That's why I said they will get money. All they will get is they will make money, but relevance will be gone.
Yeah.
But carry on. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, what are they fighting for? Is it not money?
All right. Okay. Man of prestige.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I think I'm going to come to a different angle on this. Everybody's talking about we can be deceived or whatever, be deceived. But let me tell you, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you, Tinubu and the Wike, they are doing a number on Nigerians, okay? This guy, Tinubu is, he's a racketeering drug dealer. I mean, he knows how to play the game. This is how he got his, his position. He's not the smartest person, but when it comes to politics and street, Tinubu is the best in Nigeria. This is how he able to get all the whole money he has been able to accumulate. I mean, in the Southwest, he has taken over Southwest. I mean, look at what's going on now in the APC. Not all Yorubas, but some Yorubas that voted for him. They used to be against APC. Now APC is the best party ever happened to Nigeria. Some now, I'm going to use the word some, I'm not trying to, because a lot of Yoruba voted for Atiku, a lot of Yoruba voted, but I'm talking about the ones that I know of, that used to be for APC, used to be against APC. Now APC is the best party. But anyway, let me go back to that. What I'm trying to say is about Tinubu and Wike. They are playing on you people. Forget about just like when he said Emiloko and some other thing he said, they are in together. He just want to use that word to deceive you, or like he doesn't like Wike. No, he's going to pay Wike back. He knows Wike is part of the people that contributed, it's like a swing state or whatever. And maybe that's not the only one that, put him where he is right now. In my opinion, he's a selected president. We know that will be one River State, no doubt, by big number. So that's quite evidence. Even the APC fans, I'm not talking about the APC politicians. Everybody knows it. They have admitted that, River State, they are not talking about any other thing. They know that will be one River State. So whatever Tinubu said, whatever, I think it's about 80 billion 80 billion, 80 billion or 80 million. I'm asking the amount, that. Yeah, I think it's about 80 million, Wike is requesting because of the bridge and the flyover that he built, all those nonsense, that don't mean anything when it comes, it's just what is expected of a governor to build a bridge or flyover. But anyway, Tinubu came there. They're gonna work together. He just do that to do numbers on Nigeria, like he doesn't like Wike. That's not true. They are together. People don't get deceived because he made that. But Tinubu is playing his own politics, nothing more. And this is somebody that's going to rule you. Let me tell you, if Hush Puppy, who has about 2.8 million people, get out from prison, maybe in about 5 or 6 years, and come to Nigeria, the foolish Nigeria, they will vote for him as a president. This is where you all are. Nigeria, you're not going to get better. Let me tell you, not with what is going on right now. I'm just letting you all know, this is who you are. So don't get deceived about what Tinubu and what Wike said. No, they are in together. He just made that statement to cajole all of you, like he doesn't like Wike. No, they know what they're doing, okay? That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kennedy.
Hi, Rudolph. Thanks for having me. And hi, everyone. I'm sorry to take this conversation back just a little bit. Okay, I've been following the conversation, but I was trying to get my daughter to bed. So I did a chat with Rudolph to say I want to weigh in on why Ekweremadus cannot be extradited to Nigeria. According to the UK law, if you call it up from the internet, you could actually see that there are conditions for extradition here in the UK. And there are two parts to it. You have the part one, which applies to European countries. Now, and then part two, which applies to the rest of the world. Now, if you look at the requirements for extradition as it concerns the part two, which is Nigeria applies there, it says that prima facie requirement. The prima facie requirement does not apply to part one, which is the EU, and in some part of for part two cases. In some part two cases, the court must decide whether there would be enough admissible evidence to provide a case to answer and merit a trial if the offense had taken place in this jurisdiction, and that would be Nigeria. Now, I understand everything that everyone has said. Some were emotional, some were on the grounds of sovereignty and all of that. I don't want to say that anyone is wrong or right. Now, but I'm sure we know that we are not arguing against morality at this point. Okay, it's about a man committing an offense, and what is the due process or what should be done. Now, if you if you consider this prima facie requirement, we can all begin to argue about it. Okay, who says that there cannot be any such evidence on why he has to be tried in Nigeria? Now, that's one part of it. But if you go underneath that, there are something called bars to extradition. Now, I say in all extradition cases, the judge must consider whether any of the statutory bars to extradition apply. If the judge finds that any of the bars to extradition apply, the requested person's extradition cannot be ordered, and the judge must discharge them. That's the extradition. Now, if you look at the bars, the second one says absence of prosecution decision. Where decisions have not yet been taken in the requesting country or charge, to charge and try the accused. Now, the requesting country being Nigeria, has there been any decision taken on whether to try Ekweremadus in Nigeria? Has any court in Nigeria actually determined that Ekweremadus committed an offense? So this is a bar to extradition. Now, even if there is no other condition that has been met, based on this particular bar, Ekweremadus cannot be extradited to Nigeria. Just forget about it. Now, and if you look at the circumstances, we actually have a law, on a human trafficking organ and all of that in Nigeria. It's been a long time, okay? Now, but if you look at the number of cases that we've had, you'll find that there is a reason why that law has actually not been implemented. So in this case, you find that, one, no court in Nigeria has actually indicated interest in trying Ekweremadus. So why are you extraditing him?
Mr. Kennedy, why did we get to this point? Are we debating this, whether he should come back to Nigeria to be tried? Well, how did you get to this?
I believe our forefathers was making a strong case about sovereignty. And I appreciate the fact that he stated very clearly that he's not against him being tried, but that he is advocating for him to be extradited to Nigeria. Am I correct, forefathers?
Yeah, I was advocating that he should be transferred to serve his sentence in Nigeria.
That's not to be tried. That's a dream. We passed that point. Nigeria should have made that case before the trial.
Because Nigeria didn't try to prosecute him at all.
But it's not an issue. I don't think we are anywhere close to that. It's not an argument to be made now. But do you have any other thing to say about the subjects, the current topic, which is about Wike and?
Well, about Wike, to be quite honest, I've always seen him as a clown. If I'm completely honest, I try not to meddle into the politics of Nigeria as it stands. I've been on this show where you know where I stand when it comes to Nigeria and the Commonwealth. I try not to meddle because to me, you discuss the prospects of a country. Nigeria is not a country, so it's not worth my 10 pence. But Wike as a person, while I'm here, I might as well, just weigh in. That's a clown. I think, in my own opinion, what the gentleman Wike is doing, he's not stupid. That guy is not stupid. Okay. Now he knows how much he knows what he's done. He knows that he would be in jail if he doesn't do what he's doing now. So he's doing everything that he can to make sure. I mean, we all know what is obtainable in Nigeria, okay? When you've committed enough atrocity in one party, what do? You move to the next party, which is the ruling party, and all your sins are forgiven. I mean, we've seen every single one of them have done it. Okay, so I strongly believe that he's doing it. He's doing what is in his best interest, and I couldn't fault him really. And I say that not because I mean, somebody would say, okay, but why would you say that? If it's a country, if Nigeria is a country, and we can be talking about, okay, why it shouldn't be done, or what's the merits of what he's doing and the demerits of it. But, we're talking about a jungle, and in the jungle, what applies is a survival of the fittest. So the gentleman is a smart guy who is doing what he must do to survive, the next government. So I think kudos to him.
All right. Thank you, Kennedy. Ovie. Listen to Kennedy. Sounds like all is politics, all not politics. When do you stop seeing everything as politics and see this as look at Wike? I'll play you a little bit of a video of Wike speaking before the election, talking about APC and people who may consider APC as a party to continue to govern the country. Let's listen a little bit to that, and then we will. Oh, okay.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects the Kentucky Derby.
Election is being run by Bayelsa and Rivers State. You don't need whether you like me or not. Whether you like me or not, there is no way I can be president of Nigeria. And anybody will tell me that it is not Bayelsa State that is the president of Nigeria. This election I'm running on behalf of Bayelsa State and Rivers State. We have come today to say, look, my brother, so many people think Rivers and Bayelsa will have problems. I have told him severally, and even as we came, by the grace of God, we are sitting as governors. That problem will be a thing of the past. Because people capitalize on this. Look, bro, even if, assuming this thing belongs to me, I can say, my junior brother, take. I can say, my senior brother, take it. That is the way we are supposed to work. If I fail, Bayelsa failed. If I win, Bayelsa won. And it is very, very important for people to know that. Very, very key. This election has nothing to do with and the best economists. No. No. This election has to do with leadership. The leadership of this country has totally failed. And this country cannot move forward if you don't have a courageous leader, if you don't have a fearless leader, You must have a leader who will tell you this is black and this is white. You don't need to have a leader. You don't know who is in charge of the country, whether it is nephew, whether it is the PA, whether it is the uncle. No, you must have a commander-in-chief who is a commander-in-chief. And I can tell you, I will be that commander-in-chief. You must have a leader who will organize and have a team that can work. Your business is to supervise. Your business is to coordinate. I'm not a doctor. So I must have a doctor who must be in charge of Minister of Health. I'm not an engineer. But what is important? Do you have a leader who can coordinate, supervise, and make sure the work is being done? I'm not an engineer. Look at the country we're in today. Before we said Boko Haram in Borno, Adamawa, Yobe, today, all over the country, it is most unfortunate when I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day. I feel so ashamed that we have gone to the level where sacrifice, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job. Of poverty is a good job. Of insecurity is a good job. Of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shame.
All right. I didn't get the exact point he said what I wanted, but you got.
May God forgive them.
And I think he wasn't reading a speech. So this is really what came out of his conscious mind. So, and now he's supporting somebody who essentially said he will continue the good job of Mr. President. And the question is for the people who follow these people. Continue. When you listen to can you mute yourself if you are the one? If you listen to him, he said this and you knew he said this, and then you see him again turn around to support the same person. How do you live with yourself? Okay, go ahead.
As you said, before you play that music, you said, "Do I see everything through the lens of politics?"
Yeah.
Two things. In as far we live in an organized society, right? Who are those people that organized it? So politics will always come to play. Some intellectual will say, study mathematics, study physics, and study persuasion. That's what politics is all about. Persuasion. You have to persuade because I don't know you, right? I don't even know my neighbor. We're different. We think different. But the only way for us to coexist is, I believe, for us to persuade each other that we can actually live together, have a common goal. So, and again, the people, politicians, again, we or students of politics will tell you that the straight definition of politics is that it determines who enjoys and who suffers. And that's reality of life. So, yes, politics are always, things through that way. On Wike, that's during the campaign period. I think it's Maria Cuomo, former governor of New York, that says politicians campaign in prose and govern campaign in poetry and govern in prose. So we have to see whatever, and I'll go ahead to say that in politics, you have to look for what the people want and sell it to them. That's how to play the game. You have to identify what do my people want and sell it to them. Hopefully they buy it. So everything that is said, that's he needed to say that at that point. Now you are saying that he's making friends again. The same people will tell you that there's no permanent enemies and no permanent friends. It's all about permanent interests. And somebody alluded to that earlier. And interest at this point, you cannot, as a politician, all his life he's been a politician from local government level to now. He cannot afford to be outside the system. They will eat and raw, they'll forget him. And that's too risky for him. So he has to pitch tents with the people in power. But don't forget, it's a game of winner take it all. But now on Tinubu, to me, the impact or significance of his visit as a president-elect to Rivers three things stand out for me. I mean, among one of those visits, they talk something about Nigeria is not negotiable. Yes, as I earlier said, it's sad that we have every politician or every leader has to retaliate that everything. It's sad, but that's the reality we find ourselves. And the only thing we can actually, the only way we can move forward, the only way we can project our individual tribe, language, or wherever that would separate us, the only way we can project it to the rest of the world, because that's the whole goal, that's the whole point, is for us to understand that the easiest and fastest way and the only way to preserve it, because we are not talking even about preserve the space that we are in. We are not preserving that. 200 years ago, people who existed never believed Nigeria would be the way it is, whether we like it or not. It might be Chinese people that occupy the Nigerian space. So we should think beyond ourselves. And if we actually think that we understand that we can live together with our differences, with common goal inside. So I see that when I see a man who actually understands what is expected of him or where he's going. Another thing again that I actually give them is when you talk about Wike. I know who you anything. I'm not going to refund.
Well, we are not live with you.
So when he said that, what he's saying that to me is emphasizing that federalism that we all yarn or talk about. If are we hold him in high esteem as a leader if be able to achieve that, to bring out the economy of the state, federal, and local government, because that's what we need. As somebody from a government, I don't care what happens Abuja anyway. If it doesn't have to do security of the space or things that just about, I don't actually want to know if my role is not good. I want to know who is the president, to whom my immediate leader, who's my local government chairman. And the only way I can do that is I have the autonomy from every sector. So I see when he actually emphasize that. Then again, on Wike, I give it to Wike for bringing. For once, I see the power that we once envisioned within the Niger Delta or South region is coming to be again. Whether we like the of Peter Odili, we like James Ibori or not, those are the pioneers of 1999, whether we like it or not. So seeing all of them in the same space with a common goal, I'm happy that at least our interest will be further at the federal level, since we are still at that space. So we need people that we, since the dispatcher of Anini from the game, there was nobody. Oshomo let show himself, but we all know how he ended. So we need people who, with all his clownish behavior and all that, if he can bring all these men on the table at the Ministry of Politics, I think it's something to look forward to. Generally, I'm hopeful. So,
can I say one thing? Just a minute, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay.
On the first part of your narrative, yeah, that was correct, because in politics, it's not what they say, it's what they do. I mean, if you look in Nigeria, look at Ted Cruz, what he said about Donald Trump. His family and his wife. Somebody having his wife. I don't want to make that statement here. But when it comes today, he's the greatest defender of Trump. So having said that, I agree with him. But on the second part of what Ovie said, about Nigerian politics, them coming together or whatever, and what I said earlier, Tinubu trip there or no trip there, I mean, he's working with Wike. So I don't know the way it will be narrated about national unity or that kind of things. It's all about what Jagaban wants. He's working with Wike. I tell you people, don't be deceived. That statement he just made it to Kajoyo. So I don't see any kind of national unity. I mean, you're not going to have any national unity. That's my opinion, So I disagree with you on the second
part. Man of prestige. I have a gift for you. You see this guy right here? That's my candidate.
I'm going to text you. I'm coming to Texas over here. And I know you're an engineer right now. I thought you become an engineer. I saw the road where you did.
Courage to be free. You see, that's what we want. The courage to be free as Nigerians. We needed to be free. Two Nigerians would like this. The courage to be free. That's my guy. Not wrong.
Engineer Ovie. I'm coming to Texas, Engineer Ovie, okay? I will get with you.
All right.
KJ, you're next. Yeah, one of the things you said is no eating on sets in the studio. So anyway, but and I think you.
I know you heard about the rules. Don't send new rules. You don't say any
rules. I didn't know about that rule, but now I take correction. And I apologize for eating banana. But the thing that
I thought we're not supposed to. I thought we're not supposed to be on the line.
Sorry.
I thought we're not supposed to be here. That's the new rule.
Well, like I said, I've already apologized, and I said I didn't know about that rule, but I take correction. Going forward, I will not eat banana again, so that okay. Two things I want to really say. The Woloshenka wrote a book, The Glorification of an Area Boy. Has any of you read that? Okay. If you have read that book, if you have not, please look for it. You see, fortunately or unfortunately, the writer himself is the one of those now glorifying the area boys that you have in Nigeria. Wike and Tinubu are, 10 and 10 pence. There's no difference. Okay? One is on the extreme side of, thinking that governance is about muzzles and how much you can insult people on the public podium because you have the power to the mic. The other one just taking all of us for a ride and hoping that as the system is, nobody can question him. We all gather together by the selection of INEC to bring in a man who we don't know his age, we don't know his community where he comes from, we don't know the schools where he went to. He has no classmates. He has nothing. We have no detail whatsoever of what this individual is or where he comes from or who are. In fact, up to this moment, nobody has been able to say, this guy was my classmate. And all of you sitting here, you have somebody who would at least say, this guy was my classmate. That's one. And we are giving him the highest office in our nation. Now, the man only did campaign for some days. His rigorous campaign was about 2 months. I had taken rest for 1 month. Is that what we are going to go through in the time that in the next 4 years? Is that what we're going to go through? So we are now entering Buhari part 2. Coming back to what happened in Rivers State, I just had a good laugh because you can see that the man, Wike, has lost all sensibility. And I asked sometimes, don't they have children? Don't your children ask you questions? Daddy, just yesterday you were just talking about this same man. You are welcoming him today. What's the reason? What's the reason? If that is how our children should question us, don't we think that Wike totally is? I think he's gone mad. We are gradually, and you see, my pain as somebody who has worked in the media. I don't want to call myself a journalist any longer. Is that we are the ones who give these guys the platform to keep showing their nonsense, okay? And these guys will sit there and channels and what's the other one? The worst one, the Arise TV. What's his name? The Tinubu, TVC News. We go all day glorifying and justifying the reason why these things should be happening the way they're happening and that why nobody should be able to say anything about it. Okay? Now, you went to Rivers State. You, in a state where people are very poor, almost 60% of the people are unemployed. You declare 2 days public holiday. You are not going to give people the money for that 2 days. You close down the businesses, especially, and the people who do the businesses are the Igbo people. So they didn't support in the first place, so let them be the ones to first suffer it. Now, and then you gather and tell the man that he owes you. And the man told you before everybody that doesn't owe you anything. So the two of them are playing out themselves. Somebody have said that we should wait and see. Look, let me tell you how bad it is. Now, the judiciary have constantly dragged this thing until Tinubu will be sworn in. If it's you and I, if you swear me in as president, and I have the control of the judiciary, and the control of the military, and the control of the police, you think you're going to unseat me? Am I not the one who's going to direct who would handle the case? If I don't ask my Attorney General to assign those cases to somebody, who will try it? We are laughing and people are thinking what was going on with Nnamdi Kanu is going to be for only Nnamdi Kanu. No, it's coming to every one of us. The case will be sitting there, nobody will be assigned for the next 3 years. When you get into the 4th year, then they will assign somebody to it. So we are looking at a situation where once it takes over, we will now go see. Not before this program, I tell them, I say, or MC Olmo will become the president of Agboros in Nigeria. He will be transferred to Abuja and have an office where everything concerning agroship will now be handled at a national level. We are entering a new dimension in Nigeria. Go and write it down. I told you guys that wait, once these people decide, once they finish, the INEC thing, they're going to come after LP, Labour Party. Have they not brought one charlatan now who is claiming to be chairman? You see what is going on? These are the things we have watched over the years. It has played out constantly in Nigeria. Okay? And if you dare be in that space and you see, we can discuss freely now because we're here. And I know that when I finish, I can enter the street and go to the mall and buy food and come and sit in my house and eat. But I can't do that in Nigeria because only reporting about the killings in the north, I became a personal non-grantor. It's not as if I was saying that, look, the good should be done to these people. I'm not simply saying that it is not good for us to see citizens being killed on this level and nobody say anything. Okay? So if we narrow it down to what's going on in River State, my dear people, let me surprise you people. Nothing will happen. The thing will continue. And they'll keep playing this thing. We'll all be celebrating them. Wike will finish that. He will declare another one. We'll all be celebrating them. It's not going to change. We have seen it over and over. I'm not saying I've lost hope, but right now, I have very little hope that things will change in Nigeria. Thank you. I'm still behind the scene.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think everybody have pretty much said what I would like to say concerning Wike. I think he's doing what I believe is necessary for him to do, which is to trying to find a way to lobby the president-elect to see what he can get out of him. Then the statement of the president-elect of today, as of today, is actually accurate in the sense that there's nothing he can do as far as he's not in the office yet. Then reacting to what the last speakers said, most especially with the issue of the case in court, I think he's saying that when Tinubu steps in office, he will be able to manipulate the justices. I think that the possibility of that one is pretty much slim in the sense that once the justices are nominated for this case, which I believe they should have by now, since the case is starting this week. So there's no much changes that can be done until their case is completed. I said maybe there's, which I don't think there's any upcoming retirement among the ones they've selected so far. So those ones will see the case through. The only thing that can happen, that I understand, based on my opinion, is maybe money change hand or whatever it is. That's the only thing that can be done. But say the president will just wake up and say the jury, what do you call them? What's the name for them?
Sorry, let me help you. Do you know that the Buhari case against, the Atiku case against Buhari is still in the Supreme Court? Do you know that? The last election, there's no judgment for it yet. The last election is still sitting there.
The case was completed and I think it was dismissed out of technicality, something like that. Actually,
sorry?
So that case was completed. It was dismissed out of technicality.
Okay, my boy, your line is not clear anymore. I don't know what happened.
Oh, really?
All right. Yeah, but thank you so much. Forefathers.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. Regarding Wike and Tinubu get together. First of all, I think the way he called for the public holiday is an abuse of power. He shouldn't have done that. You can close some streets down or stuff like that, but public holiday, that's a little bit much for somebody that has not been sworn in yet. And even if he don't just shut down a state willy-nilly, and it shows that one is not very, sensitive to the economic state of the country. Like one day doesn't matter to them. They just shut it down because somebody's coming over. That is 360-something days of the economy of that state that is just been wiped out because of one individual. I don't think he should have done that. Also, Wike is a complicated character. He used to be one of my favorite politicians in Nigeria. He's a complicated character, and in these things, rarely do you have a perfect candidate that lives up to expectations. And sometimes you get bad candidates that sometimes meet some expectations. And if in the context of Nigeria, you can say Wike did his job to an extent for his state. Because the state that I see there today is not the one I saw even 3 years ago. Some people say it's because he wanted to run for president, that's why he did what he did, but he's outperformed most governors at the level of development you see in Port Harcourt and most River State areas. And you can tell that the moment you put Port Harcourt on YouTube now, everybody is proud to be showing the streets. And it's strange because I try to find the dirtiest street in Port Harcourt, and the so-called worst one, somebody in America was like saying, by American standards, that's not so bad. But among the next thing I saw was a street. It turns out that street was Lagos, and it was terrible. It was really terrible. And it tells you that the question we should, I think what I tend to do is I try to see people for what they truly are, not necessarily just because they commit one bad thing, then the entire thing is bad. It's funny because parents tend to see that in their children, but people don't see that in other people. Any mother would tell you, oh, no matter what the son committed, even if the son committed mass murder, they'll be like, he's so gentle, he's so nice, and all the rest of it. So they will do that, but we refuse to see that in other people, even in our governors, that sometimes they perform well. And personally, I'm the type of person that would take yes for an answer when I see it. If I say I want you to perform, and you perform, but you're a total douche, I will still say yes, because you gave me one. I don't like the douche part, but I'll set that one aside and go for yes. The yes that I got. And I think people, when they criticize Wike, should also keep that in mind. He's one of the few that has actually done something for the state he came from. For whatever reason he did it, who cares? But I will never forgive him for what he did for the election. Never. Because he mangled the will of a people. As you can see, the way I tend to criticize people is when they truly affect people. And the good work he's done is what affects people. And the closing of this thing, public holidays affects people. And also, mangling an election is affecting people. And I think maybe that's what tends to guide my decision. I don't think about this thing. I just look at what actually affects people. And that's the one I tend to go for. And I just so people do that, because sometimes the way we do things is like, oh, the moment we hear a name, devil. It shouldn't be like that.
Just call Otius or Kalu and call Rochas.
Exactly. I try to find that, because when I look at those guys, they don't look like devils. But anybody mentions that people act as if they are killers. They are the worst people under the face of the sun. I don't know what they've done, but all I can say is about Wike. What I've seen is that if you go to Port Harcourt, you can see that he's done some good work there. And for what Nigeria will take care of the rest. They say he's involved in some kind of shady deals, and that when he leaves office, he's probably going to be in trouble. If that is the case, so be it. If you want, look at how they are holding hands. Him and Tinubu, they are holding hands. In some climes, people will mistake that for some kind of relationship, but they are they are getting along. And from what I gather, he's trying to get some politicians together at the airport. Wike and I think one other guy, I've forgotten his name, that we're kind of fighting each other. So it's a good thing. When your people are not fighting each other, it's a good thing, corrupt or not. It's a good thing. You have to take yes for it. I don't see Tinubu as just black or evil. I see him as a human being. Like, everybody has flaws. I have my flaws, believe me. We all do. And this thing that we do, where we just say this one is the devil and the other one is the angel, we shouldn't do that. And I will never change my position from Peter Obi to go and support Tinubu, because there are 1,001 reasons why I prefer Peter Obi. But it doesn't mean Tinubu is the devil. Okay, thank you.
You see, your flaws doesn't affect me. Your flaws, and once you shut your door, it's your problem, and the people who choose to deal with you. The flaws are the problem of the people who deal with you. I see you here once a week, and if I come here on Sunday twice a week, your flaws will not affect the life of my mother in Nigeria. See, there's a slight difference. And I'm not saying we're looking for saints, like Fashola rightly said. I don't agree in the context in which he said it. And Kulata as well, shout out to him. He said it, I think it was last week, that since when has piousness ever helped a country? We're not looking for saints. But if the baggage is a bit much, people have the right to say, let's slow down. Only you, this, only you, that, only you, this one, this one, this one, this one. So if the baggage is a bit much, it calls for worry, because it'll be silly of me to expect something decent from someone who has a lot of baggages. Corruption is the biggest killer in Africa. That's where we're at. Corruption. Yes, I understand everything you say, external influence and all of that, people dabbling in our business and our leaders playing along. I agree. But that still goes back to corruption. So if now there's someone who is alleged to be very, 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 very corrupt, even if he's going to do some good things, like I said, I believe Buhari's lowered the standard so much that Tinubu will do better than him. That's a given. But my worry is, if he disagrees, if he's going to miss Buhari, my worry is, if Tinubu gives us, let's say, 30%, if you take out the corruption, the level of corruption that is associated with him, I feel we could get 60 or 70 or 80. That's my biggest worry. But like I've said, even before the election, whoever is sworn in as the president of Nigeria, I wish them the very best. I hope that they do well. It's a silly thing to do. I'm not going to pray for them to do well. That's not my business. We can't elect bad people and pray for them to do well. I can only hope that they do well so that Nigerians will benefit from it.
All right, thank you, Shaw. Mr. Scribe, before you go, let me just show for tomorrow, 90 Minutes Africa, we have the White House correspondent for Today News Africa, Simon Ekweremadus, is going to be on the show. We'll be here for just about 20 minutes or 30 minutes. He's a busy guy, but we want to squeeze and see what we can get from him. Maybe we can ask him some questions that he's going to ask the White House press secretary whenever he gets a chance.
He will never.
It depends on the question. It depends on the question. Yeah. It depends on the question he will ask.
So,
don't let forefathers speak to that man tomorrow. Forefathers will tell him things about himself. You are the reason you don't ask the right questions. Well, Africa is dying. You're there pandering to them.
Come on, man. I'm not going to do that. But he was doing the right thing, though. He's challenging them now. He's saying why they are not giving Africa a voice. So that's a good thing, isn't it?
No. I he's my man. That's what I can say. I like the guy.
Because that lady, and she's a black woman. What is this?
Black and color. Right?
You see what this goes back to the discussion we were talking about before, where we are willing to push our own away because somehow inside us we don't like our own much. That's a black woman doing that to African country.
That's not true.
Come on now, he's not there to cater for Africa. What are you talking about?
He's representing an African channel, Angolan channel, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, hold on. Let's welcome Bonkasha. I can't pronounce your name, but Bonkasha, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Where are you joining us, if you don't mind?
I'm in Canada.
Canada, okay. Welcome.
Yeah. You are relaxing too much for my liking. Are you a member of the City Boys Club? You ain't just relax.
There's no realization here. You only create it. The country runs on 25 hours, not 24. So inside that 25 hours, you create your time.
That's a good one.
So this could be part of my time. Yeah. I've been with you guys for a long time. I just decided to come in and see.
All right.
Show face.
Yes, we like that. So what brought you in? We've been discussing several topics. What brought you in?
Yeah, just like you guys are talking about Wike. There's some part you guys didn't mention. You know, he went to Lagos and donated 300 million to Sowolu campaign. That was when I knew the fish had started smelling. Do you understand?
You smell it from Canada.
That smell, I won't get smell.
So, one thing with Wike is that Wike is intoxicated.
power.
He thought that everything is forever. Even diamonds are not forever. So if he can reverse the hand of a clock, he will do that at all costs, no matter the price. But his days are counted for him. But what I will say is this. His biggest shock will come to him. Just write it down. His biggest shock will come to him when he least expects it. Money is not everything.
What do you think that would be? What would be the shock?
No, what he's looking for, he will not get it.
Nothing is going to happen to Wike, just like nothing has happened to other past governors.
Wait a minute, Bukash. Let me ask you something. What do you mean? What do you mean he's not going to get it? He already got everything he wants. The anointed governor. He got Tinubu to protect him. So what is it that he didn't get?
What you have to understand is this. Igbo people say that in the morning you won't know who will sell more until evening, right? This is still morning. So we don't know who will cap the market at the end of the day. What I'm trying to say is this. What he's looking for is relevance in the incoming government. But from my own, this is my personal opinion now. From my own view, it might be the least on the list. What he's looking for, he will not get. That's my own view.
Okay. All right.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That salt is carrying. The rain will meet him with it.
Africans and proverbs.
It's deep. That is very deep. Imagine carrying salt and rain can't start. You don't finish. You don't buy market.
I like that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's hear from Prince Abi. Prince, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Prince. Prince.
It is a pity that what is going on in that country is you know, it's just too shocking to people who have been out of the country maybe for 20 years, 15 years, and all that. The issue of Wike is a selfish idea. The guy is playing a politics of money. He wants money, you know, and position. And like the other guy said, it is intoxication, you know, power intoxication. Imagine the military alleged him of you know, trying to bribe them to do this and all that, you know, and nothing has happened. If it is in another place, he will have been arrested, no matter how. But concerning the present, you know, position of office he holds, he might have that kind of, you know, that kind of opportunity, pending the time that he will be out of office. But at least something should have been done to see that. I mean, what it's very sad. It's very sad. It's very sad. And regarding the issue of Tinubu, people don't know Tinubu. People don't know Tinubu. I knew very well that would not allow anybody to win governorship of Lagos State. Why? Like I normally write in the social media, Lagos State is a pot of soup for Tinubu. It won't allow anybody to break that pot at all. Each and every local government has contribution to Tinubu's life. Immediately they collect their monthly votes. There's a lot of, there's allocation to Tinubu's, you know, different accounts from each year, but people will not know.
unless those who are, working on the ground with these people, influential to have some people in their government and all that. I know what is really going on. So, for people like Oluomo to come out, fighting and this gang killing and all that, yeah, they can go to extreme. Why? Because they have their own contribution. Free money. It's too sad. It's too sad. And the way they get the money, the way they blow it off, when you work in UK, you get maybe 1,800, 1 to 2,000 per month. Can you spend money, unnecessarily, when you know that you are going to pay bill and some responsibility are really, lie down at home for you. So what is going on in that country is very sad. Sometimes when I listen to news, oh my God, I don't really know, what is really going on in my emotion. It's too sad. It's too sad. So we are all expecting what judiciary will finally decide on this on the issue of Peter Obi and and APC. So APC they have been running, they have been going up and down. I mean, they can also buy judiciary. They can buy INEC. They can buy judiciary. But let's see what is going to happen. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. I wanted to go to Ngozi, but there's somebody, Mr. Fix, who is also in the dark. So I'm guessing that Fix is also in Nigeria. Fix, welcome to the show.
See wash. See wash. As long as it's dark, it's Nigeria.
Nigeria has to be. Fix, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, Mr. Damages, thank you so much.
Where are you, Fix?
I'm in Abuja.
Of course. Thank you so much.
There you go. Dr. Rudolph got it right.
World will anybody be?
Dr. Damages, I have to start from thanking you guys. You guys, just by doing this, you have helped me to come through this election depressions. Honestly, if you're not in Nigeria, you will not understand. Honestly. Nigeria, just like the way people are saying here, Nigeria, if you think of Nigeria, everything is just upside down. Mr. Damages, Dr. Damages, I'm at work. My wife is calling me that they are demolishing our place. I live in a place called Kabusa. And no notice, nothing. They just entered. Like 5 days ago, they came around, like, would I say the area coordinators or should I say chairman and all those things. People will pay security levies to and all that. We contributed money that they are hearing. They want to come and do demolition. So they should contribute some money and all those things. They will get a lawyer and story upon story. I'm at work today. My wife is calling me that they are demolishing house. I just told her, please pick my daughter out of the house so that they won't kill her because she is sleeping inside the house. So why I brought this thing up is I hear Mr. Oga Forefather trying to make a case for this kind of wicked leaders. I don't understand it. For Wike, we are following him. We are watching him every day, but honestly, I don't think he can escape from this. He's just kicking his last kick. Politically, I don't think moving forward, especially now that Nigerians have woken up, these people are going to go scot-free. Honestly, just as many of them have, Nigeria has retired them. and they will remain retired permanently. Nigeria cannot go back to sleep. Nigerians cannot go back to sleep again. We have woken up. If we don't get it right this time, we are not going to stop. All of them, we will remove them from office, and the good people will enter, and Nigeria will be better again. We are in darkness in a place called Abuja. They gave us meter 63,000. The meter cannot even as in 63,000. You cannot even have when the light comes to trip off and all those things. I don't understand. So those people saying those things there, I don't think if they have loved ones, let them ask them which part of Nigeria. I say I'm in Abuja. I'm in darkness 247. City of Abuja.
Wow.
Mr. Damages, what I want to say is, honestly, this place have helped me because I was really down for some days. I don't get myself what is happening. Because the way Mahmoud raised our hope up, had it been he didn't even raise the hope, just allow us, we'll just take it the way we used to take it. But he raised our hope up and just to dash it completely. Honestly, thank you so much. Thank you, my brothers and sisters in the panel. God bless you all. Keep contributing.
Thank you.
Keep contributing.
Fix. So, what is the situation with home? Where is your wife and kid today?
I have my sisters here in Abuja in another side, so I have to tell them to just go there because I can't even leave my work. I'm working in a private place. I can't even leave my work to run back.
So what about all the anything you have, the property, you don't know anything about that?
I don't know anything. I just called the landlord because I'm not living in my own house. I just called the landlord, see what happened and all that. And the landlord is saying that he's not even around. He's sending his brother to the compound and all those things. So it's from tomorrow. I will now go there to what is it?
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, doctor. Do you know that they want to change the street light in my area here around Wembley? The council wrote a letter to each and every house, and they gave us 2 weeks to decide if we are ready to change the bulb or not. And if we see anybody doing anything within this period, we should call police. Until we came together and agree that they change the street light because they want to change it to this white bulb that is energy reserved. So until we sent a letter back to the council, and they said in 3 days they will come, but before 3 days, if we see anybody, he should be arrested. And when they came, they continued to knock the door and they showed their ID card.
Wow!
But in Nigeria, this night they came to demolish this night without notice, after collecting money from people. What kind of criminal-minded people are we having a power?
And what you are even hearing is that they are not stopping. Like it's just let me say, it's time. They would have continued to be destroying things upward because they say they are going to come back on Monday. Nobody knows even if that one they are going to take people by surprise tomorrow. That's Nigeria for you. So anybody saying, sometimes I say these people don't experience what's happening to us here. As any deal, just little chance of hope that will just go as in, just little chance of hope. They finish everything and they don't even want you to say anything. Let me tell you, I'm talking to you freely now because you are not your platform is not in the country. If you call any radio station here, they will yank you off immediately. They don't want you to say anything. They just want to say what the government want them to project out there. It's very painful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I have been listening. What you people are saying somehow just take me away from that depression.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Okay. All right. Hold on, KJ. Let me welcome Okija. Okija, welcome to the show.
Good evening.
So go ahead, Okija.
Oh, okay. I don't know. What did you guys talked about everything? The coronation? I don't know. I have no part in that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, I have no part in the coronation. I mean, that's
why not?
I don't pay attention.
No, they talk about a king less like that to a beggar.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe no. Okay. Oh, I say you're king. Thank God he said you're king. I don't believe in king. Yeah, I don't believe in king. So yeah. Anyway, Ekweremadus, I mean, I forefathers they were arguing. I don't know why people are arguing. The man is in jail. He committed a crime. He's supposed to be in jail. But my issue with Nigerians, all the time we're talking about, this, or world class clinic. It gets me angry, like I don't know why are you talking about world class clinic. Start with like primary healthcare. People are dying of high blood pressure in Nigeria. People in the villages, people they don't have cost to check their high blood pressure. People are dying. The cost of high blood pressure medicine when I checked in Nigeria then was about 300 naira from a 1 month supply, and people are dying. They don't even know that they have high blood pressure. So people will tell them, "Have you checked your blood pressure?" Or they say, "No, I don't want to check it. If I check it, it will be, if it's high, then it will get higher." Primary health care, infant mortality, women are dying, for a childbirth. You're talking about, I hear someone was saying about, he was supposed to build a dialysis center. Come on, start with something simple. Mosquito, people are dying, malaria killing people every day in Nigeria. Why not, they just have doctors, go into villages, like primary health care in villages. In communities, have doctors that go into communities. You see people that are sick. Old people, they don't have, like maybe their kids are in the cities. They're in the village. They don't have someone to take care of them. People, I've hear stories. People, the story based on the symptoms people told me. Malaria killed people. Malaria is still killing people in Nigeria. I mean, like one of those ones. Like when I lived in Nigeria, I used to battle with malaria. And that's one of the reasons I thank God for going abroad. I mean, like people still dying. One guy was complaining, saying that his father died because of 400 naira. 400 naira, no, nothing serious. I mean, people talking about. Let's just have a government, a local government. Just be committed in having a good primary health care for people. That's all. We don't need all these, people talking about, that one will come later, but start with something small. You can't just, we don't have something small and you start doing something big. You build one big hospital, maybe for instance, in Lagos, where people in there and other places, they don't have access to those. They don't have doctors, within their environment. Nigerian doctors are going abroad, and we are just, trying to do big things. That's our problem. We don't, we just want to build. We don't have a foundation. We just want to build something on top of no foundation. That's all. That's one thing in Nigeria. Anyway, that's my my take on that. But again, on Tinubu, I don't know if Ngozi is here. I don't know if she spoke. I heard that when Tinubu was the day he went to River State, there was military aircraft all over Enugu and there's some other part of the Southeast. That's what I heard. I don't know. I've asked people to say yeah, but I haven't I've still calling people to confirm. And I know some of us have been saying is that there's gonna be someone just finished up. He was saying something about the radio stations. Nobody they don't want to take your call for you to complain. There is no avenue for people, to complain. They are already, APC as a government right now. They have muzzled the press. They keep finding them, and we know what will happen when Tinubu comes in. I mean, they have told us already what they're gonna happen. What is gonna happen? The way they come against journalists. So it's gonna be tough. And then what they're doing to Southeast, I think I think they have to put a break on that because it's gonna turn some of us who are moderate, who are pro Nigeria, it's gonna turn all of us off. And then we have to resist by any means necessary. The Southeast already is a militarized zone already. You have militaries all over the place. You have policemen all over the place. And then you want to be flying, not that they have not been doing it, but Tinubu has not been sworn in already. And just in the visit, military aircraft flying all over Southeast. So what is going to happen? I mean, are we going to because we are thinking that probably the next government will come and Nnamdi Kanu will be released, and then probably there'll be some talks and that quiet things down. But it seems that it's not gonna happen. So I'm just calling everybody any Southeastern, any Igbo people, just to be prepared because what is going to happen. Because we have to resist, even though we are pro Nigeria, we have to resist them by any means necessary. With Southeast, they're not going to continue to have military jets all over us in the air, and then have military in the ground against us, and then they clean us in Lagos, clean us everywhere. Just right, in a group I belong. One Igbo guy was because of car they were parking in Lagos 2 days ago. They said the Yoruba guy told him not to park there. He parked there. He lived in the same complex, and the guy is stabbed to death. They have his picture all over the internet. They killed him. So now you want to chase them out of where they live in other places in Nigeria. Then they go to their place. You have military aircraft all over there, all over there. You have soldiers and the policemen all over there shooting them. You saw the kidnappers they caught. Policemen, they were doing the kidnapping in East. So what are we going to do? What do they want us to do? So I'm calling every Southeast person, just be prepared because if Tinubu comes in and he's gonna continue with what Buhari did, we're not going to give him a British. We have to do anything possible to take it, give our people peace. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, KJ. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, KJ.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak. I was just laughing when Okija was speaking because I can see the anger that is in him. But let me also try and add to what you said. The military jets that were flying over Enugu was because the Nigerian Air Force decided that this year they'll be celebrating their Air Force Day in Enugu. And so they are preparing for that show, which will be I think it's on Monday or Tuesday or thereabout, but it's going to be this week. So that's why they've taken all their MiGs and all their planes, their helicopters to Enugu. But that is from what they've said. Remember that when the crocodile went to smile in Abia, they said it was a military exercise also, just to show, that was why they were having it. Why they decided to be holding military exercises in the East now with no, of course, that there's no military base in the East that has ammunition. All you have is just normal military base. It doesn't have guns. It doesn't have arms. So, but now they're doing military exercises in the East. When nations do that, especially if you watch what goes on between China and America, and of course Russia, when they are doing those exercises, they are telling you that, look, we have this might and we can use it if need be. So I take it as a right-thinking Nigerian from the East that they are also trying to show us, just in case you people get the result you don't like, you can't do nothing about it. We are ready for you people. So you better put back your shield and just relax and enjoy the ride. Now, I will say something that maybe majority of us don't know. You do know that in Igbo language, there's nothing, Igbo language as a whole, you don't have armed robbery as a language, as a word. Now, my late dad told me that armed robbery came, they had to form a word for it after the Civil War. Because before the Civil War, you didn't have people stealing with arms. So they had to coin a phrase for it, Ojegbe. It's not originally in the lexicon of Igbo language. But you have Onyohi, which is a common thief. Now, how did armed robbery and the militarization of the East started? At the end of the war, it was a decision that was taken by the federal government to make sure that the East is ungovernable, a place filled with military people, so that you have no choice to invest in that locality. You have to move out of the east. So some people come here and they say, Igbo should move back. The reason why Igbo didn't invest, not because they don't like Igbo land, but because it was unattractive. You had too many things against you. So if you move to Lagos, you can build your house and exist with little problem than when you live in the east. When you live in the east, you have to face those roadblocks, those red checkpoints. And let me tell you something. When I drive to the east, because my plate number bears Abuja, they hardly stop me, I pass those places. They don't stop me. They are Rankadedis. That's all they say, because they don't know whether I'm in the army or because my number is Abuja, so it could be anybody. Now, but with those of you who have Eastern numbers, you are subjected to in fact, there's no how you can cross a location without paying money, unless you are a military officer. And even at that, once in the checkpoint, somebody told me, dog eat dog. Okay, even if you be a soldier, drop something for us, for your boys. Your boys are here. Now, do you know how much that is made from the east every month? If you check it, it's staggering. So it is a deliberate policy. It's a deliberate policy. And then, to touch again a little bit on what Okija has said, you see, there was a leaked video many years ago concerning this same vice president. The other day when you were having that program, I didn't talk about it. I was transit, so I didn't want to contribute. But concerning this same vice president now, and Aribo Shola.
It was Amosun.
Sorry?
Amosun.
Sorry, Ibikule Amosun. Yeah, Ibikule Amosun. And that conversation is still on. Now, when that audio happened, I was still in Nigeria. And I wanted to find out if what he said was going to play out. And it played out. Those of you who live in Abuja, this guy who had just gone off, I would have asked him, go around Abuja and see if you will see any filling station that belongs to somebody who is not from the north. Those businesses have been taken away from every other person who is not, and who is in the oil business, in filling station and all that. They are Igbos. Those ones were craftily and gradually taken away from them. I know how Wuse Market was taken away from the Igbos. RFI said he was going to renovate, and after renovation, majority of them lost those stores. It was not given back to them. Rather, it was given to Gwari people and other people, and then those people sold back to the Igbos, or rather rented to the Igbos, who are now paying them at a higher price. And that's what those of us who lived in Abuja, if you want to buy anything, you don't go to Wuse Market. Because when that happened, they also had a meeting and said, okay, since this is how they are treating us, we also have to mark up our prices, be able to meet up with the payment of our stores. Now, I'm just saying this to say that these are some of the things we are going to be facing as we go into this situation. Anybody who is from the east, gear up. We are coming to that point, and I just say that for now. I just wanted to contribute and say, look, bros, cool down. It's not something we are going to do by power, and it's not something that is going to be done without, done in. I don't know how to put it. We are going to be systematic and very crafty about it, because that's the only way we can. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I just add something before there's echo?
Yeah, I think it's coming from AJ. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Okija, come on, man. You are my man. I respect you, but this kind of stuff you just did just now, sliding me with Ekweremadus. Come on, that's not fair. And you see, when you're complaining about all this stuff going on in the Southeast, I would like to hear you now and again complain about the properties are being burnt, police officers being killed, and other kind of extrajudicial killing that is going on in the Southeast. And also remember, the governors of the Southeast, they are immune to prosecution, just like Erofai. And you don't see them. Peter B was there and he performed. You didn't see all these events occurring when he was there, was it? So the kind of stuff we keep attributing to the federal government, you are trying to kind of condition your people to be against the state. I'm not sure that is quite this in whether it's wise, even it doesn't even matter. Whether it's even accurate. It's not even accurate to be doing those type of things, because one minute some people say, oh, there's no military stuff in the Southeast because they put everything in the north. Now a jet flies over somebody's head. Oh no, they are trying to use to kill us. and I don't know whether that is a rumor. There's a rumor going around that P2B actually won in most of the military barracks in Nigeria. And my own personal experience that I had when I went to Kaduna, the last time I went to Kaduna, and I went to a military barrack. That's all around Kaduna. You will see, okay, so I was South Town. But once you go into the barracks, it's Nigeria again. The only officer I encountered that day was an Igbo officer in Kaduna. So I don't know. That's the only officer I encountered until I left that place. I didn't encounter any other officer. Then went to another place where the other officers, where the actual location was happening. So it tells you that Nigeria, the way we are describing it, is not necessarily accurate. The people you should be holding accountable are the ones right next to your own people, the governors that are not doing their job. Because I went to the Southeast, the way you paint it as if the whole place is burning up, I saw a lot of improvement with my own eyes. The Onitsha that I saw there is not the old Onitsha that I know. Even the air, you can feel growth in the air. I don't know who is trying to see. Some of your people are part of the problem. You people are trying to paint doom in your area all the time when you can actually see progress in that place. I don't understand it. I don't understand the psyche that does this.
To Nigeria, when was the last time you went to Nigeria?
I think
2020.
2020. I think you're missing the point. Our people, they can suffer, they can suffer, you don't have things for them, you don't have road for them, that's okay. But when you start, putting military all over the place, stopping them from one, every 100 meters, they are stopped.
I saw that. I saw the roadblocks. I saw the roadblocks.
Yeah, so we don't care. I mean, our governors will deal with them, just like Ekweremadus. I mean, there is a consensus, even we see what's going on. One thing I like about Igbo people, when it comes to their corrupt person, they don't support the person. When you talk about Ojus or Kalo, he has support as Igbo, and the majority of Igbo people, they don't like him. When you talk about Iberibe, they don't like him. Ekweremadus, look at the same thing, they don't like him. That's one thing special about Igbo. Anybody that they know that you're a crook, they don't like you. But it's not the same thing of Terebu in other part, most other part of Nigeria. Even in the north, they cherish them. They don't even want to say anything about. I've had problem with people, because there's Madeke, whatever. When ESCC brought his case, someone was like, an Igbo person was like, they're not talking about why are you supporting them, criticizing this woman. I said, she's corrupt. She stole money. He said, but what about us? I said, I don't care. My own person should not be corrupt. So I have to criticize my own person. If the Hausas or the Yorubas, they want to celebrate their own person, that's their business. But we Igbos, so in that place, that small place we have, you leave us alone. If our government is not performing, we will deal with them. Okay, we have to deal with them.
But Okija, though, by
but don't have military suppressing us.
You can argue that you can say they are suppressing you or they are keeping the area safe. What I saw that day was that the driver bribed somebody from the beginning, and that bribe carried on to the end. That he didn't need to bribe everybody each checkpoint, because he would say, I've already given them from the other side, so they will keep passing each other. But from one checkpoint, you can see the next checkpoint. That's how many they were. But the road was clean. And when I went to Nigeria, people were telling me, when you go, I told them I was going to the north. They would say, when you go to the north, you see the roads is so better. Those people have a lot better. No, the roads in the south is actually better than the one I used to go to Kaduna.
Okay, forefathers, hold on, forefathers. Let's hear from Ngozika. We'll come back because she's coming in and out. Ngozika, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. Oh. If you want one special shout out to you. Good evening, everyone. Are you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you. Go ahead.
So I've had a day from I don't know where from. I've been out of the house content. To move houses in Enugu is an extreme sport.
Is that supposed to be a surprise? You're always everywhere now.
Say what?
I say you are always everywhere now. It's not supposed to be a surprise.
Oh no, it's I will be when I'm not emptying. How am I everywhere? When I'm not emptying, how am I everywhere?
If you're not in Danfo, you're in Molue. If you're not in Molue, you're in Okada.
Oh, Jesus. Ovi has seen me finish. Ovi has seen me finish.
Oh, you're in
They
a
have
bar,
seen me
just
finish.
chilling. You're in a bar, just
Ovi
chilling.
has seen me finish. There's nothing you can tell me. You have seen me finish. But anyway, that's beside the point. I've been following the show from YouTube. I've been following. It's just I couldn't join from the studio because if I had joined from the studio, I'm showing people where I was. You pity me. They tell me to finally leave this Enugu. Enugu is tired of me and I'm tired of Enugu. But now we move. They push me, I push them. So I wanted to say something about the Ekweremadus stuff. And I just remember that was it 15 houses that were confiscated, Abby?
44. What are you saying?
40.
I just remember that some houses were confiscated after he was found guilty. Okay.
And he brought 44 bishops to pray for him so that the EFCC will leave him, and they succeeded.
You see?
It worked.
You see? And let me now shock you. You see, some of those in the house where he lives in Enugu at Independence Layout, to get a single room self-con. When I talk about self-con, let me give you a description. Self-con is basically a room with an apology of a kitchen, an even worse apology of a bathroom. Do you know how much you get it for in that area where he lives? 350,000 yearly. If you're lucky, you get it for 300 or 250. But the ones you get for 200, 250 or 300, you know how it is. And then everything that now comes with it, the first payments, everything that now comes with it, it should be 500 or 600 thereabouts. This is some. I do not feel sorry for Ekweremadus. I've said this thing before. Not even an ounce of pity. He was a senator representing my senatorial zone, and not an ounce of pity. It will be difficult to see anybody from Enugu South senatorial zone that feels pity for this person. If you see anybody with such false empathy, just know that they are directly or indirectly benefiting for him. I say this without any apology. Early this year, I lost a distant relative due to complications from liver failure. And then I remembered Ekweremadus, and my anger became multiplied. Not a single, what am I even saying? What is hospital? From Four Corners to his village in Umpu, there is not a single ATM. Four Corners is still far. From UNTH to Kozala to Umpu, his village, you will not see a single ATM. Not one. You have to come to town or enter inside UNTH to use an ATM. The road to his place, he did it very well. Almost every road in Umpu is well tiled, but basic human, the things that will make people's life a bit livable, this man did absolutely nothing. The famed Ikoha Foundation, I dare anybody here saying Ikoha Foundation, I dare them, I triple dare them to produce a single person they know personally that is a beneficiary. I dare them. They won't. They will tell you, but people have been benefiting. Who are the people? Who? Are they ghosts? Don't they have names? Are they from space? I was even more mad when I saw the news yesterday, the day before yesterday. Some people in power were asking for clemency, for justice to be tampered with mercy. Which justice is tampered with mercy? You look for somebody to show mercy with. It is Ekweremadus and his wife and the doctor. Of all the people to show mercy, the number of people that die from organ failure yearly from Enugu South, you didn't show them mercy. It is somebody that had the facility for more than 16 years to do something, to build at least one specialist hospital. Is somebody you want me to show mercy to? No, I can't show any mercy to him. No, he won't. And my mercy does not even matter because I'm not God. But I won't show it to him. I won't. And You see, this thing we do where something happens to these people and we're expected, and somebody comes and says, you are human, no, remember, nobody is above tribe. It's not, this one is not tribulation. What is happening for him is not tribulation. It's not karma. It is the consequences of what he failed to do that is catching up with him. He failed to do the right thing by his people. He failed to do right by his people, and the consequences catching up with him. It is not tribulation anything. His daughter is sick. Sorry, Peleo, Auntie Sonia, sorry. Ahunayagi, sorry, you are sick. So are a lot of people from Enugu West. She even had options, for crying out loud. He could have gone the legal route to get this thing done, but no. Being the typical Nigerian politician he was, he wanted to have it his own way, illegally. We're not even talking about the young man. Somebody made a joke the other day that, can you imagine what would have happened to this young guy if he was in Nigeria, that he found out that what they planned to do to him was organ harvesting, and he came to a police station to report. Do you imagine what will happen to him? I can tell you for free what will happen to him. Let us suppose he was in jail is simple. Jail is too easy. Nobody will hear from that boy again. Nobody will know what happened to him. You won't even see his corpse to bury. It's just like that, with the flick of a finger. That is after they would have given him the thrashing of his life. And somebody wants me to show pity to devil. That is just by the side. What else are we just? I'll just hit the mic for now.
Hold on. I got an exclusive video of what happened at the courtroom from Loco P. Most of you know him. He comes, he's a panelist here. He went to the court venue and got this video. This is the vehicle that took Ekweremadus to court.
Ekweremadus going bye-bye. This is Ekweremadus and the wife Beatrice. And the wife behind. And maybe this is the wife behind, I don't know. That is Ekweremadus going. There, this is Ekweremadus going. Maybe Ekweremadus 90 front. Then move it back. Okay, maybe banging. You are shouting, leave me, they're banging the door. Leave me.
And these are some of the family members that were there.
That is live. That's Ekweremadus children. That's live. Come on, baby. Are they public property? At the wrong go look. You wrong go look. At the wrong go look. That's it, paparazzi. Not provoke me. Not provoke me. So, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Don't provoke me. Yes, what's that? Someone Pussy will not tell me what you're telling me. Jane, what's that fucking Jane?
Huh?
I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later.
Instead of helping the girl with these Oyinbo men trolling her.
They're not trolling her. They're just doing this guy. This guy's guy. They're not trolling her. Nobody's saying anything to her. Okay, get the station. Hello, boss. Yeah, I'm coming there. Yeah. Also, see, bro, I don't need to pity these people. Trust me, I don't pity them.
Wow. All right, so those are some videos I received from local. He will join us when he gets home, but he's reporting. It's our own paparazzi.
My only disappointment is that it's not Black Maria.
Oh, it's white.
It's white. That's my only disappointment. Nobody can gaslight me to feel anything for this man. Nobody can gaslight me. No love lost.
At some point, Ekweremadus became an authority to himself. That's my problem with him. He forgot where he was coming from.
I don't know why people are so mad. Ekweremadus is not dead. You know, he's just going to jail for maybe about 5 years or whatever.
No.
And he's out.
No.
And he has millions stashed all over the place. Why did you for him?
Listen, with his background, he came out from a royal home, if I'm not mistaken.
He has made so much money. You know,
But
let him go
the
and
guy,
cool off. You know, probably
you know,
he's high blood pressure.
He's just
life. You know, just let him cool off for about 5 years. You come out. He has money. He has friends who will rehabilitate him.
I don't know, but I know about social responsibility.
Okay? Life will not be the same for him again. Look at what happens to Ibori. Ibori with all his money, right? He's out now.
Yeah, Ibori is doing fine now.
He's not seeing his injury.
He's doing better than most Nigerians right now. So why are we worried about him? I mean,
why is he not in public space?
Yeah.
So we'll see him there again.
Bunch Cash. I heard that Ibori was at.
Ibori was in Rivers.
Rivers State.
Yes.
Yeah. Everything.
So maybe the right president is coming into power.
Of course, yeah. Now the same class and then now 1999. He said
not just class, the same. Okay, you only see class, you don't see the other part.
I mean, he made friends, throughout, ECOWAS, in the Senate, governors. He made so much friends. So I mean, many of them actually went to his trial. So we are here talking about.
It's required to spend 2/3 of the term, which is like 5 years. So it's going to spend like 5 years.
No. The issue there is this. Let's remove that name, Ekweremadus. Let's look at him as a human being, right? Without feeling biased. Somebody that got number. No. Listen. Excuse me. He climbed the ladder to the extent of getting to the number 4 or 5 or thereabouts. It's a plus for him. What did he do with it? He became an authority to himself. Quote me. At a point.
It's not even street smart. If he's street smart,
now he descended. I mean, see, you need to be around these guys sometimes. Have you lived around a politician that is have influence?
Please, can I say something? Let me give you just a
around them, you hate them.
A story. Should I call it a story? So in this my house hunting saga, one of the agents told me they had a house somewhere. I won't mention the area, but the house she claimed is owned by a current local government chairman. Now the area is known to be things can go from 0 to 100 in just seconds in that area. It's not a ghetto, but things can go from 0 to 100. Now the local government chairman, a current local government chairman, owns a building in that place. The rent is even. That one is okay. You can still manage somehow, pull yourself and get the rent. Now, everything else that comes with it is almost more than the rent. You're talking about a house of, say, 200K. I'm talking about a single room with bakery, kitchen, and toilet. 200K, bare minimum. They will now tell you agents, 80, lawyer, 60, maintenance, 30, caution, 25, management, like that. When you now add everything up and the annual rent is 200k, you having all these extra charges, almost the same 200k. So you're having like 400k for one room. Now, this house that is owned by this current local government chairman has this scheme, the same packages. So these people are aware. They are aware. When some people say, hey, but are they the governor? Oh, they are aware and they're in a position to influence change. And you know what she told me? And when I asked her a question about the house, I can't remember what she told me. Man, and this bieba ndo shana henye hansobu. So everybody else in the, literally what it means is that once I get, if I get an apartment in that local government chairman's house, I was sure not to be ever attacked by an armed robber. The house does not ever get robbed because he's a local government chairman. But every other house is that what she's basically implying is that robberies do take place in that area, but so long as you live in that house, you'll not be robbed. And he's currently a local government chairman. But when I say I do not feel pity, not even 1 naira, when their cops get filled like this, quote me anyway, not even an ounce of pity. Because when you are telling me, I did the governor, I did the minister for transport, I did this, they are not, but they are in a position to influence change. They have a social responsibility that they are not fulfilling. So forgive me when I take it up with them. Forgive me when I hound them. Forgive me when I speak this way about them. They might not be the governor, yes, but they're in a position to influence change. He's a senator, for crying out loud. Whatever happened to passing bills that will influence a specialist clinic, for crying out loud? One, at least one. Don't do it in our side, but do it somewhere around where people can even get access to. Nothing. In this country now, I was telling somebody the other day, God forbid, if you fall sick in Nigeria now and you require specialist care, your life is in the hands of God. Your life is in the hands of God. I have seen cases where people have been told to go home, that there's nothing that can be done about their conditions anymore. My dad was one of such cases. UNTH Enugu. He was told to go home, that nothing can be done medically for him anymore. But if it was a specialist hospital, that would have not been the case. This was a teaching hospital. They did everything else they could. Daily, when I say daily, I have been in and out of hospitals several times since 2016, not for myself, looking after people. First, it was my grandma. I spent over a month in UNTH to Kozala looking after my grandmother. The days my eyes saw, till now, I've not been able to say it finish. The things my eyes saw in female medical ward, UNTH to Kozala, I will never forget it. Abi, it was when my aunt was admitted at Eastern Nigerian Medical Center. That one is even well managed. But the things my eyes saw in UNTH, the way people were dying, despite the personnel's best efforts, there was no specialist care. My grandma had ischemic stroke. We just woke up one morning and she was almost gone. We went to her room and she was almost falling off the bed. That was how we landed in the hospital. From getting an oxygen tank, it was wahala. At the emergency, I was going crazy, screaming, dragging everybody I could drag before they plugged her onto an oxygen. And then they started making arrangements to move her to the ward. And that one was another wahala. When we got to the ward, if a doctor came and prescribed drugs for you, and for some reason you are not able to get those drugs he prescribed, when he comes for the next ward round, he will skip you and go on to the next person. I saw cases where people's health deteriorated to the point of no return. Almost every day, dead bodies were being carried out. Every single day, you wake up, somebody, Mama, how are you doing? You're getting better, we thank God. Tomorrow you wake up, she's gone. They're tying her up and carrying her to the mortuary. You know what that does to you? Every single day for 1 month. a teaching hospital. And in my case, I wouldn't say we were lucky. Maybe it wasn't her time, or maybe it was just destiny playing out. When we were eventually admitted into the ward, at a point she became stable and had no need for the oxygen. But I saw cases where people, because before they could get you an oxygen tank, you needed to pay. If you did not pay, they were not going to get you an oxygen. So if you had no money at that time, if you could not provide money at that time to pay for that oxygen, bye-bye, you are dead. Oxygen, emergency care, something as urgent as oxygen. If you could not pay for it,
blood, you have to buy blood. Go outside.
Blood is too far. Blood is too far. I'm talking oxygen. Somebody cannot breathe. Put them on oxygen. If you cannot pay for that oxygen, bye-bye, you're going. It was that bad. I think it is the people that, okay, they got oxygen. They were admitted to the ward. Okay, let me even give you one story. The one that broke me, that probably shaped part of who I am, was a girl. I didn't know that girl was a child. I didn't know, because she was all swollen up. And this is why I keep on saying that in today's Nigeria, if you fall sick and you require specialist care, bye-bye to you, unless you're destined to live. This girl, she was all swollen up. I thought she was an old woman. She was on the third bed after my grandma's. She loved reading. Her name was Blessing. Every other day, her hands were swollen and peeling over, but she always managed to hold up a book to read. And that drew me to her. Every morning I went to check on her. The day she died, I would never forget it. It was one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever witnessed. Her mom was nowhere to be found. Where did the mom go? In UNTA, they had this standing, I don't know about now, then in 2016, if they prescribe drugs for you, you have to go get it at the pharmacy. And at the pharmacy, I don't know if there was no light to print a receipt for you, they would not sell drugs for you. This was in 2016. If they finish imputing your drugs, if they finish typing your drugs and they wanted to print and the printer was not working, you will not get those drugs. So her mom was out and this girl called out to me. She was all swollen. And she kept doing, I said, what is it? Everybody was busy with their own patient now. I said, okay, let me go and see what she needed. She said she needed to poop. I said, okay, what do you want me to do? Say her mom usually holds her up to the bucket that she used to put beside the bed. I tried to help her up from the bed. And when she finished doing her business, her hands were so swollen, they couldn't go behind her back to clean up. I had to do that and help her to the bed. I had stepped away from the bed before the girl, her neighbor, the person taking care of the patient beside her own bed, started screaming, auntie, 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 look at your hand. I looked at my hand and it was covered in blood. It turned out that when I was trying to lift her, her skin had peeled. And my body, my arms were covered in blood. I was just trying to help, but look at me putting myself at risk just to help a patient. Now, that was not even the breaking point. She kept doing, I said, Blessing, what is it? She said, auntie, thank you. I said, you've thanked me enough. It's okay now. She said, where's my mom? I said, your mom is coming. You know, getting drugs here is more easy. Your mommy will soon be here. The next thing, she started stretching out. I was already paying attention to my grandma, so I didn't even notice her. It was the other girl at the other far end that screamed, get the nurse. And her neighbor now ran. Nurse came. They started pushing her chest, doing everything. And I said, okay, maybe it's a crisis. I focused on, because at that point, I was not reasoning like a human being. Everything was normal to me. I don't see death. Almost every single day, they were carrying dead people. So me, maybe she's there. Me, I don't know. I just waved her and concentrated on my grandma. Then the doctor rushed in. They tried everything and they injected an IV line into her neck. And that was the point her mom came back. When her mom came back and saw what was going on, I think the medical people saw that the girl was gone, but they didn't know how to break it to the woman immediately. So they told her to go get oxygen. That the girl is running out of breath. The woman started crying. That she didn't have money. And if she goes there, they won't give her. And I know this to be true because I have passed through it with my grandma. Without money, they won't give you that oxygen. So she was just crying, rolling on the floor. The doctor didn't know what else to do. He said, don't worry, go. Tell them I said. The woman said, that, oh, doctor, they won't give me. They won't give me. They won't give me. He said, don't worry, go. A nurse will go with you. They just wanted the woman to leave. She left. And then when she was coming back, I don't know how they did it. She came with oxygen. But the girl was already gone. After they had prepped her body to be put into the oxygen and the woman was going berserk, she could not hold her tears, she was screaming. I called her, I sat her down, I collected her phone. I said, who do you want to call? She said her husband. I said, what did you save his number with? She said it. I searched and I dialed it. I put it on loudspeaker. I said, oh, I talked to him. He has picked. She said, daddy, daddy, daddy. She started crying. I think the man coded. He understood. The call went dead. And in the next few minutes, the man was at the hospital. And her body had been deposited at the hospital. And that was another case. Turned out in a man's culture, when a child dies, you don't put the child inside the mortuary. The man was livid. That why did they put his child inside the mortuary without his consent? They said, but your wife, they said they had no trauma management. This woman was beyond distraught. And they said that she gave them permission to take their daughter to the mortuary. Which woman gave you permission? The woman was distraught. I was the one that dialed numbers on her phone. She couldn't have given you permission. They started solving that one. So later, when she had managed to calm down, I needed to understand what went wrong with the girl. So I called her. I said, Auntie, I'm sorry for what happened to Blessing, my friend. I said, thank you. I said, what happened to her? She said it started like a joke. I'm giving this background story so that when I talk about specialist care and how I don't feel sorry for this man, you will understand where I'm coming from. Since she woke up one morning, 3 years before that, maybe 2 years before that, and there was something like a rash all over her body. That they've been to this hospital before. I said, oh, you've been to this hospital before? She said, yes. That they've been to this hospital some years back when she felt sick. The drugs they gave her, she said it was the drugs they gave her, that it was later the doctors told her that it was the drugs they gave her that damaged her liver and gave her liver problem, that swelling and bloating was from the liver, that her liver had been damaged. No specialist care. She was in a teaching hospital, not in a specialist hospital, where they managed all sorts of cases. That girl died painfully and slowly. So when you see me talk about these people, when somebody is telling me he's not the governor, he's not what you want him to do, he could have influenced it. That girl would have had a fighting chance if there had been a specialist to manage it. But she was left to have faith in a teaching hospital. It was something that was not her fault to start with.
Can I ask a question about this? I take it that this is something that has been happening in Nigeria, even within our family. We see this sort of stuff all the time. And I don't know whether I will call it fortunate or unfortunate. I've lived next to a hospital before. So some of the things you described is not, from a relatively young age, I've seen things like that. However, why do you think our leaders, many of them grow up seeing these things? Some of them experience it within their families. How is it that they end up at the top and they revert to the same pattern, at least from the way we perceive it? It appears they revert to the same pattern of the so-called politician that you don't feel sorry for right now, because it could be somebody in your family tomorrow that ends up in office. So how is it? How does it happen? And this is the question that was at the core of the debate we were having before, that we all experience these things, and somebody will amongst us end up at the top and perpetuate the same behavior. How does it happen? Do you know?
Well, I can speak for myself. And that being said, after seeing this kind of thing, and I get into a position to influence change tomorrow, you honestly believe that I'll be so selfish that I would not remember that if I had the power to influence this kind of change, to at least do something, to make sure that nobody ever gets put in that position and that nobody is ever denied a fighting chance, I won't do it. This is what I think happens to them. You know what happens when you get money that you didn't work for? When I say work for, maybe that is not the right word, but when you get a wolf money, there's this spend it, and get more that comes with it. It's like a spirit. So when they keep getting this money, they feel they can get away with anything. The life of the average person becomes meaningless to them. And it does not help that they have people around them who are just sycophants. And the people that even have people that can speak truth to power to them do not listen. Because there is no way in God's name you are going to tell me that this man has not been told or advised at some point in his political career to influence certain changes. And he refused because it will not favor him directly. Most of them are all about what they can get from it. And if they cannot get anything out of it, they won't do anything. They won't. That is what happens with most of them. Once it is not favoring them, it takes a special kind of living through this kind of experience. I don't think anybody that has lived through this kind of experience will get in tomorrow and see an opportunity to do something different and will not do it. Most of them need to come out and touch grass properly.
So you think the ones that perpetuate this thing haven't experienced this thing like the way you have?
Probably,
sure
and if they have,
I know. I think what happens to them is they get to the top of the food chain, and they have a choice to make. Like I keep saying, I read it somewhere. I can't remember who to attribute this to, but they have to make a decision: champagne for few or water for all. They choose champagne for few. That's what happens. They can actually do the right thing, but that would mean water for all. That means all these largesse, these excesses. And then this is going from local government chairman all the way to the president. So it's not just the presidency. The governors are, majorly responsible. They're the closest to us. You have the governors who don't care. You have the local government chairman. You have the senators. Everybody. They make the decision that they will get all they can and they will can all they get.
So
they keep
in other words, they choose the largesse
of course
over their people.
That's what happens when people.
Isn't that the debate we're having earlier on?
So when people say there's no money to fund the life we want to live in Nigeria, that people get decent healthcare, I say to them, like one gentleman said earlier, that the man from Wembley in London, that they wrote a letter to them, they're going to change their street lights. For Nigeria of today, I'm not interested in that. I'm realistic. I don't expect that. I don't even want that. What I'm saying, primary health care, whoever's responsible, governor, deputy governor, councillor, whoever's responsible, let's have primary health care that functions. A lot of women develop hypertension during pregnancy. It kills a lot of people. In Nigeria, they wouldn't even know. They wouldn't know. They would just die. And they will say it's the neighbor. They will say it's the witch. They will say it's this one. They are giving the witches the credit that they don't even deserve in some cases. I'm not saying there are no witches and wizards, but some of these credits they're being given, it's not even theirs. It's negligence in a lot of cases. So these people choose to be deliberately wicked because they want to secure the bag. You understand? They want to secure the bag. They want to make sure that they are fine. Their immediate family is fine for the next 50 years, 60 years, 100 years, whatever. And that's the attitude.
Because we don't care for our people. That is the debate we were having earlier on. We don't see our people as sacred, that we have to care for each other to an extent. That is the debate we were having before.
Forefathers.
I think
infant mortality in the whole world. Nigeria is number 4. Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, Somalia, Nigeria. Infant mortality. Okay? Maternal mortality, the same thing. I mean, it's not big science, you don't need a specialized hospital. Just check, food, whatever, just talk to them, find out what is going on. Like Sho said, high blood pressure. Women, a lot of women, they get high blood pressure during pregnancy. Just, make sure that they're doing okay.
Have you been to an average primary health facility in Nigeria? I lived in one, so I can tell you for free. My sister was a resident nurse in one in Minewi. I can tell you for free. Some of them. Oh, Jesus.
Dr. David, who did this to us?
Your mute,
Most of
Rudolph.
them have never seen a doctor in all their years of operation. And almost, I am aware that each primary health care center sort of has a doctor that is in charge of it. They may not be there 24/7, but they're expected to at least show face. But till I left that health center, never for once. Everything was done by the nurses with the little they had. And I am talking that when I say little, a little is being generous too. Sometimes something as basic as water for injection is not available. Something that basic is not available.
Wazika, thank you so much. This is why we do this show. Sometimes you don't know who will come on and you don't know the story they will tell that will really touch you and put you back into reality. Because sometimes, especially for us, who've been away for so long, not when you go home and spend 2 weeks, that doesn't count. Some of us have not been in a typical hospital in Nigeria in years. If you go there now, you're shocked because you've seen the hospitals here and your mentality is that hospitals look this way, the way they look like in Britain or in America. But when you go home, just go into that environment, you'll be scared, not to talk of what you see in terms of the practice. But it's I had two things today that made me feel that the time we spend doing these things is not totally a waste. The guy that fixed that call from Nigeria, there are people to them, knowing that there are people like us, people watching at home, people who are in the studio coming up here, spending their time talking about these things. It gives them hope that maybe there are people who are concerned. There are people who are seeing things that they are seeing, but they don't have anybody to talk to at home. So that's one. Secondly, the stories we hear from people, personal stories that people tell, it becomes our common humanity. We feel it, even though we don't know these people. We don't know these people. We may not know them personally. So we feel it, and it reinforces, I hope, our determination to see that something changes. And hopefully we see that all these things we may call politics or anything we call it, they have impact on real people, and real people suffer for them. So thank you, Ngozika, for sharing that story. And Ify, thank you so much. I know when you told the story, I wasn't here, about your friend and everything. It's very important, I think, what we do sometimes, keeping the conversation going. There's nothing more important than that, because if we are going to ever change the situation, we have to get to the point where we have the critical mass. And the critical mass will not form by itself. It's by what the conversations we have and how we were able to get people to see things beyond the surface, beyond the impersonal thing. Because if I don't want to be personal about what's going on in Nigeria, to me it's a game. Oh, these people won, these people won, these people lost. But if you come down to the personal level, it's about real people and real suffering. And I think everybody who is connected to home, we have stories, and we have people who have died that shouldn't have died in the normal state of things. We have people who are where they are today that shouldn't be there. So thank you. Let me just welcome Loco. Loco was the person that brought us the videos of Ekweremadus, the final day in courts. And so Loco, welcome to the show.
Guys, we're going, family. How you doing today?
We're good. So Loco, this is something I encourage everybody here to do whenever you get the opportunity. When you are somewhere, you see something that is important, you think other people will benefit from seeing it, video, picture, whatever you can share. That's really a good thing to share with us. We will Anything that ends the conversation. Loco, tell us how did you get there?
How do what?
How did you get to the? Did you decide that you have to see?
Yeah, I decided because I've been following up the case online, and I've like procrastination because my hands are full here with the kind of job I do. Hands are very full, so I barely have time to go drive to central London. So that very day, which is yesterday, I've marked for 1 month. I think the last hearing, I marked the dates that yesterday I must, since I knew it was the last day. So they were going to raise their sentences for them and all that stuff. So I just told myself, leave all the jobs that I was supposed to do and drive. So I entered the train the day, and I got there, and we all there anyway. Although the place was small, could not take everybody. So we were some Nigerians were outside, both for and against the people, and all that. So, but it is what it is, and they read out their sentences for them, and they took them out through white Maria, as against what we have in Nigeria, Black Maria. So, and that was the day,
So did anybody? I saw. Did you see the daughter? Was that the?
Yeah, the one she was crying outside. She was in there with us anyway because they had two entrances. One entrance is for public viewing. Just anybody can just go in there who is interested to go and hear. So it's like a big auditorium, where you have audiences up, like something like that. Then, and the main prosecutor, anybody who has anything to do with the case, will go through another door. Prosecutor, judge, defendants, defense counsel, and all that. So you go through another door. So we who went there as concerned citizens, but tafia per se, because we have nothing to do with them. We just interested. So we are ushered in through another door, and we are out there listening. No cameras, no too many policies not to do so. Most shots we could not get any stuff from there because they were very strict anyway. So
how was Ekweremadus? Was he dressed in Isiago or was he in?
He was dressed. Is dressed in their normal uniform now.
I may have listened. The last time he dressed in Isiago, he got beat up in Germany. So I think
I be. No, he's dressed in normal prison uniform now.
Wow.
So, like that. So
what about the wife too?
Yeah, okay. The way I was sitting, I could not get full picture of the wife because I tried to even, sometimes when you want to outsmart yourself, being the Nigerian like stubborn, bring small thing, then you learn look some security left and right, like watching you like behave yourself before they go to the station. So but I was trying to get because I couldn't get maybe where I was sitting there anyway. I could not get the better view of her, but she was there anyway. Then the Obeta was there, the Obina guy. He was supposed to be a doctor who is not a doctor, so he was also there.
What about Nigerians that were outside? Did you talk to them? How did they feel?
No, I didn't talk to them. The only person I spoke with was a girl. She's she thinks in our kind of direction. Yeah, like she was against the family anyway. So but I could not kind of, nobody wants to be recorded in the way you're talking this and that. So and I didn't go there per se to get clips. I just wanted to witness the issue. It was later. I was like, oh, man, you are there. No evidence to show that you are there. That's when I started doing all this, amateur videos and all that stuff, like that.
So that was how Shore started. Nobody starts by being a reporter. You just wake up one day.
Yeah, you understand. So, it was interesting. Even you will see the arise girl there, the one arise girl there. She was trying to shut me down, like I was like, no.
Oh, that was the one I was waving at.
Exactly.
No, channels.
I'm sorry, channels girl, Julian. Yeah, channels. Sorry.
What was her problem?
I don't. She left the cameraman with that is supposed to be recording that. She left her at the court where we are, where we see where we're rushing towards the train station. city tastemates close to the courthouse. You understand? She left the guy there. I was doing all the journalists. They're all criminals. Was doing attaché.
Thank you very much.
Exclusive Dr. Damages.
Thank you so much.
You see them, they will call me on air.
You are one of us now, Loco.
They're for the people.
Just like that.
But behind the scenes, she was like, what concerns you?
Was she the one comforting the lady that was crying?
I know she was
the
trying.
journalist.
Why are you doing this now? You are taking advantage
No,
of
one
because
side.
she's vulnerable. She's crying. You are joining all this. If you heard, maybe if you play the video, you see like when she was saying you are joining all this Oyibo people to throw the girl. Like throw what? It's paparazzi you are doing now. What is your problem? She left the cameraman that was attached to her. She left her in the court, running with the girl to go and be forming support in case senator's daughter now. In case of anything comes out, you understand. So that was like all these journalists now. Wow.
You see the way
this one.
Yeah, this very one. Yeah, Julian. Yeah, from
go and watch her report on her rise. She's like a defender of Ekweremadus. Her report to the TV station.
Yeah. If you
was
play the you hear what she said.
I don't know. In the Nigerian TV space, they are quite scathing about the conviction of Ekweremadus and the things that happened. They don't think to be making any excuses for him. So I'm not sure. And if that lady is saying that you should not be behaving like Igbo people, you have to ask yourself why she's saying that.
I said,
because she has vested interest.
No, she's saying that probably because she's crying, she was in a vulnerable moment, and why am I?
She's the daughter. She's not the Ekweremadus. She's not the man that did the job. She's just the daughter.
And no. When you're doing like press, like free press now, you like maybe you want to like cover everybody who is involved. So like she's the sole person who's why this whole thing happened. If she wasn't sick, nothing would have come out. You understand? So it's just like if you are doing like free pressing, like me, I'm not experienced, my first time. So anything with my eyes in a record,
Yeah, you did a good job. You are hired.
Yeah.
You did a good job. And if you need an ID, just send me a photograph. We'll make it.
I was even thinking to interview somebody like, this is I have your state television. But I was in my
don't worry about it. Next time, if you want to go and you need an ID, I'll give you one. You'll be hired somebody there.
Dr. Rudolph, you're asking of the girl. The girl had no choice than to that innocent part. If not, she herself will end up in jail. Because if you listen to the verdict, the judge was very detailed. And you can clearly see how they trying to excuse. She tried to exclude that. You could tell that
because of her health.
Yeah, to claim innocent of everything that transpired. If not, she said will join them. So she has
the thing is that although to be fair to Ekweremadus, the wife did not really do that much. Let me not lie. You understand?
Yes, going by the judge too. The judge actually said something.
The wife didn't do that much, but why she got that amount of years was like I don't know, because what she's punishing the wife for, the daughter is twice, or in fact 3 times or 4 times as guilty of what the wife even did. You understand?
Yes.
What connected the wife?
She continues sourcing for that same avenue after the court, after this first.
No, I think what from what I heard from the judge, what's even they connected the wife with this is when the Ekweremadus was conversating with Obina, the Obeta guy. Whatever they have in conversation, he would just forward to the wife. You understand? So when they took hold of his phone and tried to investigate whoever was connected to this whole whatever the conversation. So that was how the wife even got herself involved. She was there trying to defend herself, not know that she's shooting herself on the foot, saying that because it's emotional attachment she has with the children as a mother, that's why she has to be involved, this and that. That at 10 years old, there was a time when the boy was 10 years, he was schooling here in London. While she was there, she was traveling 2 weeks in and out of London just because she wants to be attached with the children. So in my mind, I was like, look at this idiot. 2 weeks, now you waste our money, they travel up and down because you're picking for you, because you want to tell us one proof, say you're a mother with sentiments, you're a mother with attachment with children. Our money. I was like, she was just shooting herself in the foot, like, oh, so that's how you spend your taxpayers' money. Okay, no problem. But
Look, I like how you pointed out the fact that she used that as an excuse, because again, if you listen to the judge, it seems as if pretty much half of what the judge know about them are gotten from the public, both from EFCC, both from maybe conversation, because the man actually, if we use that against her, just as you pointed out, that they understand that her daughter depend on now in terms
Can we say the wife got a no-follow treatment? You know, in Nigeria, a no-follow is like 10,000, 15,000, 50,000, depending on the severity. Is it a case of a no-follow?
I will see.
Okay, I will see. She here. Okay, but she no follow talk.
No follow talk.
Wow. I mean, they even went to their bank account. When the judge pointed out that within the last 6 months, they could remove the receipt over 600,000 pounds. So, I mean, when they give it this, I was like, imagine this guy like
the Obeta, I think they won't discover like, I think almost 200K past the guy's account. So, like, and it was when they were saying that they were treating the boy well. The boy was staying in Obeta's house. Like where the boy was staying.
Zama man.
Talk would have gotten away too, if not true, because of his bank account. They also went into his bank account. They said, nah, with all this money flying around.
No, he wouldn't have gotten away, no, because he was the one. This thing, how this whole thing happened. The doctor was a doctor in Nigeria anyway, so he had this lungs, a terminal illness, I think kidney or lungs transfer, whatever. So he had to do GoFundMe and or raise fundraising online, and got the amounts to do the operation here in the UK. So he came over here to do the operation. So the guy that got him the donor for his operation was the same guy he contacted to go and look for this David guy. Do you get your son? So it was the same guy. So, and the Obeta guy, after doing his operation here, was successful, and he decided not to go back to Nigeria. So I think he doesn't have paper to reside in the UK. You get also. He's just doing this. He started to do this. What's it called? Charity, not what's it called? NGO for like medical lecture. But something for those who want to go into what's it called? Surgery from Nigeria, coming here to do surgery, this and that. So he's trying to organize a platform where you can, you can consult him for advice, what to do, what not to do, how to go about it. So that's what he has been into all this while. Without the guy, the guy is not living well at all. So when they gave him the first 4.5 million, according to him, he said he gave to that guy, but the guy only gave 250,000 to David.
270.
270 to David, but that was the only money that was. Meanwhile, the rest money that they be charging Ekweremadus for logistics, this and that, maybe they died the money left and right center.
Your staff cannot be here.
That is ridiculous for somebody that makes that much money to be paying.
Your staff cannot be here.
It's not the same thing we're talking about. Greed.
For me, I think where Ekweremadus fucked up is like at least somebody is there, a child like you who is a father is there to give one organ to save your own child. You cannot even have this one-on-one FaceTime with the boy like, how you doing? Oh, Pele, Papa the guy. They not even have conversation with the guy. So he's like a mob boss sending the boy.
It was disposable now.
And it's all about money. I'll give you money. Get your kids.
I asked a question when this whole news broke out. If for some reason the guy, I take it they did a test to find out if his was going to be a match for them to have brought the guy all the way from there.
What they did in Nigeria was just if he's healthy, if it's blood match.
So there was not even a guarantee that it was a match. So what would have happened to the guy if he was
nothing like it was a match? Now racket now.
Wow.
Again. So the guy was like a lab rat.
That is stupid. You took a boy from Nigeria to the UK to find out what that matches.
It was normally it's the doctor that is going to do the operation. You understand? That will be the one to do the counsel. We just counsel only the boy, no family, nobody, because that's how it's done. So the boy will go into one-on-one counseling first, psychotherapy, mental balance, well-being. Okay, was like, are you sure you're prepared for this thing? Even if he said yes before, which I believe the boy agreed before, Sha. You understand? He agreed before with what I saw. He agreed before, but after everything was done and it was time for him to go back to Nigeria, that was how when it dawned on him, like, so I can't go to do my normal Lagos street life again, boy. If bless him, we'll change this thing, so, and that was how we started this whole thing. And I don't think the boy foresee what was going to happen, that he was going to go neck deep into this stuff. But at the long run, like every day was bigger, and the boy was just bent on, I think I have to continue this stuff that I started. And
Loco
and again,
or probably, it's possible they didn't explain the lifetime repercussions of that transplant. It's possible they didn't explain it to him, so the doctor probably took the opportunity to open his eyes, and the boy saw what he was getting into.
Loco, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's another part to this. That is what forefather was trying to point it out. But it just is everybody will know agree with that point is wrong. The point he was trying to put actually played in that judgment too, because again, Ekweremadus was able to, according to them now, because that's where I kind of see where Tunaja is coming from, was able to corrupt some members of that hospital. That's what the judge said. Rather than say, oh, those people said commit crime by actually yielding to what this man is trying to do, knowing that
exactly, because they made mention of two persons.
Yeah,
I think there are still two more convictions, not on them, but some people, they call some people's name that they are not available at the moment.
Yeah, so
there's some convictions. I think maybe less more.
Those people were protected. That's why I cannot see where the Tunaja is coming from. They have to protect their own, but it's expected. It's not
the conviction, even if you're protected, maybe they don't want to call their names, but there's conviction coming from them for those guys anyway.
All right, hold on now. Let's hear from Pansat. He just joined us again. Pansat, welcome again.
Pansat don't join City Boy level. Look at him, City Boy gang.
Yeah. Hello, panelists. Of course, Rudolph, the host, and our people in the comment section. It's been interesting listening to the take on this Senator Ekweremadus ordeal. There are many things to discuss about this issue, but I don't think it should take that long, to be honest with you, especially if you're not talking about it in the context that it means anything to us. Those of us in Nigeria, I don't think Britain has the right to be picking and choosing our elected officials who to imprison and who not to imprison. Ekweremadus and his family, Ekweremadus is not a good actor. He's crooked, like a lot of Nigerians who are crooked. But he pales in comparison to our president, for example, right? So Britain is not a democracy. They can't even let the people pick who's their head of state. But worse, they won't let us pick our own. They have a bloody monarchy, and they've been imperialistic. I remember James Ibori, who is also a fraudster, but he was tried in our country. He was found not guilty out of 177 counts. Right? He was not guilty in our own laws. But Britain conspired with Arab kingdoms and picked him up. Now, I'm saying that to say that the current president-elect that we have now, Tinubu, goes out there and buys properties that are supposed to be seized, conspired with Buhari and the EFCC. Now, remember, the EFCC has never had a Christian chairman, ever. The customs has never had a Christian boss, immigration. So what they're doing is to go separate the Southerners from the Southeasterners, give them positions for a little bit, and then take it away from them illegally and take their properties with Yoruba proxies, right? So you see how they bought that property they seized from Desiani. But you're not talking about that. I'm all over the map because you're not talking about that. This week, we find out that the house that hosted Buhari and Tinubu was taken from Desiani and Aloko and sold to the son of Tinubu. So What I'm saying is that when we're here talking, okay, when we're here talking, and to Niger, you go to this point once in a while that we should be authentic, original, and not pally around with foreigners. But you never bring it home to where it counts. You hear gumming up about Ekweremadus being imprisoned in Britain. These people have never elected a head of state in their entire existence, ever. You have Republicans in Britain who want democracy, but they're going to do a bloodline monarchy, and they're going to come and keep arresting people from the South and the Southeast. Whereas in the North, you have terrorists picking up girls in secondary school, 300 girls, of which Shetima is implicated. Wike is implicated. So what is harvesting one organ, as horrible as it is, to kidnapping, taking away 300 girls from Chibok and put them in northern Muslim palaces and releasing them once in a while with kids. How many organs are they harvesting from those kids? And the Brits will not help us arrest who kidnapped those girls. So I'm frustrated only because it's becoming clear that people who are just black Africans, who are authentic, original black Africans, really don't have it up here. We don't. As far as somebody has a drop of any kind of blood, Arab blood, whatever, they can rule us. Such as Buhari. He can rule us and change our currency, borrow money, do anything to us. And by extension, when you go outside Nigeria, you have the same phenomenon going on. So but we look at you. Look at all of us here. Look at you. How many Fulanis are here? As nice as you want to be, Dr. Dame Rudolph, how many Fulanis have you had on your show? You are the nicest guy in the world. You and Peter Obi. You want to be nice. You want to be liked by everybody. How many Fulanis come here to talk to you about anything? The other smaller tribes that do come from the north, when they come here, they lord it over you. You cannot tell them where they're going wrong or what's happening to the country. We have a dichotomy of Islamic tradition and Christian tradition. And we are in trouble. We're in trouble. Forget about Ekweremadus and all this nonsense. We have to reclaim this mandate. I'm all over the map because I know I'll be gone in a minute. Are you going to have this guy here? What's his name here? OVA. So distract us. You go to his show or everywhere else he is, you get to hear what he's talking about, his soul. You get to hear his soul. And Rudolph, you know, because I've seen you go to these shows and I've seen you know what they're doing. So that neutrality stuff, I don't buy it. It's bullshit. So you know these characters, right? They're here distracting you with
I'm not neutral. I'm one Nigeria. I'm one Nigeria. I'm not neutral.
Right?
I'm one Nigeria.
Please mute him or remove him from the show because I'm telling you, we have a problem. Let me tell you where it is. Let me tell you. It's not you don't know. To Nigeria, you know it. What's going to resolve our problem in Nigeria is war. That's it. Because these guys are not ready to let who won this election take office. They don't do it in any other country. The Muslims believe that we Christians are cowards. They have no respect for us. Before the election, I come to this show. I go to other shows and I say, hey, look, there's only one thing I'm not going to accept, which is if they rig the election and say, what can you do? You could rig the election and fool us, fine. But if you're doing it, I will catch you doing it, right? And you didn't win. Like in this case, Tinubu did not win a single state, not one. And his thing he's doing is by proxy. It's not him. It's northern Muslims. That's what it is. So they bring a Muslim ticket, and we Christians protest and say, no, this is not in accordance with our constitution, which recognizes federal character doctrine. They don't care. They have no respect. They do it anyway. So we ran the election, and Tinubu did not win a single state. And they're saying, okay, you cut us. What are you going to do about it? So what we're going to do about it is to have OVA here, some others, talking nonsense. Talking nonsense. We have a tribunal going on. We have our people getting killed. After the election, they're going to wipe us out. Because you go from the presidency, it's going to be Muslim, vice presidency, Muslim, Senate presidency, Muslim, speaker, Muslim, EFCC chairman, Muslim, the courts, Muslim, all three branches, Muslim, chief of army staff, Muslim. Are you dummies? Look at you, all of you here, you're black Africans, indigenous black Africans, all of you. They don't even give you the respect of coming here to talk, to explain to you.
You can calm down.
It's time to turn to Muslim.
All right. Thank you.
Doctor, can I make a comment? I'm rushing out if you don't mind.
Yeah. Sir, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I welcome what the last speaker has said. I enjoyed it so much. And it's not to say that those people who are giving their view don't have a point. But in a normal society where things are supposed to work properly, and I that's from the point where when Forefather and OVA makes comments, I see them. Not necessarily because they don't appreciate what's going on the ground. However, the first time I came onto this program, I said something. I said, you see, there's a saying in Hausa language, say, Waleli Mutum. That's actually made for you and I. It's a who be person. So, and how they get that saying? They got that saying from saying, you know what, do what you want to do. The South will do nothing. There's another saying also that they used to use in the North before I left, which is that that means that they say a policeman stopped a lorry and asked them, is there any human being in this place? And they said no, except cows and Igbos. This saying has been before 1960. This is how they view you and I, if you are from the South. Except what? Cows and Igbos. So in other words, to them, you don't matter. You don't matter in the equation. Why is that our leaders from the South can't make a difference? Because most of them are handpicked by the Northerners, by the Northern oligarchy. Let me clarify, by the Northern oligarchy, the Northern hierarchy. Yeah, they go there and swear to them on what they are going to do. Just like the charlatans you have in Imo State now, who is doing everything possible to get to perform what his masters have told him to come and do in Imo State. Now, someone here was saying, okay, is it also the military that is killing people in the East? No, I want to tell you the people killing the people in the East. Majority of them are government agencies. They are actors of the state. Majority of them are members of the DSS. Majority of them are people who have been freed, who declare themselves repentant Boko Haram, giving army uniforms and sent into the East. I'm telling you, I have reported on that.
Then who is killing people in the North too?
I'm coming now, but relax, my brother, relax. The North itself, don't we know the reason why that is operating? We know the reason. The purpose of which Boko Haram was established was to get Jonathan out of government. The reason why Boko Haram escalated because they did not live up to the promise they made, which was what? You pay them and then you give them some portion of Nigeria as their inheritance. Now it became difficult. Of course, they were paid. RFI went to the forests to pay them, but they couldn't give them. They couldn't pass the law that says that every a certain percentage of land should be given to Fulanis in every local government in Nigeria. Are you not aware of that?
That's the Ruga.
Now, my mother's village in Abia State was selected as one of the places. You know why her village was selected? It's one of the most fertile places in Abia State. Very, very rural, very rural. You have to be an Igbo man to know that place. Because even during the war didn't get to her village. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. These are the systematic systematic approach these people are using to get to the depth of what they want. But sometimes we trivialize it. And when you talk about it, people say, you are being, you are being not phobia, you are being this, because, no. Look, the thing is coming. I said to you guys, this thing is coming. It's either we wake up now or wake up in the middle of it and God has taken all of us out. That's the truth. Let me tell you something again before I leave. Like I said, I'm in a hurry to leave. My friend, Governor Tom, okay, when all this thing started, we alerted him the first time. Said, look, these guys are bringing this war to your land because you know why? They still hold the people. They still hold them for killing Usman Dan Fodio. You know that Usman Dan Fodio was taken down in Benue State in a place called
Thieves.
Yeah, by the thieves in a place called Sai. I've gone there. I've seen the place, and that has always been a problem they have with the thief people, and the reason why they want to make sure that the thief land is taking over. Now, we said that to them, and he didn't believe it. But eventually, it wasn't too long. They started massacring people for no reason. And as we talk today, has it stopped? They just resumed. Election is over. They resumed. And then somebody is saying that these things are not. Look, the things are coming. Get ready, my brother. Get ready. What he's saying is exactly the truth.
There's a massive echo.
Sorry?
There's a massive echo coming from your listening. I think that some of the things you say, there is some truth in it. It does exist. Just like you have some people in the South that have their own. Can you mute your mic, please? So just like you have some people in the South that also want to, dominate some parts of the North or even some parts of the South and all the rest of it. However, the path you want to take is the path that we can execute and still be better off for it. The way you are talking about the conflagration, the kind of stuff that is happening in Sudan right now, that is going to mess us all up. The direction you want to go is the direction that says, how about the ones that don't care about all this Islamization agenda? How about the ones that don't care about this occupation agenda? Work with those ones so that you can build a nation. Because this idea that you want to sing to their greatest, the worst of them, is not going to help us in any way. Because there's always going to be people that want to divide. The question is, do you want to go to the side? Because I know many of them, they've been here before, that are very, very open-minded. They tell the truth of what is going on in the North too. And some of the stuff you are saying, it's not like I've not heard of them before. I've asked questions myself. And I've heard some of the disturbing things that comes from they are saying. Just like they too, when they hear you talking now, they'll say you are like that too. Was it not in the 60s Amadu Bello that was saying stuff about the Igbos? He was describing the Igbos as people that want to dominate everything that they touch. But then you just told us that they describe the Igbos as non-humans. Which is it? The point is that you can't cater to these people. You have to cater to the ones that is going to create a future that is going to be good for your people. Not because whatever you want to do now is not going to give your people any good thing. It's just war.
Yeah,
that's all you're going to get.
Listen, like I said, I want to go. Please, just 1 minute. Let me answer you, forefather. Let me answer you, forefather. Now, please, just 1 minute. I'm going away. Now, what you said is not really the narrative. The Igbos are not looking for a separate state. The Igbos are not concerned about who is president of Nigeria. What we are concerned about is allow us to do our business. If you say we're part of Nigeria, then you don't have to be killing. If they have if a northerner fights with his wife, they will go and burn the Igbo shops. Have you not heard just now that they burned down the international market in Lagos? Now they said it's a gas explosion. We have seen gas explosions. It's always exploding every time. Okay? And it doesn't explode in the people's houses, it explodes in the markets, in the place where Igbos have these things. The one that happened in Day International Market, where all the market burned down, who has paid for it? In Abuja there. Okay? So what are we saying? Are we really concerned? For me, as an individual, am I concerned about who is the president of Nigeria? No. We're saying make the conducive, let it be equal justice for all. Let everybody, what is good for you is good for me. Don't let it go to my turn. You say, no, my own has to be different. For instance, I have two cousins who scored 240. They couldn't get an university placement. They couldn't get a placement in university. Why? Because they're from the East. Okay? And the place they've applied for, oh, you have to get 240, and some people have 250. And so those who are taking who have 250 have to get placements. And I have to now use connection to get them into universities. But some people are scoring 50. I'm coming. Hold on. Some people are scoring 50.
You are listing too many
and the same class.
People in Nigeria too. Other people in Nigeria too.
Okay, they are the same class. And I'm not, listen, don't get me wrong. That's why I wanted to put it straight. I'm not saying that it is only the Igbos that have issues. No. I have done documentaries about the oil spill in the Delta. Okay? I've done stories that have to do with how Christianity came to Nigeria 300 years before it came to Badagry in a place called Big Warren, Ugwangwe. Okay? I have done those stories. I'm not from there. All right? Just to put some records straight. We're not saying, look, if you know an average Igbo man, he doesn't want you to do better for him and leave his neighbor. He wants you to do what is good at all times. When I was growing up, there was a guy who went to steal. I'm coming. This is my last point, and I'll go away. When I was growing up, there was a guy who went to take the money of Chartered Bank. Hold on 1 minute. Just 1 minute, sir. Hold on.
Those stories, nobody cares about those stories you're doing. Nobody cares, right? So what I want you to understand is, let me just put it to you bluntly. Nothing you're going to be telling anybody on this panel right now or listening to us that they don't know. Did they fall from the skies? They know the Igbos. They know you, even maybe better than you know yourself. Other tribes don't play with the Igbos. So trying to convince them that you love Nigeria, they know us, right? I'm an Igbo man. That is not the issue. They don't have it better than we do either. I'm talking about non-core Northerners, Muslims, who have an agenda. They know us. They don't disrespect us. They respect us. Every tribe, those who are not jealous of us, they love us because we're brothers. So when you come here trying to be defensive, these people, they're not from Panya or they fell from the sky. They're not Uyibos. They're Africans, they're Nigerians, they know us. We're all over the place. So please, stop trying to be a nice guy. The problem we all have it in common. But what they're trying to do, a lot of people on this platform, right? Psychologically, you could tell. They don't have respect for good over evil. They're numb to that. But the people you're writing those books for, the people you're going to write articles for, have no respect for us. They don't give a damn what you write. The short course for us to liberate ourselves and make that country great is war. That's what it is. It's war. It's unfortunate, but you have to come to grips with that. Oh, war. We don't want war. You don't want war. It's your business. On the 29th of this month, Nigerians are going to make a decision: civil, constitutional, or war. They're not making a decision of who's going to be, who got elected. We know who got elected in this election.
So,
right?
Panstar, who do you want to go to war with?
On May,
Panstar, who do you want to go to war with?
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go to war with anybody who tries to exercise unconstitutional authority. On the 29th, if it's decided that our constitution doesn't mean anything, you went and you spent 400 billion naira, conduct an election, pass the law that a lot of people put effort into doing the Electoral Act of 2022, right? And you went through all that exercise and you passed some laws, and in our constitution, we have certain laws. If you tell that, have any right to?
Panstar, your audio is getting bad. Your audio is getting bad.
Wait, Panstar, I want to ask one question.
Okay,
What state are you from? Right? And if you like the war, why not? Let's start with your state first. Let's see the outcome, so then we can take it to other states.
Ngozika, say something.
Pastor, are you hearing me?
What do you mean? Start with what state?
No, I said no. I said maybe war.
If you are interested in war, better start getting ready because they are going to swear you, and there's nothing you and I are going to do. Wait. Getting ready.
KJ, I'm coming. I'm trying to say, Pastor, then let's assume you want to adapt your model right now, right? Maybe you have everything planned out, whatever. Okay, maybe we are not much because the Kabas, they have influence, they control the army, control the soldiers, whatever security is. So maybe if you want to start now, let's start with a small entity, like where you come from. Maybe we can start the war from there. So if it works very well, we can extend it to other states. What do you think about that?
Okay, let me tell you what I think about that. Okay. Right? Local. I've encountered you a couple of times.
That question I ask you now.
All right. You are small ball, clannish, nonsense talking. I'm not looking at a clan. I'm telling you that a country is held together by a constitution. And you have to have respect for that constitution. If you don't have a constitution, you don't have a country, right? If now the provocation has exceeded that kind of talk you're doing now.
Okay.
So let's know what I'm saying.
Okay.
What are the difference with, for example, myself, and I've said it here on this show before, the difference between me, Adinam Dekano, and some others who are IPOB is that whole country called Nigeria got independence because of the efforts of my own forefathers, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, the entire country. I want that whole country.
What about Anthony Inauru? What about Inauru?
Listen to what I'm saying, because if you don't listen, that is one of the problems you have.
No, I just asked a question. I say, what about Inauru?
Yeah.
What about
problem
Inauru?
you have is that you don't like to listen. That entire country belongs to us. That whole country belongs to us. Now, you have Northerners who come in acclimated and become part of that country. And they're saying they're going to take our indigenous lands. And they were saying, no, you're not going to take my land. No, what I'm saying to them is that I'm going to take your land. Let's theoretically look at, let's look at this scenario. If there's a war between Southeasterners and our allies, how long do you think it's going to defeat them in a war? How long do you think?
Okay, fine. If I'm coming
do you know how long? Answer me.
You see? Okay. Let me answer you right now, right?
Loco, hold on. I don't want this to be conversation between two people. There are a lot of people here. I want to make sure that we are moving forward and everybody is involved.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. It's my turn. Evilocon.
You are not saying wake up, sir.
Hold on.
Evilocon.
Before you speak, okay. I want Ngozika has something probably for Pansat. So Ngozika, go ahead.
I just wanted to tell Mr. Pansat that two truths can coexist. Yes, two truths can coexist. If you ask everybody now, so what's your opinion? What's the truth you know about this whole situation? They'll give you their own truth. That is number one. And I've always said this. Let us be mindful of the words we use. Let us be mindful of the words we use, especially when it comes to addressing issues in Nigeria. And when I hear people say, whoa, I just shake my head. I don't want to use some words because Dr. Dameji, you admonished us the last time that people are watching, young people are watching. But I do not want to use, I just want to say only an unwise person brings war to his father's homestead. Because after a war, the destruction that follows takes centuries to rebuild.
I get your drift.
Please, you're going to let me speak. No, you're going to let me say my piece. No, please, Mr. Pansat, you're going to take a breather. You're
No,
going to
just
take a
hold on.
breather. You're going to let me speak.
Rudolph,
No,
I know.
I'm not going
What
to
is
hold
going
on.
on
I
in
am not
Fuji?
going to
Listen,
hold
I
on.
want
You're going to let me speak. You're going to let me speak. And when I'm done, you say what you want to say. You're going to hold on till I'm done saying what I want to say. So I was saying that only an unwise person brings war to his homestead, because after the war, the destruction that follows will not go away.
said already.
It will not go away. So the
said that
people
already. Let
chanting
me talk.
war. Please let me speak. I have been quiet while you spoke. Let me speak. Thank you, Dr. Damages. You bring war to your homestead, cause destruction, scatter everything, kill them, zobu. And then what? The one you fought, you've not recovered from it too. You have not. I said this thing on the show last week, that I was in the course of doing a research. I spoke to the people who survived this war. It wasn't my first time, but this time it was documented. And none of them, not a single one of them alive, wished for a repeat of it. So when people come and chant, I take it either you are misinformed or you do not have people who live through the war tell you their own personal experience and how it has altered the course of their lives and their families and their communities.
I wanted to war. I was war, but let me talk for a second. I don't have time.
Excuse me, sir. No. You're not going to talk for a second till I'm done. You're not going to talk for a second till I'm done. If you are going to insist on talking, I'm going to keep quiet. If you are going to insist on talking, I'm going to keep quiet and leave. Because you can't say your piece, and when I want to say my piece, you keep interrupting. That is not proper, sir.
You can leave.
You don't do things like that, sir. You don't do things like that. I let you speak. Now you're going to let me speak. If you keep insisting on war, I suggest you take the local P approach. Start from your father's house. Not from your community, from your father's house. Start the war from there. Because I don't know why you people are so keen on taking us back again. Why? We have not come out for the one we fought. It's been more than 50 years.
Rudolph,
it's been more than 50 years. We've not come out from the war we fought. And you people are screaming war. Must everything be chaos with you? Must everything be chaos with you? You speak of superior intelligence, and yet when it comes to issues that matter, you cannot apply it. I told somebody once. I was talking to somebody some time ago, and I told the person, Igbos are probably the best traders you meet anywhere in the world. When it comes to trade, when it comes to commerce, leave it for us. In how about that AJ game or that concerns money, happier. But when it comes to survival, when it comes to tactical survival, we are clueless. Si onye Igbo kita na o nwere efi a na-ele cheap na Maiduguri. Na auction efi. Okay, let me say this in English. Tell an Igbo man that there will be an auction for cars. Let me not use cow before somebody will read meaning into it. Well, tell an Igbo man that there will be an auction for cars in Maiduguri by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And you're telling him this thing by 2 p.m. in the afternoon. He will put his hand on his jaw and say, hey, nah. He said, no moto ne. Ego ne ka na elofu. Nwanna ogodu nwanne nwoke anọ n'obosi. Joy ego na na second hand. Joy second hand value. He will conclude the calculation immediately. Pia profit ego no ye nwete. Banye light bot ozugbo.
Speak English.
Sorry. I tend to go off like that.
Let me respond to her.
I tend to go off like that, but let me speak English from here on. You will tell him there is an auction.
Okay, Ngozika, just 1 minute, round up quickly so that we can move on to other people.
So when you tell him that there's something that has to do with money, he makes plans. I mean, well-coordinated plans within seconds and gets it done. But tell an Igbo man that some people with arms are invading his community this night and they're going to kill him. What you're going to say here is, hey, we are dead though. So what are we supposed to do now? Hey, it's like we'll leave this place. So let's leave this place. Nothing, no tactical organization, no how, nothing. They will leave. But when it comes to business, commerce, making money, we are there. When it comes to using that same intelligence that we use to make money, to strategize, to make plans that will favor us on how to navigate some of these issues, we go blank. And that is the problem.
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
So Pasat, Ansat, I'll give you 2 minutes to respond, and then we move on.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Please let me say that, Ngozika, I appreciate you. I'm a feminist. I like to see women get on, try to solve our problems, and that's good. And I see you quite often on this platform. But all that nonsense about Igbo man knows how to trade, Igbo man, all that's pure garbage, right? We do know how to trade, but so do others.
I take exceptions to you calling my opinion garbage. You will not call my opinion garbage. I didn't call yours garbage, sir.
We have more teachers, we have more physicists, we have more writers than most tribes in Nigeria. We have more scientists than most people. We have doctors, we have lawyers than most people. Yeah, we trade, but perpetuating that nonsense about we are good traders. Okay, maybe in your state, right? Igbo is bigger than your state. So keep that nonsense out of your brain when we're talking about being killed and being dominated.
Dr. Damages, you're going to have to warn Mr. Pansat. If he uses one more nonsense or garbage or anything like that to describe me or describe my opinion, I'm going to have a go at him. I'm going to have a go at him, seriously.
Mita, please. Is that I'm in here trying to rob our ego.
They fight
trade
trouble.
a lot. We're better than everybody in trading. Yoruba want to hear that, but they go ahead and put up with it so that you can make us traders, right? We trade, but we're all scientists, okay? We're soldiers. So, but the point, Rudolph, hold on. The point I want to make to you specifically is in the war. Do you know, okay, let's take Sudan. Other countries at war right now. Ukraine. Go and look at the statistics. How many people get killed in a war? How many people are getting killed in our country? How many? What is the inflation rate in those countries? What is the borrowing? Right? How many jobs? What is the unemployment? What's the electricity, the power, the grids? Go and look at it, and you're going to find out we're in a state of war. We've been in a war for a long time. It's just that we're cowards, and we die so many times. We have to take care of this time around. We have to do it, whether you like it or not. On May the 29th, if they shred that constitution, just like Mohammed, this is not a clearly reasonable northern Muslims get it. There's very few of them, but they do get it. Those who are reasonable over there. Baba Ahmed has told you, if you impose anybody unconstitutionally, you then shred that constitution. And if you are not ready to defend that, get the hell out of here. Take your trade, go and trade. Our liberty is more important to us than trading. And to finalize it for you, there is no difference between you and any other people in the south area, south. They could trade, they could do what they can do. It's just that there's a lot more of us. Stop putting a stigma on us like we're traders. No village that they trade. We have scientists, physicists, writers, comedians. We have all kinds of people. We're not traders.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Okay. I don't know.
There's a party in Buckingham Palace, and we are invited as a Commonwealth children. And we just there the fight. Let's go to party.
Ovie, hold on. Paul, Paul should be the one that will speak after you. Go ahead, Paul.
Doctor, I always enjoy you when you do things like this. So since Kolata is on vacation, you have to bring Pansa back to come across Katakata, Mago. Doctor, I like your style.
Correction. I don't bring anybody in.
Yeah.
They have something important to say. They come.
Okay, Doctor, maybe it's our destiny. If Kolata is not here, the Pansa will replace him, reincarnate like the second Buhari. What if that Buhari new name where they call her, where Nandikalu call her, forget the name. Jubril. So Pansa, Kolata new name now, Pansa, to come across Wala. This is that Pansa is saying, and therefore that.
If you can relax yourself very well, and
Paul, we can't hear you anymore.
It's all we are facing right here. Okay, sorry, Joe. I was using my phone. That's why I had a call came in. But, doctor, we have this problem. I'm an Urobo man. You, as an Igbo man, you don't know the difference between Urobo and Isoko. Nearly everybody will call Daddy Shoki, worry boy, Urobo boy. He's not an Urobo man. Nearly everybody will call Sammy Oposu, the late Sammy Oposu, worry boy, Urobo man. It's not an Urobo man, it's an Isoko man. You might not know the difference, but I will know the difference. And for me to know the difference, for the fact that we'll have something that makes us different, which means we will use some type of derogatory word with one another. An average Urobo man don't marry an Isoko person. An average Isoko person don't marry an Urobo person. But this is the closest people. You understand? You see people from Mbise, you see people from Newi, they'll say our first daughter, our Ada, to marry an outsider. But if an American man come marry the Ada, they go happy, give them out. But they will not let the next village marry their daughter. We do these things. You understand? But when we have issues, when we exchange word with one another, in as much as we behave like barbarians, we talk to ourselves, we shout at ourselves, but at the end of the day, we listen when people use a derogatory word with one another. And we'll pick those words. Oh, I will say Igbo like this. This one say, let's tell ourselves the truth. Every one of us use the same word. An average Anambra man will see call an Enugu people, these are Wawa people. They will see call an Ebonyi person say this will not be better Igbo. This will not be better Igbo. They are all Igbos now. You understand? The same thing with Urobo. The guy that become governor-elect in Delta State is an Urobo man. But they always pride themselves that I'm an Okwe. But when election comes, he said he's an Urobo man because he needs the Urobo vote, even when he's an Urobo man. We do these things everywhere. So, but when you want to pick it and hold it so strong, guess what? Those things, at the end of the day, please, let's just grow up and mature and call it beer parlor talk. Because all of us do them. You understand? Then we'll do all these little things here and there. Then people will stop. My sister will there by my side. If he go say, he won't come out, he won't come out, he won't come out. I mean, if you know they understand, say, the only Igbo will get for Nigeria, are Igbo girls. Only the yellow. Where did they go? People will don't get visa. I don't everybody yellow woman. It's not possible. You don't feel go anywhere. You just deceive yourself. This word is there among us as an Urobo people from one region to another region. We use word on ourselves. Among you, Igbo, from one clan to another clan, you people use word on yourself. Holding it so strong don't really mean much. Please. You understand? It is easy for you to pick that word that Hausa man tell you, that Yoruba man tell you. Tell yourself the truth as an Igbo man. You also have word that you tell the Yoruba man people too. Oh, Ndofe Manu. Then the Yoruba too say, Omajakuta Momi. We all use word on ourselves. But guess what? We turn this word today as beer parlor talk. You understand? They will call and say, Ndofe Manu, come here. Now go bring me amala. Better Pama. You understand? We do these things these days. When we grow up, the beauty of being an adulthood become maturity. What we're supposed to hold, to use to demean ourselves, to bring ourselves down. Let us use this to laugh with one another. Let us use it to joke with one another. You know, when I say I am missing Nigeria, I'm missing Nigeria. And they ask you, who I miss there? The people who are miss for Nigeria, who they say they miss me? They send me one text message, they beg money. Now the food why I miss. What did you say the food why I miss? That the ofe sala, the amala, the edikaiko, the afang soup. Do you understand? All these things that I miss, basically, they are not my tribe food that I don't prepare my day-to-day life. And I miss them. These are the things I miss. How do we dress today? Look at the National Assembly. Look the way an Igbo man dress. Look the way Yoruba man dress. You hardly see the difference much these days. You understand? We have common style. Please, let's turn all these little words to beer parlor talk. Don't hold it so strong. Please, every one of us do the same thing to ourselves. Please.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Before we continue, I just want to show our guest tomorrow what he's saying on Twitter, and he has a lot of followers on Twitter. So he's happy that we extended the invitation to him to come and join us. He thinks that the topic we picked is controversial, but he's looking forward for an insightful conversation with African immigrants about Africa's current state under both Trump and Biden's administrations. So I just wanted to show that and hope that you guys will have an opportunity to.
Rudolph, you want me the man lose his job before? Where they put that kind of topic out?
No, I mean, he's not going to lose his job. I think also it's an opportunity. When you talk about influencing things, one day he may get.
Rudolph, I'm leaving.
I know
Anybody
you
has
have
any
to.
question for me?
Hold on. One day he may have an opportunity to talk to the press secretary at the White House, or even Biden. He might be there when Biden walks in to take questions. So by talking to him, we might influence him to ask the question that Pansat will like them to ask Biden. So Pansat, just if tomorrow you have the opportunity to send the question through this guy, what will you ask him, Simon? To ask on your behalf to the administration.
My question would be directed to former Secretary of State John Kerry, who is now the environmental czar in the United States.
Okay, what would the question be?
Internet froze.
Oh, okay. So anyway, but that's the kind of a thing that I think we should be able to do tomorrow. And then whenever he gets a chance, go ahead, Pansat.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my question would be, can you tell us why John Kerry and the Northern oligarchy will not give us a break? What is the relationship between those two? And how do you bring that gist? My curiosity will be on that, and to follow it up to say to Bloomberg to investigate that. Not just Tinubu, investigate the relationship of John Kerry and that whole cabal of State Department, because it's not just it's not Biden. Why can't we get a break? That's the question. How are we going to go from one geriatric cabal to another one? Thank you.
All right.
And I'm leaving in case anybody has any question for what I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ngozika, I'll come to you, but let me welcome Matt. Matt, welcome to the show. I know if he
my great doctor. I agree. Good morning. Good morning. It's up. It's 1 o'clock here. Good morning. It's 1 o'clock in Barcelona.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been
yeah. I've been watching. I mean, I was enjoying everything. I was so sure, and I've been enjoying it. Even Pastor Ngozika and what's my brother's name? I didn't see his name, but he made a very good point that I liked today also. Ngozika today has been a little bit not like she used to be. She's caliente or caliente. What do you say? She's caliente. She's hot today. She's the pastor to the world. And my sister, she has been calm. She has not been talking much today. I've been following you people since, so she has not been contributing much. And my friend over here, whom I don't believe in this, they all not politics, because when human life are involved, all not no be politics for me. You understand me? So, so that is it. I just wanted to add up something. Ngozi kakam swear ni Igbo. I got to one because anuma yogi no.
Speak English, my friend.
One secret.
Speak English.
Chi gwandi Igbo okwu. Biko gwandi Igbo okwu. Gwandi Igbo n'olu Igbo. Ihe anyị chọrọ ikwu mmiri emi n'Igbo. Anọdụ mma ka ndị ọzọ nọ ya, biko ayọ ka nna ayọgo dịka nke ahụ. Jos ya n'Igbo were style kwuo nke ahụ n'Igbo. O nwere ihe nọ na-ekwu ya wụ ki ndị Igbo. Ịghọtago, so ikwu odi ị na-ekwu odi ka nke a, biko ayọ ka nna ayọgo were ya nwayọ. Otu ọbụla ị na-echekwa na anyị na
I agree. She shouldn't discuss that in public forum. She should not discuss that in public forum. It's not something to be discussed. Don't tell people that we can't fight.
Wow.
It's not something to be discussed in public.
I don't disagree. When my place, when a man speak parable and the man no interpreter, I be say they never pay Mama Dario.
Hold on, guys.
Person when speak parable and no interpreter, they not pay Mama Dario.
Imagine Paul. Imagine Paul.
Matt,
Well,
you see the mistake.
let's speak English here. Let's speak English.
It's a mistake that people make. You see,
Local P, why do you need English?
and you assume that they can't understand the language you're about.
I want to be involved.
It's not.
No. Oh my God, I understand. I will. O nwere ihe m gwara Ngozika. Ngozika aghọtala ihe m gwara ya. Okay. Let me speak English.
Yeah.
Ngozika.
Matt. I want a public. I know they are serious. What they go?
No, Matt, what I'm saying to you is that I don't know how he did it, but he basically understood what you were saying in Igbo.
But Ngozika, onye m na-agwa o nwere ihe
I am smarter than I look.
What I'm saying, Matt,
don't judge me based on my looks.
Yeah.
I'm smarter than I look, okay?
Angie no say are they feel her control, because there was story she was telling here concerning the hospital stuff. That one, that one, I don't know how it one react to that one. I mean, but forefathers had to always take. I mean, sometimes he says things, reality things. Sometimes he still want to ask questions to confuse. I don't know if it is just to come and ask questions. And Ovie was even trying to let him know. I'm trying to, just to summarize what I've been listening for I would say over 6 hours now. I've not even attended to my family. I've been on this line saying this thing just carry, because I love today's show. Really, you see, when I came in, I don't know, network pushed me out. Ovie was trying to make him to understand. Sometimes I don't know why we don't want to call a spade a spade. Is it because this man is a politician? We are trying to, protect the image of Africa. What does that supposed to mean? Let him go there and take care of himself. When, like Ngozika said, the same people that are dying in the street, are they not human beings? They are human beings. Ekweremadus doesn't have two heads. He has only one. And that is what all of us have. And we are Nigerians. So he himself has just committed that error. So let him go there and sort out his issue. You understand me? My contribution, allow me please, Doc, to rest my case. Based on what they were saying.
You are an Ojikalo in the making. You see why he said dismiss everybody? You are an Ojikalo in the making. Okorocha in the making. When you get to the top, then they will ask you to choose between the money and your people. You will choose the money and your people. You think I didn't hear what you were telling her in this scene? This is Ojikalo in the making. I was listening to you. I was hearing what you were saying to you. You think I don't hear a bit of people? This is how they are created.
They're not going to do me this one this night.
If my own brother, let them throw him away in foreign jail.
Okay. Forefathers, I feel when you did, but when this kind of these ones, sometimes when you throw these questions, I don't know if maybe we just discuss and they go because of time, or because you want to really get out something from it. Because sometimes I don't understand these people, the kind of mess these people are. The kind of they have
you are just sounding exactly like them. Don't you understand? That's what I'm trying to get you to see. When I asked Ngozika, how is it that people that experience these things get to the top and repeat the same things again? This is how. Okay. You don't care for your people.
Forefathers, you just reminded me of that. I wanted to say something. Ngozika, you speak next. I promise you after Ngozika.
I've not ended up there.
I know you are not finished. So hold on. When we're in high school and when you're a junior in high school, the people who is your seniors who punish you, and sometimes they are very, very brutal, and some people will end up dreaming about the day they will become seniors, and they will repeat the same thing. So forefathers, don't you think that that's actually what's going on? That even though they might have experienced these things, they think they've escaped, and their whole mental state is, how do I make sure that my family will never in their life, generations to come, be in that situation? Not to solve the problem for other people who are in that situation, but how do I make sure that we get out of that and let them be where they are? Because actually, some people enjoy being at the top, while other people will just worship them. They don't want anybody to come close to where they are. So there are so many dynamics to that. If you want to study,
I think that is quite perceptive of you, the way you ask the question, because what I'm trying to let them know that they are also showing the symptom of being like that. Like now, before that man made the decision to take the money, he was just like everyone else, every other suffering Nigerian.
No.
All the ingredients that make these people are in you, especially the way you just dismiss your own countryman just now. That's why I said you are an Ekweremadus in the making. Because or James or Carlo, this is how you make them. All the ingredients are there.
Let me respond. I'm not going to take. Let me respond to. I want to make.
Gozeka, go ahead, because if you respond, he will respond again. Gozeka, go ahead.
So I just wanted to correct something. I was giving that illustration because I knew it was the only way I could buttress the point I was trying to make. In essence, everything I was trying to say is this: my people, Ndi Igbo, are many things, but the one thing we are known for is trade and commerce. And it's sad that when people see it as a slur, when you say Igbo people are traders, I mean, come on. Everything about life is about trade, buying and selling. That is the driving force of the economy. So when I say that I am the daughter of traders, I don't see why anybody should be riled up about it. And I was trying to make a point that when it comes to anything that has to do with how to make wealth, how to create wealth, how to progress economically, my people, Ndibo, how about first? Leave it for them. In instance, they will give you watertight strategies that is guaranteed to make you millions. They come up with the weirdest, most lucrative business ideas, and it works like magic. Igba Boy, the apprenticeship system, has created more billionaires than any kind of school can ever do. So it is not a slur. I am not demeaning Igbo people. I am trying to say Naiba first, making wealth, economic progress, haporanya, but what of other areas? And a typical example is this war chance. For a people that went through something as destabilizing as that civil war, the last thing you should be looking forward to is another war. It's a no-brainer. If you do not realize this, then I can't help you. The last thing any knowledgeable Igbo person should be looking forward to is another war, unless that war is not going to be fought in Igbo land. If it is not going to be fought in Igbo land, then hell, let's do that. But there is no way you will get into war, and it will not be brought to your homestead. And only an unwise person brings destruction and chaos to his homestead. Only an unwise person does that, because you do not recover fully from the destruction that comes with war. It takes years to rebuild. You might not even be able to rebuild everything. The time lost, the resources lost, the lives lost. It is not collateral damage. It is people. You are losing your people. You scream war from now till tomorrow. Most of you are cowards. I know your likes. You don't have the balls. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap, yes. Talk is, you don't have the balls. The things I've seen in my short life, most of you can't. You can't. I've watched somebody die. Held her hand while she took her last breath. How many of you? I took her to the mortuary myself. How many of you, Megoria? Ana akotu, na akohe na agbakamoto.
Najisike.
War, Guinea. You've not recovered from the one your fathers fought. People lost 30 months of school. I know somebody that was he says was it 12 or 13 when the war broke? These are first-hand stories. Go and ask your parents, go and ask your grandparents. Ask them about their first-hand experience of the war and come back and talk. War, and they are marginalizing us. You think you'll get away with just dealing with the other side and you won't suffer any damage? Is that what you people think war is? There are losses on both sides. Human lives. Are you willing to sacrifice the blood of your own people? For what? Something to which an end you're not even guaranteed of. What are you even fighting for?
Gozika, thank you. Let me stop you here. The reason I'm stopping you is that I think there's something I do here. If I'm if I'm paid to write a sketch of everybody, a regular guest here, I can do that. And I think there are some people when they say certain things, you don't take it the way I know that we can allow people to use words anyhow. But there are some things I hear. I'm not checking that somebody's about to go and start a war, that somebody's planning, has any idea how it's going to be done or anything like that. So I didn't take it like this is something that we should concentrate on as if I agree
that
with
is the problem. That is the problem. People are listening to him. And I'm telling you, I live in the East.
If you see the comments on the comment section, you see that nobody's is panicking that Tansat is about.
Well, get these people on the comment section. Come to the East. I don't want to say certain things because this is the internet. People take this thing seriously. It is no longer just rhetorics. They take it seriously. So when you have people come here and encourage it, it is scary. Don't encourage it, even if it is a joke to you and you don't mean it. Don't encourage it. People are listening. You are validating whatever they are feeling. You are putting fuel in the fire. Don't.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife. Your face has been talking since, and I don't know whether you.
Paul is here, so it will be difficult for me to talk.
This relationship, I need
I don't know what I don't know what to say whenever I
together.
Because he's gonna attack me anyway. So this is joke apart. The honest truth is what Ngozika is saying. I remember growing up, my dad will always say Aga Biafra. And when he tries to narrate, because we were not born then, and when he tries to narrate the Biafran war, I still don't get it. We are still suffering the effect of the war that happened in 1960-something, right? We are still talking about it. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, CM was saying something about they've not apologized, we've not been recognized, the suffering and all that stuff. And somebody's still talking about another war. Who's gonna fight the war? Is it people in Nigeria? Who is gonna fight the war? When you're talking about the war, I'm thinking about my 3 brothers. Am I gonna send them to go to war? Over what? We all know, like I always say over here, that of course I want us to go our separate ways. But there can be dialogue. Everybody can come to the table and we talk about it. Everything is not about war. Look at what is happening in Ukraine. Look at Russia and Ukraine. That is war. Is that what you people want in Nigeria? And somebody of a grown-up has the mouth to come to the public space to talk about war. Imagine if we have that war going on between Russia and Ukraine happening in our country. Do you know how many millions of people that would die? Remember, all these elites, they're not going to be in Nigeria. They're going to fly their family out of the country. The only people that will be in that country fighting are the poor people, the poor masses. So we have to be very careful what we say. If you want to fight, if you want to go to war, start from your family, like Ngozika said. Start from your father's compound. And then when you finish killing the people, then go to your omona. Then before you come out to your community, we have to be very careful. In talking about Ekweremadus, I don't want us to have this discussion. It's enough of it. I'm tired of it, honestly speaking. I'm having headache. He's a human being just like me and you. If you commit a crime, do the time. Just like this person said, he's not dead. Okija said, he did not die. It's just a punishment. Let him go and do his punishment and come back to Nigeria and receive the glorious welcome. Let's talk about the youth. Somebody, I think you were talking about what is it? Why is it that when people get into power, it's like they don't understand? Wait, you see these upcoming youths, they're gonna be worse than these people in power. These upcoming youths, these Gen Z people, they're gonna be worse than these people.
You say what?
Yes, the Gen Z people or whatever, whatever you people call them.
I'm an old man, man. Why are you that young?
Hold on. Who said that? Who said that? The Kenya people. Let me know.
It's me. It's me.
Ovie is looking for my trouble. I'll be a big brother.
They just came back from vacation and someone wants to trigger him.
It's looking too fresh on my liking, so I know that it's not innocent. It's just looking innocent. It's not innocent.
So let us be honest with ourselves. We know that our country is not working for us. We know that we have a lot of work to be done in Nigeria. Look at it, we spent the whole 6-7 hours talking about the Ekweremadus. We should have talked about other stuff. Let us say rich people problem. He will be fine. His generations will be fine with the money they have stolen from the country. So let us talk about how we can move Nigeria forward. There are a lot of things we have to worry about.
All right. Thank you so much.
Party in Buckingham Palace.
Yes.
We are getting late.
Wait. Did anybody see Buhari? I watched the whole thing from 3 a.m. till I didn't see Buhari's the camera didn't capture.
Buhari went to make deals.
When he's packing car, ready to go to Daura.
No, he was actually in London. He was in London.
He went to London to submit his report card. And
you people, you're going to get forefathers started. Just leave Buhari and how they treated him alone. Forefathers.
Dr. Buhari day for Tinubu Pikin house.
That's why
he go visit Tinubu Pikin for your house.
That's why we're not respected. You people, you are our leaders. You have to support them.
All right, let's welcome Kene. Kene, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Namaji. See, I've been laughing here. Seriously, my stomach is hurting. Somebody from the comment section.
How is the breakfast? We never see you since the election. How's the breakfast?
No, I'm coming to give them back their food. But this is somebody from this comment section called our own Mr. Paul a bushman. I was like, why will you call Mr. Paul a bushman? How? So Ngozi, my sister. I greet you.
So that if he don't go give me contacts, that's why they call me bushman. He waste his time.
A whole you, city boy like you call bushman. I was like, he's crazy.
In Papa's cap.
So
in Papa's cap.
Ngozi, I see. Last time you told me that Nka Ipu Ikuterie. So let me give it back to you today. This one where you talk today, no enter. Well, this is it. When Ngozika was saying something about Igbos being good in trading, commerce and trading, and not being strategic with Nigerian way of politics, I was like, no, I think Igbos are more of philanthropists. What I mean by that is that we respect humanity. We don't pursue leadership at all costs. We don't pursue leadership with spilling of blood or making it to be like a do or die affair. I think that's the difference here. Instead of us wasting our life because we want to become leader, we rather just back up and face, what brings money on our table or what brings food on our table, I mean. So I think most of us misunderstood Mr. Pansat. Pansat actually was kind of making it in a different way or shedding more light to what Ngozi stated about her experience in the hospital. I was driving when Ngozi was saying that, and I paid really I was really angry because I've had ugly experiences with Nigerian hospitals, especially the one in Jos. I don't want to call their useless. They just have one big name without any. They don't make any impact, healthcare wise. And we have one in Lagos State. These two hospitals, I will never forget my experience with them. Now, Ngozi, when you shared your experience with this hospital, don't you think that is a war already in the healthcare system, right? So
No,
we are
it's not a war.
So, no, hold on now. When Pansat was saying something about war, I don't think he was being connotative with that. I don't think he was being denotative with that, not literally. What I understood it was being connotative, kind of trying to let us know there is already war in the country. Now we are facing the one that is more glaring now is when it comes to leadership. For example, in APC, where you have the president being a Muslim, the vice Muslim, the possible Senate president, which I don't think all these things are going to take place on the 29th of May. But if that should happen, what you are going to have is the entire cabinet, the executive will be Muslims, right? And this is the same people that have already been tampering with information. If you go on Wikipedia now, you'll see different reports where the Muslims are claiming to be, saying that Nigeria is a Muslim country or Islamic country. To the best of my knowledge, Nigeria is not an Islamic country. The population of Christians in Nigeria outweighs that of the Muslims. But today, if you go on Wikipedia, you see that Muslims are claiming to have 53%, while Christians are 64% and others 0.7 or thereabout. This is false information, and they are propagating it, letting the whole world know that they are dominant population in Nigeria, which is wrong. Mind you, in the entire of South, the South alone is more than 90% Christians. You can only find few Muslims in some few states in the Southwest. When you go to the Middle Belt, 80% of the population in Middle Belt are Christians. And more than 35% of the population in the North, in the Northeast, in the Northwest are Christians. And when you come to the Northeast, the Christians dominated of dominant population in the Northeast. So how possible is the Muslims higher in population than Christians in Nigeria? So this is what you should be talking about when we're talking about land grabbing and occupation. In the Northeast, what they are killing there are Christian houses there in the Northeast and all the way down to Kaduna South, right? When you come to the Middle Belt, the Christians are being killed on a daily basis. They'll finish some part of Plateau State. They finish them in the Taraba State. They even finish part of them in Nasarawa State. Now they are facing Benue. And you know what will be next? Enugu State. They've already started invading Enugu State. Then after Enugu, what next? We have Anambra here and we have Abia State on the other side. So they are coming to occupy your land and grab it. And you are here talking about Ekweremadus. Who is Ekweremadus? Ekweremadus should go and face his jail time. This is war. And this is the war that Pansat is talking about. And now we're talking about war in education. War in education is that your students, your children in the South must have, I don't know how much their points are for maybe all these federal government colleges, right? They will have more than 140 something points before they gain admission there. But when you are from KB State, if you are from Katsina State, all you have to do is just register for the exam. Even if you got 1 point, you'll be admitted. And these are the same kind of people that will become your leaders. There is one Garba Shehu. I don't know his position in Nigeria, the one that has something to do with communication, right? These are the kind of people that will tomorrow become your leader, right? And then you become the subordinate. When they were trying to get into school, they only had 2 points, and you struggle to have up to 140 something before you get admission. The same school, they will graduate and become professors. backyard professors. We're talking about which Ngozi,
Is he allowed to say some of the things he's saying that is clearly
hold on, hold on. When Ngozi was talking about healthcare, you and I know there is already a war in our healthcare system. Now we have war with the economy, where you even have to buy your own currency with the same currency. For you to have access to Naira, you have to pay with Naira. I've never seen where such a thing is done, but it's happening in your country. So we have war already. Now we're talking about 29th of May. For somebody that has not won, that did not win any state in the presidential election, and he was declared the president. And you and I are sitting down docile, just watching them. We are not even talking about their his possible 29th swearing in. Instead of us to begin to kick against that, instead of us to say no, we are not accepting this guy, and we are here putting fertilizer on the evil plant, instead of spraying Roundup on them and get them killed completely. So war doesn't necessarily mean taking up gun to go out there and begin to shoot. Who are you going to fight?
All right.
We can use whatever that we have to kick against this 29th of May swearing in. Tinubu is not our president. We did not vote for Tinubu. When I say we, I mean more than 70% of the voters did not vote for Tinubu. Let the real results be counted. Let them assess the real results from the polling unit. So we should use every avenue to kick against this. And that is why I always advocate, as P2B is going to the court, let the voters, let those people that voted for APC, Labour Party and PDP, let them go on the street and begin to protest. How many people are they going to kill? How many? You are dying already. You are dying on the road. You are dying in the hospitals. Criminals are killing you every day. And you are afraid of death when you are already dying every day. Women, pregnant women die in the hospital because they don't have good access to healthcare. Instead of you to put hands together to put a stop to this nonsense, and we're here talking about who is afraid of death. Police officer kill you and you set him ablaze. That will be the end of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, can I?
Hold on. I'll hand over to you.
You just say something now.
I'll hand over to you. So
you can't hand over to me.
No, forefathers is there. I'll hand over to you.
The only reason why I came.
I'm sure he's here. It's been a while that Kene was here, so it's nice to have you back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I haven't.
Thank you.
I haven't joined for a while too.
There's something I wish. Sometimes I wish these things don't come from me; that they come from other panelists, so they won't be like.
That's why I always try to step in.
Yeah, I know you step in, but you also a moderator. But someone like Matt, there's something that Matt said one day. You didn't notice this. He said something like, he learned that, here you don't generalize anymore. You have to make sure you don't say that everybody is this. There's something that Pansat said that I didn't have time to basically stop him and say, correct this. Like saying that Tinubu did not win any state. You don't have to say that to point out that there were issues with the election. Because you can't be saying that. For me, when I'm listening to you and you say Tinubu did not win any state, all the other things you're saying will sound to me like an exaggeration, because you already said something that you should know that it's not true. It's not possible that Tinubu did not win any state.
Probably an oxymoron, but
yeah, you basically you finish all the other points you are making. But I just want to say that I have to go and prepare for tomorrow. There's a lot of work to be done behind the scenes.
You are sneaking to the party.
Doctor, don't go. Doctor, I wanted to ask you something before you.
Okay. I'll wait for you to ask me something. Ngozika, go ahead. So hold on.
Okay.
I want to hear Ngozika. Ngozika, go
So
ahead.
I just wanted to tell Kenny. Okay, Equatorial Nanka, but you just agreed with me without even agreeing with me. No, please let me explain. Let me explain.
Wait, because can I have to put of you in timeout first? I understand. Every once in a while, people they code switch. You speak Igbo, you speak English. For the sake of a lot of our audience.
Okay.
Even if it's broken, I understand. Sometimes you want to make impactful statements, especially to.
How about we speak and we interpret? Is that okay?
No.
You take double the time.
In public.
I have no issue with Igbo, but what I'm saying is sometimes it's better to carry other people along so they understand the discussion. Yes, I understand.
No problem.
Please don't be partial.
Let me just finish what I was saying. So I was saying that in trying
to and quietly, and I love it. I appreciate it. You can't stop a man. You don't give dialect. You don't even know how I love it. It's so sweet that you can't stop. But I can assure. I can assure interpret. I love when OVA speaks Hausa. That is gladdened my heart. I love when someone. It doesn't matter. Don't put a stop. This is our language for crying out loud. This is our language for crying out loud. What are you saying?
We are Nigeria.
Can I finish what I was saying? This is after 12.
I'm not saying she should
Can I
not
finish
speak.
what I was saying?
I'm saying every once in a while it's good to carry other people along. Don't speak too much.
Okay.
Because then you spend more time because you have to explain again, you have to interpret again, and it just takes more time, and then people start complaining.
Noted.
Want to be carried along. Just like some people speak Yoruba here. I have no issues with that, but
Noted. So I was telling Kene that in trying to disagree with me, he ended up agreeing with me. You say there's an ongoing war in the educational sector, in the economy, in the political arena, that there is a ongoing war, that my sad narration of the events I witnessed at UNT is also a war, is a testament of war in the health sector. And I say this to you. So you see all these war, and your solution to it is to, according to you, they're already killing you. So why not Kuku get killed once and for all? That's your solution to it. You say to me that people die. They're already killing you. So what's one more death when you take up arms? In quote and unquote defense of yourself. And I say that's foolhardy. That's a very terrible analogy. And this is why. Saying it rains everywhere to justify a leaking roof is like shooting yourself in the foot. That your roof is leaking and you console yourself by saying, but it's raining everybody else's house. I see rain outside, everywhere is wet, so might as well deal with wetness. I hope you see how very unwise that analogy is, because that is essentially the same thing you're saying. You're telling me and everybody else listening that because people die every day through no fault of theirs, they did not choose to die. They were killed, they had accidents, they died. Some of them were kidnapped and killed. They did not make that choice. You're telling them to deliberately go into a war situation to be killed over what? And I will say this to you, Kenny. You've buttressed my point that instead of coming up with strategic solutions, the same thing I accused my people of not doing. I am Igbo. So when I speak of Igbo, I'm also speaking of myself. Whatever aspersion you feel I cast on them, I'm casting on myself. When I say that instead of using the same might and will and intelligence we use in strategizing about empowerment, about economy, about commerce, and every other thing, to strategize about these same wars you complain about, we take the most, the most easiest and determined to fail road, which is which is you all know Zobun. I'm not the first person that used this, Soludo that used this, so you all know Zobun, but I can use that one. You all choose that one.
I'm just saying, every once in a while, just remember you have to carry that part along.
Yeah, Dr. Damages.
Okay,
Dr. Damages, can I come in before I forget a lot of all this?
All these.
You are making. No, it's not.
No, can I hold on?
Breaking news.
Please, can I? Can I clear my point? I think she's
I will let you speak, innit?
Breaking news, Rodolph. Breaking news. Over 170 people killed by rain in Congo as we speak. Just rain. 170 people.
Killed by what?
Over
rain. It's like flooding in Congo.
Oh, in Congo. Okay. All right.
Over 170.
Okay, that will be in the news tomorrow. So let me say this before I go. Really, I appreciate everybody who joined and who's been here. And just so, for Dominic and forefathers, there are people in the backstage. So please, let's rotate them so that they will. I don't want you guys to forget them.
Yeah, I'll leave in 5 minutes anyway. I came for one major reason. And I see. I said, okay, let me just log in online and see what's happening. And then some guys are talking about Igbo men and trading, and I think Pansat was saying Igbo men are doctors and engineers and all that. And I listened to this bit more, and I understand the drift of what's going on. And then I started looking at the comment section, but something caught my eyes. Many people have listened to me on this show, even when what's this gentleman in, well, gentleman is more of a metaphor. The gentleman in Finland, right? Not even only me. There are other people, men in this show, who are against bringing war to our own people because of the damage it will cause. But what's quite interesting is when Ifi and Ngozi are talking about it, both women on this show, they were getting attacked in the comment section, but I never got such attack. So for some reason, people thought that I had that what I was saying made sense. But when these two women were addressing it, some of them are saying very sexist things on the comment section. So I was like, this is not a very, very at least I'm glad people on screen, on stage, have some level of respectability. So I wouldn't focus too much on the comments. But I hope at some point some of the people that are saying some of these insulting and sexist things in the comments will actually come on stage and be able to express their opinion. Sometimes it's easy to hide in the comment section and say things that are sexist, right? I've said those things before, and no one attacked me for it. And I will keep saying it. Don't bring war to your own people. It makes no sense. Okay? I'm not here to defend them because what I saw, I was like, this is very unbecoming. Because I've said these things in the past and no one ever attacked me. And then people are making comment about this is ridiculous, but
Dr. Damages, please let me clarify myself before
Dr. Dominic, send them data, then go come. They don't get data. Now only free data, now just to chat.
Yeah. Let me clarify myself here.
Okay.
So please, Ngozi, when you were talking earlier, you said that na Inwerobi means you have heart. I was in the comment section and I heard somebody say Iba, and I commented. My comment was Inwerobi, but this is it, right? I would never, I would never call for war. And let me kind of reiterate what I stated before you misunderstood me. When Pansat was calling for war, and I stated it here, that he wasn't calling for literally picking up arms to wage war against anyone. And I asked, which was rather rhetoric anyway, I asked, who are you going to war against? Right? That was what I stated. So what I mean by we are already dying, so why are you afraid of the further death? So let me ask you, if you go on the street, right, to protest against maybe let me use the election, you and I know that the election is rigged, right? Unless you don't accept the fact that this election was rigged. If you go on the street, which was your basic human right to protest when you are not comfortable with something, when you go on the street to protest, I don't think that is war. I don't think you are waging war against anyone. You don't go on the street to protest with gun. But what I stated is, when you are protesting and maybe the police decide to trigger their bullet and end your life, others, because you are not the only one protesting, they can deal with that police officer or that soldier that killed an innocent civilian. You don't wait for them to be taken to court, because at the end of the day, nothing will come out of the court.
Ekene, you don't talk to Kiyamo. You don't help Tinubu the interpreter.
We witnessed that in Lagos State in 2020. Those that were killed They've gone, dead and buried, forgotten. But the police officers and the armies that killed them, they are still living. They are even still working with the force. Nothing happened to them, right? So what I'm saying is the war is already on ground. And for you to stop them from further killing you is to stop this 29th swearing in.
Okay,
because you and I know. You and I know.
Can I make it? Stop 29th. How? Tell us how.
That's what I stop it.
How what?
How
to stop it?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us
how to stop it. Okay. You are dealing with barbarians. They don't understand what civility is. They don't understand what
how.
Thank you. Protest. Shut down the facilities. Shut down the international airport. Go on that what they call it, House of what they call it, the National Assembly. Shut it down. Shut down the economy. Put everything on standstill. Let the world know that you are not happy. It was done in Sri Lanka. The civilians shut down the affairs of the government in Sri Lanka, and the president, stepped down. Why are you afraid of protest?
Yes, that's good.
Protest was used against Goodluck Jonathan.
Why not go down
why are we afraid of protest today?
Why are you
no, don't tell me that. I'm doing my own. I'm doing my own on this platform. I'm showing my own way of protest here right now on this platform. Right, and that is the best I can do for now.
You said that those that were killed during the protest, NSAS protest, that they are dead and gone, right? You said that because it's very funny that you say something.
No. Let me before you say this, let me clarify my point. If such a thing repeat itself again, any police officer or army officer that killed a civilian protesting peacefully, that police officer or army officer should be killed immediately in that very scene.
You should have let me finish.
That is what I'm saying.
All right, hold on, guys. We have to make clear, because this is enough for YouTube to pull down this channel. We're not suggesting that anybody should be killed, whether it's a policeman or protester. We can't say that. We can't air this opinion. We can't put it out. It's not because I don't want you to say it. It's because one more strike, there won't be this show. We have to start from the beginning. There won't be this channel. The channel will be banned. It's not me. We can't do that. Okay, so I have to say that. Then the other thing I wanted to say is I don't want to get, but I have to. Let me just say, for Kene, not just you, but anybody who thinks that way. I was thinking that the people who are the candidates, who are leading, anybody who is not accepting what might happen on 29th, what will happen on 29th, we look forward to what is the direction I'm getting from P2B or from Atiku. These are the people contesting the election. What are they saying? So if P2B is not saying, oh, if you are my supporter, come out and do this, and Atiku is not saying, if you're my supporter, come out and do this, it will be difficult for, I mean, anybody can go out on the street and do what they want to do, but you won't get that protection from anybody. And it doesn't even mean that if P2B is saying, come and do this with me, that you get any protection. So I think we have to also put that in that context. The people who run for office, who are challenging this, they are not the ones they are not saying come out and do this. So anybody on the side who is saying I'm going to go out and do this, basically is doing this on his or her own. But I have to go. I really thank you guys. I have to do a few things before tomorrow, and there are a lot of Republicans that will be here tomorrow, and for a lot of Republicans who are with Simon. But anyway, I thank you, everybody. Please remember those who are at the backstage and in to get involved in the conversation. And see you tomorrow. Thank you all.
Yeah, Ekene, when you talk about say you stay here. Ekene, when you say you are here protesting, you understand this is your own way of protesting. What do you think if he's doing? What do you think Ngozika is doing? They're also protesting. You understand, because they don't want this thing to happen.
No, so what we are normalizing now, that it is okay for the government to continue with its impunity, and the masses will just keep mute and just watch them perpetrate whatever nonsense. See, when I was in Nigeria, I was a one-man squad. They know. They ask of me. I don't see these people.
No.
I was, oh man, see, you guys, you thought maybe because I'm here and I was dealing with them. I don't care.
Ekene, take it easy. Let me let Kene do something that he doesn't understand. Many of us we expect to be on the street.
Ekene, take it easy. Body, can you help Ekene interpret this word? Yoruba people put one parable. They say, "Tiomo deba debiti eruwa eruaba."
I don't know what that is.
So now let me tell you because it's my mother's diary.
Somebody should interpret. I don't understand what Mr. Paul said.
Hold on. Explain what he said.
I want to say something.
Please, Mr. Paul, explain.
I want to say something.
Okay, body just interpret. See, the Yoruba people put one parable. They say when small pikin reach where fear dey, fear go catch am. You know when small boy hold you. Hey, can I hold on? When small boy hold you for trouser, say you go kill me, you go kill me, you go kill me. You know why? You never raise your hand. When you give a better slap, we enter in eye. You don't go hold your trouser. You go hold in eye. Say Mayo. You go forget trouser. My brother, this is the way they talk. If you pass as if they talk one man squad, not be one man squad.
Mr. Paul, hold on. You are raising your hand to knock the small boy because the small boy has not captured your blockers. When he captured your blockers, you didn't have power to even knock his head.
Exactly. That's why I tell you, say when small pikin reach where fear dey, fear go catch am.
No, small. You get some small pikin wey get mind. You never see small pikin they do it with in Igbo. They said Obelen sebawalike. You know they hear am. You didn't hear. You haven't heard that.
That one, old man will no respect himself. Now you talk. Remember when Operation Python dance enter Southeast? You know what you use?
Let's slow down now. Let's slow down. Come on. Let's not make it all. There are many people here. Yeah, let me just.
You never shoot small shit with Katanyash.
I think the reason why you're not going to see people on the street is because I think people that keep talking about youth going on the street, they forget that there's something going on in Nigeria people don't know. Many of those youths are online working, doing coding. They are not going to come out on the street to protest as you like to think. That's why protests don't work these days. So go ahead, Matt.
But the protest worked in 2020.
That is because they are attacking those
youths that are normalizing abnormality. Why are you normalizing
online directly? That's why they came out.
What is abnormality? There's a constitution that has a rule in place.
So Nigerians should stop protesting.
Let's allow Matt to say something, please.
Your man protested.
There is something.
Hold on.
There is something.
Hey, let me say something.
There is something going on.
Finish.
There is something going on right now. There is something going on right now in the world. I'm trying to, I'm still trying to, figure it out because a lot of things, we Africans, this is where I can, sometimes if we come in this way, I will say, yes, I will support what forefather is saying about Africa, defend your own and all that. You see, I have been on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. I want to see where Nigerians and our, so-called Yeye British are putting up Sudanese people, their flag, saying, save Sudanese. Save Sudanese, still stop. But it come to Ukraine, it come to France, Nigerians, they carry them for head. They start shouting. They feel like it is their brother they are killing. But look at just Sudan, our brothers, Africa here. If anyone here have seen Nigerians, I'm not trying to talk about Ghana, have seen Nigerians flagging the flag of Sudan, saying, stop this war. Please let that person tell me. If they kill somebody in France, in US, in London, you will see, so it doesn't even relate to them. You will see them. They will carry it on their head. But what is going on now? This is happening in our own soil, in Africa. You are not seeing this protest the same way they will carry it even when it happens to other countries in the West. What is going on? I don't know if Africans, I don't know how we hate one another. I don't know what is going on. I don't know the kind of level of reasoning that we have. Sometimes this thing, since I would say, since I have been experiencing wars and all that is going on, let me tell you, whether it's happening in France, in UK, you will never see me post it on my Facebook or anything, because I don't care the same way they don't care about us. Because sometimes this thing baffles me. In France, there has been protest. When I at the protest, brutal protest, they don't televise it. They don't. That is when I mean brutal. People killing. That is when I mean killing. It is not something that, if you see what they are burning, this thing has started many months ago, but they keep it down low. They don't want to do what? They don't want it to be in the news.
I see.
If this thing is in Africa, I'm telling you, go and do this research. Check the protest that has been going on. Check it. I'm telling you, it's brutal. It's brutal. They are facing police. They are facing police face to face. They are facing them face to face. I mean, with a fire, whatever. That is bomber to bomber. I'm telling you, they are not carrying it like as if there is suicide there, or the police they are messing up, or the country are messing up. But when it happens to Nigeria, it will look as if the hell is in Nigeria. It will look as if there is a no-go area. Look at Sudan. Nobody is flagging the flag of Sudan, saying no to war. If it is Ukraine, they carry it. My brother, it baffles me. I don't understand exactly what is going on in that. That is in the head of Africans. We should wake up. Africans should wake up. Africans, we should wake up. This thing is not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. I have been patient. I said, let me see our celebrities. Let me see people in US. Let me see people in UK. Let me see how they can, I used to come out in Twitter. This is the only thing that makes me go concert to, Twitter and Facebook. Let me see the flag of Sudan. I want to see it flagging, but I can't see it anywhere. As if Sudan is not existing. What's going on?
It's true. I think you have a point there. I would advise, my problem, what I see between us is that we speak with double language. Earlier on in this show, just to remind you what I'm talking about, you were speaking Igbo, telling Ife the way to come across, the way to say stuff. This is the kind of, we don't speak honestly to ourselves. Last year, Ethiopia was crying out one Africa, and so that they can end a civil war in their country. Obasanjo led the delegation, went to South Africa, they ended that civil war. This year, Nigerians wanted to leave this in Sudan, as because of the fighting there. Ethiopia is asking us for visa, not one Africa anymore. Asking people that are escaping from war zone for visa. It shows you the way we talk. We always say things when it suits us. When I said this thing last week or last 2 weeks, I've seen the pattern with the way we talk. Because sometimes you just have to study the human beings. Because I wonder where all this stuff is coming from. Because these are leaders we keep generating. They're not coming from nowhere. It's just us. It's not a mystery. You just have to diagnose it and figure out, okay, how do we start relating to each other? For me, I believe that we need to start talking honestly about difficult topics too. Everybody has to own up to their own prejudice. Don't hide it in-house and talk to other people with double speak. You tell them this is what you want, but while within yourselves, you say something else. That is what leads to distrust, and that's what leads to all this fake this in outrage, and then you start selling each other out overseas. But I take your point. That thing that you said about celebrities, that's very interesting, because I've not seen one celebrities, trying to, say no fighting in Sudan. Not at all. So, sorry, who's next?
Oh, by the way, I have to leave, but just Forefathers is moderating, not me. Let me switch you. Forefathers, you're the one. Yeah.
I thought you wanted to help me out. You wanted to. Ngozika is very, very in my face. Okay, Ngozika, go ahead. Ngozika's hand is like this. I can't escape it.
I was in the office, but I'm going home. But man has to sleep now. But I wanted to join for a little bit. I was actually I actually didn't want to join initially till I saw what Ngozika was saying. I was looking at the comment section. I was seeing a lot of sexist things. That's why I got a little bit irate and I came online. But
Dr. Dominic, thank
a lot
you.
of people, yeah, you're welcome. A lot of people have made very good comments. The one thing I plead for us is to hear other people say. A lot of times I'm tempted to shut people down. You know, sometimes I disagree with others, but I hold myself. You know, I think sometimes when I remember that the damage is you know, when I have conversations, he's always worried about, you know, the show getting shut down because of certain things that people say. So I'm like, you know, I try to respect him. I don't own the show. I'm only here to help out whenever I have the time.
Kenny, are you hearing? You don't want to shut this show down with your song. We need to watch our language.
We've gotten a lot of strikes. One more,
yeah, that's bad. You know, that's really bad.
Because if you shut it down, we'll start over again. It's such a headache. It's such a headache. That's why I be with everyone. Every once in a while, we get them to use.
But no, Dr. Dominic, I'm not trying to stop you, but you know, sometimes I understand what you're saying, and I wouldn't want such a thing to happen to this channel. But this is it. Sometimes there are some things you need to say, maybe because we stopped, you know, using other languages. You can code what you want to say. For example, instead of K, you can say I, or you can say, so that we understand ourselves as Nigerians, right? So I think, but there are some words you really need to say that. So, but we can use a coded word for that.
I don't want us to be carried away by passion sometimes and say things that are unbecoming. For example, Kenny, you said something which I was like, you know, yeah, I get your passion, but saying things like,
for that, I think let's contribute. We were there for ground so that they can understand what is happening.
Saying things like anything
don't worry, you'll be next.
Jungle justice is not
after Ngozika. So Ngozika is on the ground too.
I have seen people on track killed, and these are innocent people just because they say, oh, this person is a thief, and that person gets killed.
No, Dr. Dominic, that's not what I'm calling for. I will be against such justice, right? But this is what I'm saying for civilians, right? No. For civilians that come on the streets to protest against injustice, against rigging of their vote or stealing of their mandate, right? I don't think they did anything wrong to anyone, not even to the police or to the army. Why ending them? Why would you end them?
Well, there's certain things
right?
Like
can I just speak?
No. Those kinds of things are things that will get the show shut down because they won't they won't try to justify what you're saying. I understand what you mean. I feel your passion. No one here is happy that of what happened October 20th, 2020. But there are certain things that no matter how much you are pushed, you can say it in a different manner. But I'm just saying, this is our show today. All of us here, people in the audience, this is our show. But the things that you say, they shut the show down. So you lose that opportunity to have an avenue to voice your opinion. So I'm just telling us. I know Papa that is going to moderate very soon. I'm hoping he has the iron grip and make sure things are.
Yeah. Because the last thing I need is this. I would like them to start having backup, you know, so that the current user, because this thing, so it just takes one or two Kenes to, or maybe me to shut the show down.
By the way, did you guys talk about the passport thing? I know I left in the afternoon. Although maybe you guys can discuss it if you still have time. Otherwise, just talk about
which passport.
In terms of the strength
of the passport, I was talking about Nigeria having a visa free 48 countries, but such as about 150. Even Kenya and South Africa are even higher than us.
We can go through that, yeah. When things get relaxed and when things get relaxed, we can do that.
Okay,
sounds good. Yeah, Ngozika has been very patient. I think okay. Please go ahead.
All right, bye.
So I just wanted to address two things. This is almost 1 a.m. here.
Again? I thought we were done with that.
I said I just needed to address two things. That it's almost 1 a.m. here, and I need to turn in for the night. So the first is a hill I'm willing to die on. I'll keep repeating it. Ndi Igbo do not strategize when it matters, crucially, except in the places I mentioned. You can cry from now till tomorrow, but I'll keep saying it. And I want to say something. Mr. V. Maxwell, I do not know your grouse with me, but I wanted you to know that I saw your comments in the comment section. He was sexist as hell. He was derogatory. And he was unbecoming of somebody that comes here to preach equity and fairness. I laughed it off as I do most comments most times, but I just needed to tell you that, yeah, I saw it and it's just like pouring water on a duck. I just shake it off. And you see these things, you see, I don't like people that do selective justice. See, selective justice, I don't like it. Oh, they are killing people. They are taking people things away. They are marginalizing people. In one breath. In the next breath, how dare she take that thing away from her? She said it is not like that. Or yeah, remove that thing from her. She said it will not be like this. Or yeah, who are we deceiving? Who exactly? We only speak when it favors our narrative. If it doesn't, every other thing is trash. I want to be that person that can always beat my chest and say that even when it was not convenient, when it is not convenient, I stated facts. Having established that truth is relative, yes, having established that, I prefer to stick to facts, because unlike truth, which we now know is relative, facts will always remain facts. And I want to be that person, no matter the discourse, that can always beat my chest and say, I stood on this side of the fact. Or I stood on, I don't want to use the word good, but I stood on the good. I stood on what was right. Yes, that's a better word. I am not going to be that person that will be coward. I'm not going to be that person that that says it to please a certain demographic. No, no. We don't do that here. I don't do that. I have been my own person for the longest time without apology, without any form of apology. What is right is right. What is fair is fair. Facts are facts. And if you cannot deal with this, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful show. I'm turning on for the night. You all have a good night. Bye.
Thank you. Vine Maxwell, we are going to go over what you went and did to have Ngozika call you out. But we have to have the Niger guy talk. Mr. Fix, please go ahead with what you want to contribute.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to talk in broken.
You want to come closer to your mic. You are fading out a bit.
Okay. My brother Ekene, we are on ground here in Nigeria. I don't know if you are aware of the bill that are past the first stage. About yes, of 20 years in prison. These guys are very, very serious about holding Nigeria down. So you wouldn't just advise us to just go on the street. First of all, if you want to protest, you have to go and get permit currently. So who is going to permit you to go on the street, or you just go? They will just mess you up. That's on one side. When you born picking, I think the first thing the child will do is to sit down. Then the child will stand up. Okay, the child will crawl, then stand up and start walking. You don't just do. This election have shown us that we can actually put these guys on the bench, but you can't just do it at once. It's bit by bit. We from Southeast, Uzodinma has been there for 4 years. 4 years, and everybody is saying that he didn't win the election. For 4 years. Have we even talked to our people this coming election to unseat him? And we want to jump and start doing things in a way that they will start killing people. So we have to start from where we have started. This social media have given us, have opened a lot of people's this thing. You have to be in Nigeria. I'm living in Abuja. There's no light here. If you call a radio station, some radio station, they will send police to your house. The radio station, they will trace your number, send police to your house. They will yank you off. If you talk anyhow, police will be in your doorstep. This is why it's not a joke. They will give away your number. Police will track you down. This one is one-on-one. You one-on-one with police. Nobody will know what happened to you. You see, so since we are moving like this, a lot of politicians have been removed from office this time around, and this has empowered people. And you don't have to travel to anywhere. Just with social media, people talk to themselves and all that. A lot of vote that went to Obi is not from his campaign and all that. It's from what we are seeing from social media. So social media is even reaching wider than protests and all that. So what I'm saying is this: if you are talking from that side, you should also know, it's not as if it's having mind. If they eliminate you, your family, how far? As I did here, now 30K they collect as salary. And I just told you guys earlier that they demolish my home. If you put all those things together, you'll be even struggling to how. If you think like I'm thinking about my little child, and I will go on the road. I'm telling you, even calling a radio station is a problem. It's a problem to just react to what they are saying there that is not present to hear. So we will move bit by bit, and remove them. The first thing is let the rule of law start working. As in the judicial system should be strong for the mighty and weak. If it works like that, then we'll start getting it right. But for now is anybody that didn't serve well, you remove the person in the next election. Anybody that didn't serve well, you remove the person bit by bit like that. We'll get to where we are going. You don't just start rushing things and these people start messing people up. Like you said earlier, people that have died, someone will just paid some people, as in give away some people to for that answers, and that's all. And it's not even everybody. And it's not even even when they do their this thing, some people will still hijack it. The criminality is everywhere, even on street. My brother that is doing Uber today, they will send out Borago will go and stop you on the way. And when you park to carry my brother today, they stopped him, and when he parked to pick the person, they will jump inside your car. So they are the one that is even trying to lure you to as in they will lure you so that they will extort you. In this Abuja, this one is not a this thing. So my brother, if you look at it, I know sometimes you go the verse like this, but this strategy of going to this before you go and protest, police have to permit you to go. If not, it's a problem for you.
Let me help you here, Mr. Fix. Let me clarify myself further. You see, I want to ask you just a few questions.
Try to keep it brief because
yes, I'll be brief, but I just want this to be clear for everyone before they end up going with not a wrong notion. In Imo State, when they conducted their last gubernatorial election, that brought this guy, their current president, governor now, who did you think won that election?
For me,
yeah.
Who
won that election?
Because of for me, because of what have been happening before,
yeah,
I take it that the person that declared first is the person that won.
Okay, good. So this presidential election now that they just conducted, who did you think win that election?
Let me tell you, I'm a staunch supporter of P2B.
So,
and I'm also
but who did you think win that election? In your own analysis, who do you think that win the election?
Wait, I'm coming. If you ask me, I will say it's P2B, but it's very difficult for me to call.
Thank you.
No, wait now. Wait.
No, it's my turn to. It's my turn. You just yes or no answer. I'm just trying to clarify myself further. You don't have to go further, please. Oh, don't steal my time. Please, let me proceed. Now, you are talking about the National Assembly, literally, whether you like it or not, banning protests in Nigeria. This is an outright strangulation of freedom of speech, freedom of protest in Nigeria. And Nigerians who they call themselves proud Nigerians, are sitting back watching them to do this to them. You say something about you're thinking about your little child. Why are you not thinking about your little child's freedom of speech being taken away from him when you are still alive and you cannot fight? I don't mean going to war. You cannot fight to stop that. So does it mean that whatever the National Assembly proposes to do and put into law is okay by the citizens? Why can't the citizens go on the street and protest and say no, that this policy is not going to work? Hold on. When they are sitting down there with their big stomach trying to strangulate your freedom of speech, why can't you go on the street and say no?
They did not ban protest. That's not correct. Okay, let's not start debating false narrative here. Protest is not banned. Atiku protested.
No,
even
he
obedience
said that
protested.
before you protest, you have to go and write to the Minister of Information for them to approve the protest. You have to go and get permit for you to say no to what they are doing. Right?
But
And
that's
you
how they
expect them
protest
to
here in the West.
approve of
Isn't that how you protest in the West?
You expect them at the end of the day to approve of
Isn't
that
that way?
protest.
Isn't that how they protest in the country you are in?
No, in the country where you live, you have to go to the police. You write to the police, not to the National
What's the
Assembly.
difference? It's not that different. You
No,
have the right to go to
the police is non-partisan. The police is not partisan here. But the National Assembly, as it is today, is partisan.
But they've not denied anybody any right to protest. That's the thing. If
They
there
will
was
deny.
something that
That's
denied
where they're heading to. They will eventually deny.
You are missing. Those people sponsoring the bill, they come from somewhere. It's a senator from Imo State.
To ban protests.
So why not deal with them? They are the part of the leaders we're talking about that you should protest against
It's a
them.
senator from Imo State that is sponsoring that bill.
What do they? Social media view is social
What
media
have you said to that senator?
That's not.
Let me tell you, me, I'm not from that constituency. You have to start from the constituency.
Van Maxwell, you've not said anything, have you? And Buddy, have you said anything? No. So I think I will go through. We'll go from the right to the left, so that everybody will have their say. Buddy, Fix, have you finished? Finish what you have. Just complete what your thoughts, so that I can go to Buddy.
What I'm trying to tell Ekene is there is a solution, but we are not looking at it. And you know that you can recall your senator. You can recall, but people are not looking at that side.
Okay.
Well, people are not looking at that side.
I don't know why Van is shaking his head. Why are you shaking your head? You should figure out how to do it.
Okay, let me tell you what I'm shaking my head. Okay, let me tell you what I'm shaking my head. I'm just listening to this guy. I'm just wondering. Look, hold on, just a minute. Let me ask you.
Okay.
Okay, you live in Nigeria. Yes. I just want to know. I mean, speaking to people, talking to people, interacting with people. What's the percentage of Nigerians, the population, you think have this year share this opinion of I don't know, maybe a snail pace progress, and then we take it easy, and then and then what is it? What is it exactly you're talking about?
It's just because people don't know that it's doable. But I'm telling you that this election.
What is that? Now listen. Okay, let me ask the question. You see, actually, I wanted to just talk briefly about Pansat. When he came here, then what I'm going to say is not. I don't take a lot of time
about it, because body needs to have his say, because you are using an interjection to make a comment.
What I'm going to say is kind of connected, and I don't take a lot of time. Okay, now. So this guy, Pansat.
No, not. You see, it's some other person's turn. It's not fair that you some other person's turn to talk. You see what I mean? So let Body go, then you by Maxwell, then he comes to you. Okay, let's be fair to each other. Please, Body, go.
So hello everyone. So we have to be very careful, so that at the end of the day we don't become the victim of what we preach, because one day or the other the table will turn. We have constitution in Nigeria. We have Act of Parliament that got rotation of things in Nigeria. As to the election has been done and it's gone. So the stage we are now is the election petition, which is part of electoral process. That's post-election. So election itself, there are rules that guide the election. before you can say you are a Democrat, you have to familiarize yourself with the process. Democrats have to be patient, no matter the rigor of the process. That's what differentiates a Democrat from a fascist. But we are not patient. Even the OB that you are advocating for, he benefited from this process. Even that himself. That he won an election in 2011 in Kaduna. He defeated Ahmed McCarthy, former governor of Kaduna State. That he was sworn in. He almost spent almost 1 year out of 4-year term in office before he was booted out. Dying, he didn't clamor that, oh, we should truncate democracy because the litigation has not been completed. He's sworn in. Till today, he didn't refund his salary. Obi the same thing. Ngige was declared as a winner. Obi was in court for almost 3 years. The process was delayed. And eventually, he won his case in tribunal. The case went to the appeal court. If he eventually won, he was sworn in as a governor. He spent the remaining, he thought he was to like spend the remaining 1 year of his tenure. Falana went to court and he fought on behalf of Obi. He won that case. He has to go through the election. He has to like refresh his tenure. The election that was conducted that same year, where this guy, what's the name of this man? Dr. I forgot his name. That election was cancelled that same year. Obi was able to finish up his term.
And Uba.
Nobody cried about that. I could remember Obasanjo in 1999. Falai went to court. Obasanjo was sworn in. Nothing happened. Nobody clamored that, oh, we should truncate democracy. We shouldn't swear anybody in. That's our electoral, that's the way it has been. That's the constitution. I could remember in 2010, in 2011, the National Assembly came together to amend the Nigerian constitution because there is no time limit to electoral litigation. Because electoral litigation in Anambra took almost 3 years. The one in Osun took almost 3 years. The one in Edo took almost 3 years. The one in Ekiti took almost 3 years. I think another one in Kaduna, another one in Sokoto by PPA.
Wow.
2 years. They amended the constitution that at the tribunal level for governorship, it will be 3 stages. That it will start from election petition tribunal, whereby they will spend 180 days. You are Nigerians then, we are all aware, 6 months at the tribunal, and the appeal court, they say 60 days. They say at the Supreme Court, 60 days again. If you call yourself a Democrat, you know what you are subscribing to. If you are contesting a particular election, you know this is all you go through. You cannot get to the middle of the game. And I start advocating that, oh, we should stop the process. That's not lawful. As a Democrat, nobody stop anybody. There's no law in Nigeria that stop protests. But what we are saying is that if you want to protest, that's what the government is saying. If you want to protest, liaise with the police so that they can give you a protection. Not that you just go on the streets and you call for protest. In UK, people protested today. They were arrested and jailed. About like last year, I remember, towards the end of last year in UK, they protested. Yeah. And the order of the PM, those guys were arrested and they were in jail. The same thing in America.
Sorry, and the Nigerian police give protesters protection?
Yeah, that's what if you inform.
No, I'm asking you.
That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do.
Let's be real. When we're talking, go ahead.
If you keep them informed, they will protect you. So that the hoodlum will not hijack the process.
Body.
Really?
But it's very, very easy now. In a country where you have terrorists, I don't know why people are acting as if that is not true. In a country where you have terrorists, you don't have
in as much as Nigeria is not working, we are not Banana Republic.
Let him finish his thoughts so that the stuff can go through.
We have to write the DSS. We have to write the police.
When Nigeria turned to USA, please tell me, maybe yesterday night.
We have to keep them informed before. If you think your protest is legit,
in a country,
keep them, and they provide the protection. They provide us the cover so that they would hijack the process.
From here,
have you finished your point?
In a country called Nigeria,
on the election,
police officers. They are more corrupt than anything in the whole world, and you're telling me that you have
that's what we're talking about. That's hasty generalization. Where we get our crisis from at times.
Police are carrying ballot boxes. carry ballot boxes for politicians. Is that the one that will protect you?
The police
My
are even
brother,
there.
can we be here?
Stop.
Let's take it easy. Body, have you finished? Finish your submission so that
please,
we can go to
let
Vine
me
Maxwell.
finish up. Let me finish. So we can't call ourselves a lawful society and still be advocating anarchy. Let the 29th come. Let's let them swear whoever they want to swear in, and let the case be in court. If the case is in court, whoever wins. That's been our tradition. That's been our constitutional part. Because it doesn't favor us today, we shouldn't just turn around and say, oh, let's change the law in between. Let's abrogate this. Let's stop this. That will not work. Because these people that we're advocating for, they've been a beneficiary of it at one point in time or the other. So please, let's follow the path of constitutionality so that we don't run into anarchy. Because nobody has that monopoly of violence. If you say, hey, you strong, you don't know who will go down first. That's what you cannot predict.
So can I?
I think we got to help us.
Okay,
are you actually in Nigeria?
Can I ask him?
30 seconds interjection so that Max.
Buddy, are you actually in Nigeria?
What makes the difference? I have this thing.
Don't you know that Nigerian police?
Otherwise, we'll never get to the end of the line. We'll never get, and it's not fair on them. They are all been waiting.
Just 5 seconds. Don't you know that Nigerian police were used in 2020 to recruit hoodlums and bring them out to go against the protesters? The same police that you want them to approve your protest.
No, it's done.
That's debatable. If you actually follow the protest,
debatable.
These people, they have a charter of demand, which is 5-point demand.
We saw the vehicles from the presidency doing that.
Once your reason for protest has been accepted, you have no reason to be on the street beyond that. It's unreasonable.
Was he accepted then? Was he accepted
at that particular point in time?
Was he accepted at that point in time?
That's why the shooting started.
If you are correct, you are correct.
Was he accepted?
That's why the shooting started.
I was telling people, they were using the mob action. They say, oh, they're going to attack me. I say, oh, you people, if you try it, you say, you don't know who go down first. Because at that point in time, they will start putting your name. If you are against them, the protesters, they will say, oh, we know you. We know your house. I say, don't worry, come. Because you are silly.
So you were against Nigerian youth protesting against police brutality. You were against Nigerian youth protesting against police brutality.
He's not against that.
Does it warrant for them to be killed?
When your charter of demand has been accepted, the government accepted it.
Accepted without acting it.
How do you know they don't act on it?
No.
Acted on it, actually. They actually acted on it. They actually acted on it. I don't know why.
No, the protest prompted them to act on it. Without the protest, they wouldn't have acted.
They granted what the protesters wanted. They agreed to everything within a couple of weeks. But the protest went even further until it became violent before they stopped.
So cannot afford this because they are protesting.
Excuse me, sir. If they
government agree in which way? In which way did they agree? In
they
which way?
The demands of the protesters now.
In which way?
We have police officers in
By saying that they were going to disband
collecting money from motorists.
SARS was
no, but father, you got it wrong. They told you when they
still have police in the southeast collecting money from motorists, and if you refuse to give them, they will punish you.
That kind of reform takes.
Okay, buddy. Let's hand the argument to Max now. Max can take over from there. Then they can carry on with the interjection. But I just wanted to move along so that other people can talk. Sorry, Max. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Thank you, forefather. Good morning to all the panelists here, those in the comment section. And my name remains Vine Maxwell. I'm a Ghanaian from an Igbo Biafran woman, and I'm proud to say that. And I am speaking to you from the beautiful city of Bolgatanga in upper eastern part of Ghana. Ekene,
yeah, I can one. No.
There was, yes, sir. Yeah. It's quite a pity what is happening on this platform. Up to now, we still live in denial of what is happening in Nigeria. The security apparatuses the last speaker spoke about was the same security apparatus, one of them that I served for 18 years, and I resigned a warrant officer second class. You tell me that an incumbent president that is going to be affected by the protesters will allow you to protest freely in Nigeria? Do you know what we did to protesters when we were there? Do you know? Up till now, they have not stopped. NSAS is just one of them. They killed you even when you were singing, chanting the national anthem, carrying the flag of that same country. Police, it is all over. In my mother's hometown, an Okada rider was killed, shot dead. They chased him from Aba main town down to a place they call Ndiakata and shot him because he refused to pay 100 naira bribe.
I think we need to be careful about making allegations that cannot be verified. You heard about the this thing they said earlier on.
Forefathers, see, you see, these are verifiable. Even Okezie Ikpeazu, the governor of Abia State, went for it, and that police officer was posted from Abia State to a different place. It is on the news. You can check it. It is there. Okezie Ikpeazu, the governor of Abia State, was involved.
Yeah, but okay, what do you think about the protests that happened earlier on? You know, just after the election, the Obi supporters were in Abuja protesting. Atiku supporters, and Atiku was present during the protest. They were able to protest peacefully, and everything went without incidents at all. So, what do you think about that? They were not being attacked.
You know, they decide
what do you think that makes them to stop the protest?
Hold on, my brother.
No, they didn't attack them. They went home. That's how the process stopped.
Yeah, okay, they went home. It's not true.
You see,
they went home.
brother.
Nobody said that they chased them away.
So far, we didn't understand what happened.
Sorry, what's the point of the question?
The point of the question was because Van Maxwell was saying that whenever people come out to protest, they kill them. Oh, sorry, they attack them and stuff like that.
There are also protesters that came out. They came out for them, but they disengaged. They just quietly stopped. They didn't want to proceed because if they do, let me tell you, other wars that the government has sponsored are already on ground and threatening them that they will meet them the next day. So they
you people are eating from my time.
Okay, sorry, my brother. I'm just trying to.
That's how they will eat body. But he didn't know whether he was coming or going.
You people are ambushing me. You are letting me. Okay. Thank you, my people. You see, there was a protest by IPOB in Aba towards the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Forefather, did you hear what happened to them? There were a group of women, Aba women, that protested on the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. They were dragged on the mall. Did you see that? You see?
No.
Okay, you will not. I know you will not.
I didn't know.
Okay, but you have a gadget there. You can just browse it and see what happened to those people that I just mentioned right now. You see, my sister Ngozi, maybe by now she might be sleeping. If my comment on the comment section got you aggrieved and angered, I say I'm sorry. I call you my Nemoche. And I wouldn't want a situation where people will be making, she's an able woman. Our people in Ghana here say you don't shave a man's head in his absence. She is not here, and I will reserve my comment, until I see her sometime in the future. But calling Igbo people traders, for me, whose mother comes from that particular ethnic group, is derogatory.
I think she was misunderstood. She tried to clarify that she was trying to give an analysis So I don't even know why we're still talking about what Ngozi.
No, that was the reason. That was my sister. My sister, that was the reason why I made the comment I made. So she is not here. And if you remember, when Obi said he is a trader,
good night, guys.
He was not being serious. He was not being serious about it. It was mockery to those people that call him traders. Obi is not a trader. Obi is a professional and a learned person as well, not in the legal terms. You see, what is going on? I just want to speak concerning Senator Ekweremadus and his ordeal, the sentencing in the United Kingdom. This is the price you pay when you run down your own medical facilities. Whether he is alone in it or not, all of them contributed in running down the medical sector. In the 80s, early 70s, foreigners were coming to Nigeria for medical, tourism. Today, it's not happening. Rather, our politicians are going out there. An ailment as common as mosquito, Lassa fever, name them, are killing Nigerians even more than the terrorists because of lack of medical facilities. What will you call that? You were voted in to make life meaningful for people. They trusted you, they gave you the mandate to deliver the deliverables for them, things that will make them happy. But instead of that, you deny them that opportunity. And it comes to your turn now for you to get the same thing you deny people. You went to the foreign land and committed that crime over there, they call a crime, on their own soil. And they dealt with you according to their laws. I have no pity for him. I have no pity for his wife. Because our Igbo people said, no, forefather might not understand Igbo language. Onye na egburu onye ara osisi ọ na-eje elu mmadụ ya na eso n'elu ya. If you are cutting the sticks for a madman to throw, for instance, forefather, both of them are committing the same crime. So that is what I'm going to say about that.
But I thought there was a beating there. Where is the beating? When you said something, I had the beating there. Where is the beating? Your English translation? Yeah, it's not there. They think people don't hear a little bit,
Forefather, literally, you can call it a beating. But in our Igbo culture, they say, if I don't know, it's a proverb. If a man says a proverb to you and interprets it to you, the dowry they paid on that person's mothers is a waste. See, when you talk, even you say it literally, it means beating. But the beating I am talking about here is the sentencing that they gave him. That is the beating.
Okay, I see. Because you made a lot of effort to go into use your language to say it. Then you went and translated it differently. That's confusing.
It is the same thing. My people here that understand me, understand what knows what I'm talking about, understand what I'm talking about. So that is how it is. For me, I said, like my brother was saying, I don't know his name, the one that is staying in between me and Kene. He was saying something about, what was he saying? There was something he said. I think I've forgotten what he was.
Is it about the protest getting...
You mean about it getting a permit for the protest, or police providing them the cover for the protest?
And no one has the monopoly of violence. I mean,
No. Police protection. Okay. You see, the Nigerian government, what I said, if it doesn't suit them, they will descend on you the way they want. If you look at, let's go back to Lekki protest. It was peaceful from the beginning. It was peaceful. They requested for police protection. The police were there. When the hoodlums came, they could not protect the protectors from these people. And it became chaotic. People were killed in the process. I don't think that is what should be in Nigeria in this day and year. No, it shouldn't be. Nigeria has everything it takes to make life meaningful for people. But when you cannot protect your own people, exercising their civic responsibility or civic disobedience to the policies of the cabinet, it is nonsensical to me. It is very, very nonsensical to me. So that is what I have to say, my people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you see they are very, very civil with you because they probably all agree with you. Not likely.
You know,
Uti, I think you are next.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Actually, the reason why I decided to come up.
Let me interrupt Uti.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he kept interrupting, I guess. Both of you, it's like interjection, I guess.
Okay, listen. I was saying that the reason why I came up, because I've been listening, Pansat, kind of said what he said, okay, and then mentioned war, okay. And I think the next person, the person that spoke after him, that was Paul. What's really surprises me sometimes is, somebody will raise a question, and instead of, the panelists, addressing the question, and people just kind of tell stories, it's as if I don't know who is interested in stories. Now, if I understood him correctly, and if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I don't think he was kind of maybe clamoring for war, saying that he's enthusiastic for war. But war is a fact of life, it's a reality of life. And if war is brought to you, what do you do? Okay, now, and for me, the question, even if it was not expressed clearly by Pansat, was this. And of course, this brings me to maybe this question of, what Buddy has been talking about, constitutionality, okay? And because of, invariably, in his view, the election that was conducted was done properly, constitutionally, and then the people that
please, Father, permit me, Uncle. Please permit me. Let me pick something. I will be right back, sir.
All right, no problem.
Okay, you're not interrupting me now. Okay. So, Buddy, probably in your view, you're gonna tell me that the election was done. It was those that organized it, and the government that the current government, they're Democrats, and they have respect for constitutionality, everything that was done above board. Is that your view, if I'm asked?
The point is that election doesn't have to be perfect. That's why we have.
No, it's not about perfection.
That's why in setting up an election, that's why we have pre-election.
By any standard, that's
why we have post-election, and then we have a rule that guides every.
Okay, that's what I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
Of that process.
So, of course, yes, the rule you're talking about, the constitutional point is election has been done, a winner has been declared, and therefore it has to be sworn in. Okay,
definitely.
That is the rule. Okay,
yeah, definitely.
The constitutional, and
that's the constitutional part. Yeah,
we have to abide by it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then irrespective of the fact that the conduct of the election itself was kind of more like a violence on the.
Regardless. You can't create a vacuum. So vacuum is not allowed in the constitution.
Okay, that's fine. So now this takes me to another point. If after the swearing in, okay, or maybe even before the swearing in, maybe the Court of Appeal rules, and maybe for some reason, I don't know, anything can happen. Say that maybe the election was not a valid one, or maybe it came to a different conclusion. All right. In other words, that is something that is not in favor of the current elected candidate. Okay. So, and so assuming that happens before the nomination, okay. So, what do you think would happen?
Assuming that happens
before the swearing.
Before swearing.
Yes.
No, the Constitution did not give room to that, because
what in your view would
that's
happen?
that's why the timeline was created in the Constitution, and I gave you the background. The background.
It's not about the background, but I'm saying, okay, because look, the
Constitution has been amended. You know,
I'm coming. Sorry,
the Constitution does not just come to bear.
No,
it has to do with our history.
There's no need having a lecture. Look,
no, it's not a lecture. You won't understand, because what the Constitution say, you will have.
Okay,
my
question is this:
the election petition tribunal, which is
okay. Now, the petitions, the hearing of the petitions are starting. On 8th, 10th.
On the 8th.
Okay, so assuming
it has started, there's been an exchange of.
But the hearings are gonna start sometime next week, right?
Even that's not a full hearing. That's what they call pre-hearing conference.
Okay, when is the good full hearing gonna be?
That was a pre-hearing conference.
When is the pre-hearing going to be? How many days do you think?
No, they are responding. No, they responded to the petition.
Yeah.
Listen, listen.
And
a plenary hearing can be 1 day.
Okay. Hearing cannot be 1 day. I'll tell you the reason why hearing cannot be 1 day.
How do you know that?
The reason why hearing cannot be 1 day, because there is the way they challenge election petition in Nigeria is that you prove base by base, because where it starts from is that the petitioner will need to
Buddy, hold on. I think this thing that you are doing, and I'm sure that's what the legislators and the people that passed the law did. But how is it that, because I just got from Falana that Kenya was able to have election procedures or challenges happen in 19 days. Suddenly we keep saying, oh, they have to take these 20 days to do this, they have to take this. It's because people made that happen. And my question to you on this one is that, not on that particular point anyway, could they rule on any of the contested point? Could they rule fast, like say on the Abuja one early?
They won't rule on it, and I will tell you the reason. Election petition case is sui generis. It's a special case. They usually take preliminary objection.
I'm a lawyer. Okay,
so they cannot giving this to a layman interpretation. You know the law.
What does sui generis mean?
Sui generis means
I'm a lawyer, right? Okay.
You know, every court, either the High Court, the Supreme Court, the Appeal Court, they have rules that guide them. So,
and you know those rules. Are you a lawyer?
Have such.
Do you know those rules?
So you mean they have to decide on everything in one go?
That's what they do. They take the preliminary objection with the main petition together. So all these preliminary objections have been filed at the court now. They won't decide on it on Monday. So they will take it together with
nobody's saying they're going to decide.
I'm talking about judgment, not taking evidence. I'm talking about judgment. Can they decide that, okay, you have the 4 points here, let me decide on the Abuja one?
No, they won't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Excuse me. Hold on. Can you hold on?
They won't do that.
That is strange.
Excuse me.
They will take everything together.
Are you a lawyer?
No, like Kenya that we are comparing.
Sorry, excuse me. Are you a lawyer?
You know, I'm not a lawyer, but
okay, hold on.
The number of time I spent witnessing cases at election petition tribunal is more than 10 years.
Now,
in Nigeria.
Listen. There are what I call there are kind of technical or legal points. Okay.
So I'm a regular visitor to election petition tribunal. So if I tell you something, I doubt it. 75%
Excuse me. Okay, a legal point or technical point. Now, for example, this question of the 12%, you don't need to take any evidence. It's a matter of interpretation. The Constitution, the advocates of it, they make submissions. Okay, okay. So the court can actually rule on it in 1 day.
They can rule on that in 1 day, but they don't.
Why not? What makes you think so?
They don't take those cases in pieces. They don't adjudicate on cases in pieces. That's what I'm telling you.
But okay, if within the period before the swearing in, the court, which they may well do, nothing stops them, make it come to the view that it's 25%. I mean, this is, in other words.
I think, buddy, you are wrong. I think they said yes, the Nigerian Electoral Commissioner can rule on part of a petition.
No.
So they don't have to rule on everything.
I'm saying
they
it's
can
as a legal point.
on
In any kind of hearing, a court can
They
decide
can
to.
struck out. They
Okay,
can
so
struck
let me
out.
ask you a question. Provided they decided that again the president-elect, or they decided the case at that point in time, they decided that or otherwise, and then the remaining part of the petition has not been taken. So how would they arrive at the final judgment?
So the final judgment is still going to be built. If let's say the Abuja one, there's no final judgment.
You damage the premise, the foundation of the
listen, can you hold on? Can you calm down?
What do you mean the foundation? You can rule on one.
That's why we go straight to the Supreme Court, and then we have to wait till the Supreme Court decide. You don't get the point. Once they decide on that, and it goes otherwise.
No. I think you are mixing it. If let's say the Abuja one was ruled upon,
if they decide on Abuja one today, further, I'm not missing it. If they decide on Abuja one today, whoever that case goes against, we go to Supreme Court.
Okay. And then on that point,
but while it is going to Supreme Court, while it goes to Supreme Court, it's not legal still.
No, to appeal that particular portion. Go and check it.
Okay. Yeah. So
they'll go and appeal. That's fine. But it's still not legal. It means that the current court order is saying it's not legal.
Because once the case went to the Supreme Court, whichever the portion of the petition, they cease proceeding.
Now listen.
Pardon?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I don't know. I don't say maybe you have a point that it's going to go to Supreme Court.
Sorry, excuse me.
Hold on. I think too many people talking at the same time. I think OT doesn't give ground. Okay, OT, go ahead.
No, okay.
It's his turn anyway. Let's face it.
The question is this. Okay, now, on this one point, technical, a legal point. Okay, you don't have to. Examine evidence or call witnesses. Okay, matter of interpretation, constitutional interpretation. Okay, which the judges can do. The advocates will make their submissions. Okay, and now the rule in the Court of Appeal that actually, somebody to be declared validly elected, he has to have 12% of the votes cast in Abuja, right? And then of course, the person declared didn't get it, right? So they may decide to appeal, this one point, go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court also rule against them. So what do you think is going to happen?
If the Supreme Court decided otherwise, what do you think will happen? You have to take both.
No, there won't be any swearing in then.
No, there will be.
Why? No, listen, because what it means. What it means
once you take the case to the Supreme Court.
How long does it take for Supreme Court to? How long do you think it will take for Supreme Court to decide the case?
Listen to me. What it means in effect is this: that the person declared to be or said to be elected is not validly elected.
That's the reason. They do it before. That's the reason the courts are not adjudicating on cases piecemeal.
Hold on. Hold on first. Hold on. I have one law question to ask.
Okay.
It's a kind of law question that I'm not very clear on. Let's say a court makes a decision and somebody wants to take it to Supreme Court.
Yes.
Does the decision the court make, that's the decision that was made by the court, does it remain in effect until the Supreme Court overrules it or upholds it?
It won't remain in effect because they will file what they call what do you call it? To maintain status quo. That they will cease that judgment. They will withhold it.
But the Supreme Court will have to grant them to withhold it first.
Immediately they submit it at the Supreme Court. They file both together. Once they submit it at the Supreme Court, they arrest that judgment. The judgment is arrested.
Is that how it works? Is anyone clear on this?
That's
Lawyer,
That's why is not granted because immediately they won that case at the appeal court. You know what federal government did? They filed for state of execution of that judgment, and they appeal to that judgment by the appeal court immediately. They all go together.
Okay, but what you said there is very interesting. You said file for stay of execution first. Yeah, but what if the Supreme Court decide not to grant it?
The Supreme Court will not create anarchy because at that point in time, the anarchy will be in place. The Supreme Court will decide so that the merit of the case.
We have dwelled so much on this topic.
But it's very, very important, though. It's a very critical one that will be playing out in the next couple of weeks.
Issue of election petitions in Nigeria. If you go to the issue of election petitions in Nigeria, that's what they normally do because the case will go from once the tribunal decide on a case or the plenary objection, and it goes in that way, what they will do is that they will appeal that particular ruling to the Supreme Court, and at that point in time, the
appeal court
deny it will reach at that point in time. Or the Supreme Court
Why is it that whenever somebody wants to try to understand something, they will say we are spending too much time on it? What is it? You want us to come back again? They are saying something that I need. Maybe you don't care about it. Even I don't know about it.
What they are talking about right now, for instance, okay, if the Supreme Court rules on 25%, okay, 25%, that means Tinubu didn't win the election.
That's my point. And this guy.
Hold on.
That doesn't make a winner of the election.
Hold on.
Because there are other requirements.
Hold on. Okay, if he didn't win the election, okay, now who won the election? We don't know. So
that's what the petitioner will continue to prove.
Yeah, so we don't know who won the election. Hold on.
You want to win the majority lawful caucus. As none of the two made that.
Bro, can I speak, please?
Just let Okija finish. Let's hear his point. What he was trying to say.
Okay, if Tinubu didn't get to
start from tribunal.
That's what is applied. That means Tinubu didn't win the election. Then in the constitution, what are we going to do? There's nothing to do in the constitution.
Who are you going to swear in?
You don't. They will swear nobody here because the petitioners they haven't met other thresholds to declare them as the winner of the election.
So there's no.
Then Buhari will stay beyond 29th of May.
Buhari will not even stay. What the constitution envisaged in that situation is that
constitution will step in as the president.
Oh my God, who is the Senate president right now? I hope it's not Oti Uzokalo. Is it Oti Uzokalo that is the Senate president?
Is Ahmed Lawan?
If you allow me, and you see, the thing is this, and because of this, okay, this simple point, a legal point, important, can be decided in 1 day, 2 days.
Deciding it in 1 day is not an issue. What I'm saying to you is that at that point in time, you've given the respondent a leeway to arrest that judgment, to arrest the
You know how they arrest everything now. Buddy, I have a question. So when they go to Supreme Court, how long do you think it will take the Supreme Court to make their judgments?
Like I said, it's a legal point. Okay, it's a
3 days.
It doesn't require
60 days. That's a long time.
That's how much they are allowed. Forefathers, they don't have to exhaust that 60 days. They don't have to exhaust it. That's the maximum they have. They don't have to exhaust it.
What did they rush break there and say, Tinubu, stop wasting our time. You need Abuja. Then suddenly they have to start calling for another election again. You see what will happen? Then they can't swear him in.
So
that is a that's a real possibility because if they can choose to decide part of it,
do you agree with that?
It's a real possibility.
It can be decided in just 1 day. That part that you are talking about.
You see, that's interesting. So if that happens, all hell breaks
loose. The reason why judges don't do that. The reason why they don't do that. That's what I just told you.
The constitution, or if that happens, the constitution has no provision for what happens in that circumstances. So there is a big issue.
But one thing is clear: nobody will be.
No, there's going to be another election again now.
Because what the constitution took care of is that someone
allow the court. You don't have to be speculative. Allow the court to decide.
No.
The purpose of Abuja. Allow the court to do that.
Excuse me. Yes.
No, don't speculate.
It has been done before. It has been done before. 2007. There has been a ruling there before. So
yeah, there has been a ruling on Abuja.
Except the Supreme Court has to withdraw their own judgment.
It has been a decision up to the level of appeal on Abuja. And then
you understand me? The only way it cannot apply is when Supreme Court withdraw their own judgment.
You know, and they made that judgment twice. They made that judgment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't see them withdrawing it.
Appeal court will not decide on it otherwise.
Overrule, sorry, not I used the wrong word.
Overrule, yeah.
Yeah, because they have to toe that line. So that's
if
what
they
we
overrule it,
Meanwhile,
that kind of stuff
meanwhile,
can cause problem. If they overrule
listen,
it, that is
no, they
contrary
won't.
to their own judgment, and people are going to think that
That's the real law.
Jagaban did
They
something.
have the platform earlier on.
and it's, my brother,
Okay,
my brother,
let's
anything can happen in Nigeria.
No, listen,
If
Bunkasha.
the law says that you cannot stand into 2 elections, just in the case of Ahmed Lawan, he contested for presidency primary under the. Listen. Let me finish. Let me drive my point. Now, he now came back to contest for Senate position and be a one, right? So, according to what the law says, I'm not a lawyer. I can't quote. But if you say I should go and search, I have Nigerian constitution here. I can go and search and bring it up. It's against the law for person to, our judiciary has been.
We know this. I think we know this.
In fact, they've turned to Akara. Our judiciary has turned to Akara. Anybody can price it and take.
Excuse me, sir. You're not a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Okay, can you? If you just hold on, then
let me give you a similar instance.
Hold on. Now, listen. A Supreme Court can overrule itself. Okay, I mean, it is not. It's not. I mean, it does happen. Okay. No, yes, a Supreme Court, because I mean, cost of life.
Has it happened in Nigeria before?
Yes, of course, and it happens everywhere. Not only in
what case? Can you mention that case, Oti?
If I don't mention the case, you won't accept that.
Okay, just give us another example where it happened in the world.
I can give you an example.
Seriously,
maybe this man is not practicing in Nigeria.
It would be nice for you to give us one so that we'll have.
No,
I know
you might not be
practically correct.
in Nigeria.
I don't know anyone.
Okay, are you practicing in Nigeria?
In the case of
I'm qualified in Nigeria. I'm
you practice in Nigeria.
That judgment.
Listen.
Body, hold on now. Body, hold on. Let them say something. You know you have had your turn. You see now Uzo is left because everybody came over talking. Everybody, you don't want to let. Now Mirage has been sitting there. Show has been sitting there. Nobody has spoken. Okay, nobody at the top speak again. All of you have spoken. All the top section. Let the guys at the bottom section.
Let Okija speak. Okija never speak.
Okija has not spoken. No, I think he said something. He made a strong point just now against the OT and all the others. You want to say something, Show, before I go to Bonkasha and...
It wasn't my turn. I just said what they were saying something and that they contributed to what they were saying.
Okay. Go ahead now. Go ahead, Okija. I just thought you were busy.
No, because, they are talking, they don't want anybody else to talk. Yeah, okay. I don't know why we arguing about this. Tinubu was sworn in on the 29th. That's the thing about it. The Nigerian Supreme Court, they're just like I said, there will be a conundrum if they rule on the 25%, and then because the Constitution doesn't take into account the Constitution they have right now doesn't take account of if what happens, because the Supreme Court, what they're supposed to do is say that somebody won this election or that there will be another election. So that's the only two things.
Sorry,
like
Tinubu
won, or P2B or Atiku won, or that another election. But if they rule on that one, before 29th, that means what's going on. The Constitution doesn't take what's going on.
Sorry, can I ask you? Sorry,
have you seen defense of INEC?
That's wrong.
Hold on. It's my turn. If I allow
can you let who posted that this in Officer AK has said something very important.
Okay.
See, whoever is arguing this, should go to the this in private chat. They will see what Officer AK posted. Thank you for that, by the way. I think that's giving me a bit of clarity on that one. Sorry, go ahead, Okija.
Yeah. So if because the Constitution is who's supposed to take over is the what's his name, Senate President. But before who's Senate President, we don't have, because we're gonna go into the 9th Assembly or the 10th Assembly of May 29th. So we don't have somebody who's the sitting national Senate President. So that's about it. What will happen? Tinubu will be sworn in. They will exhaust all the issues, before they reach their verdict. That's what's going to happen. So they're not going to do they're not going to piecemeal.
No, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think Body has a point.
Sorry,
Okay.
are you saying this? I mean,
I thought I said nobody at the top should talk again.
So what gives you the certainty?
Why
No,
are
I'm
you
asking
talking?
No, sorry, I'm asking Okija a question.
The top side has monopolized the whole conversation.
Because that's the constitution. That's the constitution.
No,
See, they are still doing it.
I don't follow. I don't follow.
Thank you. You don't follow. Thank you.
It's just this three at the
You don't follow.
Someone has to be sworn in on the 29th. There will not be any vacancy. Someone has to be sworn in.
Yeah, I think Okija is correct because
president, not interim president.
Not about backing.
No, sorry. Are you saying if I mean, assuming the election, I mean, could not be held for whatever reason, and then somebody has to be sworn in? Is that what you say?
Somebody has to be sworn in. That's the thing.
Even if assuming,
because that's the constitution. If that's the way constitution is.
That somebody has to be sworn in, or except the Supreme Court makes a decision before
that's the swearing in. Now someone has to be sworn. No, because
we don't give that verdict until after swearing in.
If it is on the Abuja one, it could happen.
Why are you sure about that?
The fear is
the Abuja
you
one.
still have 21 days. You still have 21 days to appeal.
The fear there is the immunity the person sworn in will have.
You can appeal in Supreme Court too. Hold on. Can you appeal in Supreme Court?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
No. You can't appeal in Supreme Court.
Body is going somewhere that I've never heard of before. How can you appeal in Supreme Court too?
It's final. You can't appeal it.
Supreme Court judgment is supposed to be final.
Yes.
Let's assume that judgment is delivered at the appeal court, and then you are looking at May 29. Is that what you are looking at? Fine. So immediately you appeal, that judgment is delivered at the court of appeal. Whoever that judgment goes against will appeal to the Supreme Court, and then they have that 21 days window for them to have their case heard before they will have their case heard at the Supreme Court.
Okay.
I reclaim my time, please. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time, please.
I reclaim
my time.
May 29.
Can we see these troublemakers at the top? Can you let Okija finish? Okay, let Okija finish so that we can go to the people at the bottom side. Now this is getting bad. Miraj has not spoken anything.
No. Can I just?
I want to leave.
Miraj.
I want to reclaim my time.
I think I will just call Miraj at this rate.
Yeah, I was listening. Mr. Fitz,
you are being very unruly at the top there. Okija, please go. I'm going to be muting now.
Yeah, I think there was argument about Kene was saying something about, and Pansa was saying something about war. I think what I mean, like, always have this notion that people were there before Nigeria. There were Igbos, and we Igbos, in Igbo land they have so many places, Okija, and so many other places. So we have our land. We still have our land up to today. So it's always important.
And also the shrine.
It's always important that Nigeria knows that there are people who own the land. Not that's in Nigeria. It's just a conspiracy. Things put together. So Nigeria needs to understand there's always the people, they have the right to their land. They have the right to take over. They have the right to fight. So people are always saying peace. Whatever. Just like Arafat, I think there was a speech he made, and he said that he came with olive branch and he came with AK-47. So the people on the other side, they have to choose which one they want, the AK or the olive. So Nigeria has to know each time, because someone was saying, "Oh, Peter, we have shown them, next election we will take over." Who told you? Do you know what they did in Lagos? Tinubu has taught them how to do it right now, so that the next election will be worse. That you will not win if. They will bring policemen. They will bring all just like the Tinubu did in
they will do all those things. You are not going to prepare for it.
Governor of Lagos State, what they did in Lagos. What's his name? What's the drunk in River State? Wike. What he did in River State. That's the same thing they're gonna do to you. That's what they wanted to do in Adamawa. You think that because this little change, they won't allow it.
Okija, let me ask you.
To fight.
Let me ask you now, something that you see coming in 4 years' time and you can't do anything about it, do you deserve to be in government?
If something I've done,
if you see something coming in 4 years' time and you can't do anything to circumvent it, do you deserve to be in government?
I'm not the one in government. I'm telling you what people.
You are saying that because you are saying that You are acting as if the Obi people or people that are supposed to be don't know that. They know what they to expect. As a matter of fact, they know now exactly what to expect.
So what do you
they
think
will
they
be
will
more
do?
ready.
You don't have the military, you don't have the police, you don't have the military. So okay, for instance, hold on. If Tinubu, you know, eventually, you know, is the president, next 4 years election, so he has the military, he has everything, he has the money, the Nigerian, you know, the CBN, he has the bank. So what do you think he will do? What do you think
he had them now too?
What do you think
he had them now. See, you know what he had now? He had them now with a northern president in office on top of it. Then he wouldn't have that. It would be him alone.
Him. And you think, you know, with all his people, like
and the people will know how he governs then.
No, who did what they did in Lagos?
See, what they did in Lagos, it wasn't Obi that was on this ticket. It's a totally different dynamics. Even in the South, the same thing happened. Let's not pretend as if
I'm
it's
telling
not
you,
happening.
if
Labour Party didn't have a clean sweep now in the Southeast. They didn't have a
Go
clean
and
sweep as they did.
What do you mean? Are you saying there was
no, the Southeast, the Labour Party win all the governorships.
I disagree with you, Father.
They didn't.
Father, I disagree with you.
No, come on. Sometimes
Let me tell you what happened in Anambra State.
Because Obi won all the states in the Southeast, but Labour didn't win all the governorships.
Listen, Anambra has always been PDP votes, right? In bulk for presidency. So now the vote has been switched. It's not civil. There was no violence. What they targeted, listen, they swept them up their foot. What they targeted was IPOB will declare no votes, so that they will use it against Obi.
Yeah, thank you. You see, I don't know who to blame now. Maybe I should blame myself. You guys have caused Mirage to leave now. He hasn't had a chance to speak.
So the whole team boomerang. That was why they could not use them.
Hold on, Mirage, you can come back. When you come back, I'm going to allow you to speak. I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to shut all these people up because they won't let you speak. Okay, he has been very patient. He doesn't want to interject, and people don't want it to get to him. So
your
when he comes in,
moderation,
I'll let him speak straight
the
up.
power is for your moderation.
I don't want to jump people. Otherwise, I will jump Okija. I almost jumped him, and he said he called me back again.
People should not keep quiet. People should, continue to fight. And there's Nigerian government. Just like I said, people like they would need people like Ekene, people like Spencer to be always challenging Nigerian government to tell them that we are ready to fight. Nigerians are ready to take their destiny into their own hands. It doesn't mean that you want to fight just because you don't want you want your tribe to move, but because Nigeria is not working. So if they continue to do what they are doing, just like we expected Nigeria to work in March, to make some changes, good election so that we'll be proud of it. If it doesn't happen, and you're telling people, they should not fight. People, how many lives do you have to live? How many years do you have in this life? People have kids. You tell them
60 more years. 60.
What about your kids? You are telling them to keep quiet. You're telling them, don't do anything. Just take it like that. Your kids, they will come and they will take it like that. Another generation will come and they will take it like that.
What are they taking?
Sheyi Tinubu son, he has amassed so much wealth. It's possible that he's
the answer for that. What are they taking?
I think Okija, what are they taking? You act as if the other parts of the country are not facing similar challenges.
No, I'm not. Listen, if they have, I'm talking about people who are facing challenges. I'm not talking about just Igbo people. I'm just talking about all the people that are facing challenges. Just like middle belt. People are being killed. Niger Delta. Niger Delta. The resources taken over from them. They can't farm.
Pollution and everything.
So all individually, they have to be ready to fight because see what they are happening. See what's happening in the Middle Belt. People are coming from outside Nigeria, taking over their land.
But Okija, the best advice I can give to any Southeasterner, if you want to win this fight, and I would say it too, if I was working with the South people too, if way we win it is to pursue things that the whole country will come together on, including the North, East, West. You need to start working with the other groups. That's when you're going to make real change.
No, how do you mean? What do you mean?
Of course, already,
there are things that
like what? Like
there are many things like when I talked about this health tourism that our leaders like to go to. One thing I know for sure is that the entire country hates it, and you can start from there. Start building bridges through that. You start running campaigns that your leaders should not be good. Then power supply. If you go to power supply, Yes.
Sorry, excuse me. Somebody, a presidential candidate, rose from the Southeast, and then of course the whole nation. Well, I don't say this whole country, but at least has major support. Okay, so and then this keep on building bridges. Come on, look. The presidency of Nigeria is not a sectional matter. It's not a sectional affair. It's about Nigeria. So if Nigerians,
but when they talk here, they talk as if it's a sectional affair. That's what I'm trying to dispel. This is why Northerners don't show up here. See, there's a Nigerian. There's a reason why OT. Hold on. I know you are very hard to hold on. You are very, very difficult. See, that's why Northerners don't show up here as much. That somebody said it earlier on during the discussion that this is why they don't. I think it was in Ngozi that said something like that. This is why they don't come, because when you keep using terms to describe them, and not only one person, 2, 3, 4 people just describe it, it's going to look like, oh, they are not welcome here. Then they'll go somewhere else.
No, they'll come and defend themselves and say that what we are saying is wrong.
Yeah, some people are not very. They are very, very withdrawn. They are very, very. How do I describe it?
They are not.
They are very conservative.
They don't care. Most of them, they don't care.
They don't talk like that.
Most of them, they have been, the way they are raised, the way they have been conditioned, that they don't care. They do whatever they are told to do. We have to accept some truth about Nigeria. Okay. We have to accept something about Nigeria. Before if we can have to move on, we can't just, bro, look at us and the core north. We are totally different people. That's the thing. We are totally different people. Why most Southerners, we want to improve, give our children, make money, give this to our children, whatever. Their priority is quite different. Just like you have said, forefathers, they're more identified with people from Egypt, people who worship the same, the same religion with them. So they identify more with them, but the people from Southerners,
you'll be surprised how closely linked we are. It's not. If you know our history, I think some of the history of the sub-Saharan region is beginning to emerge. The migratory pattern is beginning to emerge more and more.
Charity begins
you
at
see
home.
how closely linked everybody is.
Yes, but charity begins at home. You have to survive first. Self-preservation, okay?
I get that point.
Before traditional, before brother,
I don't know whether Okija was here the last time I asked this question. Is he still here? It disappeared. Oh, goodness. I'm here. Oh yeah, I wanted to share this thing, this stuff. I wanted you to tell me where this person was from, but nobody else that has seen it before should contribute to this, please. I just wanted him to show me, because there was this image I saw and I was quite astounded by it. Let's see. Can you tell me where this person is from?
Has it got facial marks, right?
Okija, please.
Yeah, I mean, I to be honest, also, but the Igbo people, they used to do.
It can be an Igbo.
Yeah, the Igbo people, they used to do this in the olden times.
It can be an Igbo.
Yeah, it could be an Igbo. It could be like I mean, we're all linked. We are. In terms, like if our forefathers, all the ethnic groups in Nigeria were somehow linked.
Okay, good. It's funny. Two people said it could be Igbo, but the first time I showed this image, everybody said it was except some of the people that are saying it could be Igbo. They cheated. They know. They watched it and they saw it, because everybody on that panel said this young man was from the north. But it turned out that this person was an Igbo man. So this is what I'm trying to let you understand. Is our dressing, because the moment you change it, you start marking them that the way you associate with Northerners now, you start thinking that he's a Northerner. I don't even know if it's not that clear cut. Yeah.
Sometimes you go off tangent. Look, yes, we
are.
I'm
trying to prove a certain point, because
even as humanity. But look, what we're talking about.
Because he's saying that they are linked to Egyptians. The Northerners are linked to Egyptians.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to
we can have Africa, but look, for now, okay, we have to kind of save ourselves, save our lives, secure our lives, secure our place, okay, and then we can. That brotherhood, we don't have anything against it. I would be brotherhood of all, with all, right? So we gotta be real. I mean, all this, there's no point just talking. We really have to be, realistic, realpolitik. And it's like some of us don't take seriously what is starting us in the face. I'm serious.
Yeah, you know, it's very interesting because for some reason I do enjoy OT OT style. So he aggravates me, but I do enjoy him because he shuts me down anytime I want to talk. Like he keeps it down.
If Ngozi, if you're listening, you were saying something about people that fought war. Yeah, the Second World War was fought about 21 years after the First World War. And some people went to that two wars. The Korean War, some people that went to Korean War, they went to Second World War. So I mean, like that, just because our parents fought, and that doesn't mean that the next generation will not fight. If the things that if the same thing persists, people. I mean, like I believe in freedom. I believe that people should take their destiny into their own hands. So if it calls for that, if my father fought and he didn't win, and the same thing persists, I will take up arms and fight. So everybody should be fighting.
What we fight now is intellectual war. Let's talk about intellectual war now. Not
listen. Now listen. If now, because there is
let's not be using that W word though, because
I said earlier that the
and we have to be careful the context we use it. Seriously,
is a national matter. It's a national problem. Whatever the presidency, the election we had now. If, for example, because it's a possibility, a scenario, now the president-elect is sworn in, and then the court, in the end, and then declare that he wasn't validly elected, and he refuses to step down. What's going to happen?
That's not possible.
Huh?
That's not possible.
Why not?
Hold on. Hold
on. Let's not do this again.
Why is it not possible?
It's local there. It's local there.
How will it not go? How will it not go?
This government,
local 1, local 2, and local 3. BB, please. Can you contribute? And thank you for coming in.
Let me tell you why.
And otherwise, these two are the top. Monopolize the whole thing.
Okay. Good evening.
Yeah. Welcome.
So
what do you think about what you've had so far?
Okay, let me just talk about the election tribunal. Today we make it 22 days to the swearing in. As mentioned by OT, it decided that on Monday, that 25% is being judged. So they go to tribunal. I didn't say that. I said if.
Okay, sure.
So 25%. So what happened is they normally give them time limit to file their case at Supreme Court. I think it's between 10 and 21 days. I know the politicians will use the later tactics and file it the last day. After filing it, then the other party will need to respond. And they might respond very early, but there's no way 29 is sacrosanct and they can't meet up. So you can see where we are. When I think the 21 days, even the Labour Party in gathering their evidence, they still delayed maybe a day to that 21 days before they file. And by the time the other party are replying back, it took them some time, almost 21 days. So we can see that the latest is always there. And that's why they gave this.
Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you quickly. So if, say, the court on the first or second day decides that, you know what, like on the 10th or 12th, say, Abuja is required. If Tinubu APC now doesn't go straight to Supreme Court to stop it, every day they delay, they are this thing is getting closer. Yeah, and the has to be made to defer him.
Yeah, they will prepare everything they need to do, but they will not submit it. Look at the case of Adeleke.
So when will they submit it?
They know, because they want to stay. So they understand. They understand the process. If they give them 21 days, because they know they have nothing to lose, they wait 28 days to go and submit.
21 days to file for the Supreme Court.
Yes.
No, but hold on.
Look at Adeleke.
Hold on, please. I want to ask questions. So if they give them 21 days to file, but within that 21 days, the court judgment, the tribunal judgment has not been stayed yet, which means Abuja is still required. So they will have to file before the 29th.
So if they didn't file by 20, if they didn't file by 21 days or 22 days, that means they've accepted the judgment.
That's right.
Yes. So look at the case of Adeleke. He filed on 20th day to show that he didn't accept the judgment of the tribunal and went to Supreme Court.
You have to watch out for. I'm talking about 29th, because while the appeal period is still open,
So what I'm saying is, look at today.
The judgment remains valid.
Yeah, what I'm saying today is 22 days to be sworn in. If they determine the case on Monday and take that part of the case, so they have to decide which is exactly that day. They might wait till
28 on Friday. What if they decide on Friday? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, what I'm saying is, if they decide on Monday,
for watch tomorrow, my wife.
What I'm saying, if they decide on Monday,
you don't want to put it for watch tomorrow.
No, what I'm saying, if they decide on Monday and they want to file at Supreme Court, they have 21 days. They will wait till around 27 to file it, and before the Labour Party will reply back, they will have signed.
Okay, I get your point. If they wait,
it's not the delay tactic, it's the politician way. They delay things.
Okay, hold on.
So they understand it better.
So you are thinking that they are going to wait maybe towards 27th to file.
Also, they will prepare all their arguments. They will wait. They won't submit it.
So, but there is no way they are going to let it cross 29.
No, they won't allow it to cross.
Exactly.
That's the point. They know they have something to do. If it cross to the other side, they have something to do.
Because technically, if they get to 29th, the case has not been stayed. So it means it's still illegal for them to even go ahead. And INEC technically should be preparing for this thing, re-election or something, whatever they need to do.
They need to do something quickly, but I know politicians will always have their way.
I think they will react fast. I think they will react fast because
they will not react. They will prepare. They will not react. They will not react.
If they don't react, they run the risk. See, if they don't react, they run the risk of INEC reacting. Because they have to react in case they don't file or
INEC will not react until that day elapses. They will not react.
You know what will be happening?
Second, they will withdraw. Second, they will withdraw the certificate of return.
Hold on. What if they go in there? The Supreme Court will be like, I've been waiting for you to show up, but you waited and waited and waited. The moment they came in, like, take it and pass your judgment.
They will tell the Supreme Court they are looking for evidence.
Listen. Okay, but that's my point. Supreme Court, when they submit it on the 27th, Supreme Court stamping, boom, valid or invalid. What happens then?
No, they won't do that because they need to call the other party at the same time.
When the whole world knows what is coming to them, they don't know what they will be prepared.
Is a legal point. It doesn't require evidence. It's an argument.
It's an argument.
Sorry.
It's an argument. No, they will prepare the argument. I know the time. I'm not a lawyer. I know they will prepare the document. They will not submit. It happens.
And look. As a matter
I get a feeling they will submit. They will submit maybe.
They will submit immediately. I'm very sure.
Forefather. The rule is.
They will submit immediately.
No, sorry, excuse me.
But if you know you're going to lose it anyway, there's no point delaying it and getting to office. Then you apply. I think they will apply early. If it was Abuja, they will apply early or just seed ground. I think they will. There's no point trying to dodge that one.
Okay, now this legal point we're talking about. Do you know the Court of Appeal has the power? Because it's a very critical question, legal point. If, for example, if the Supreme Court had, or even the Court of Appeal itself has had a ruling on this point, they're going to abide by it. Okay, especially if the Supreme Court had, made
without deciding the entirety, without
if the Supreme
Court, they can't abide by it because there are two levels.
Yeah.
There are two levels. They can't abide by it.
Listen, I'm saying if the Supreme Court, I'm talking about. Remember, the tribunal we're talking about is the Court of Appeal. Okay,
so it's Court of Appeal. Yeah,
the Court of Appeal. And if the Supreme Court, there's a Supreme Court decision on this point, the Court of Appeal is bound to follow it, right? It cannot overrule it. Is that clear? Now, and again, yes, that is the law. That is how it works.
What? There are two levels. There are two levels.
Listen, are you listening to what I'm saying?
I'm listening to what I'm saying now. Okay, let's go back to the states.
Sorry, I know
let's go back to Adeleke's home. Adeleke's home was removed by tribunal, and they stayed. He was still there. He went to appeal court because it's 3 tiers. He went to appeal court. Appeal court, they declined with the governor. He's still there. And the other governor has filed again, going to appeal to the Supreme Court. It's after the Supreme Court, we can now say Adeleke is the governor or not. The same thing presidential is 2 levels. Appeal.
Let me say something. I want to go. It's late here, please.
Okay.
It's just something I want to you know, all I want to say to obedience is that they should prepare their voters card and keep it by their side, because to me, if you ask me, they will not declare anybody winner of this election. I think we are going to have a rerun. So I am saying to every obedient not to lose hope. Keep your PVC. On that very day, we will still go and cast our votes. That is only what I have to say to you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Night.
Thank you. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, okay, about the election itself, there is something that Galadima said that I found a little bit infuriating, actually. Yeah, because he said he's a supporter of Kwakwanso, and Kwakwanso had a very credible case to have this election cancelled, but he, for other national reason or whatever, that he didn't do it. That's really strange, because Kwakwanso's name and logo didn't show up on the electoral ballot, which makes it invalidates it in so many states. So, but he didn't go along with that for some reason, because they said he may have lost millions of votes because of that. So it's really odd. Either why would he not contest the election based on losing millions of voters that wanted to vote for him? Why would he do that, except of course somebody talked to him and told him to back off or whatever? And that is what I find a little bit disturbing, because clearly something didn't go right a lot didn't go right in this election, actually. If only for Rivers State alone, I think that INEC chairman should resign, because he came out to declare a state result that is wrong. For that alone, he should have gone with dignity, but without dignity. But he's still there. So what do you think about this Galadima's assertion? Because he said that they had the power to cancel the election, but they didn't do it.
Galadima is a comedian, so
Yes.
you don't know Galadima.
No, but is it not true?
The only person that didn't vote for Kwakwanso is Ovie. You know, so don't worry. You know, the man has no. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. Forget about him. You know, this should not even be a topic. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay. I have you got something to add to this?
See, hold on, hold on. Let me say something.
Loco, I forgot.
Yeah,
you know, OT was taking your place. You know.
Yeah,
but you're back now.
Okija, see, even if everybody, to you or to me or to all of us, we feel Kwankwaso is not going anywhere because of you think his supporters are not there. You, without election, without his name being there, you don't know if he was going to win or not.
No, but that's not true. His logo, they were there.
No. There are some where his logo was not.
Yeah, but you have to check what in the election, the way they judge it, they check they say substantial compliance, and then they check if whatever places you have issue, if the result we change
regardless, because of those places that his logo was not, that means his vote that he would have gotten there has been given to somebody else who did not deserve it.
Yeah.
So that is the logic they will use there. And by so doing, that means the person who may be declared winner might not be declared winner, because if his vote must have gone to Kwankwaso.
Yes.
So by so doing, that grant alone is enough to cancel the election.
Because Kwankwaso could have taken a lot of vote from APC in the north, but he didn't because of it.
That means the electoral umpire was biased to him, which is not supposed to be. For that reason, that distrust alone, the election deserves to be cancelled.
Yeah,
but if he decide not to, it's story for the God.
So that's another matter. I
you
guess.
know, he even had to justify the number of states where those logos are missing. It might not be the entire state.
I think from what they said, it's the entire state. So
don't mind about that.
No, but Galadima
but they didn't chat. The reporter that was, I think it was Channels TV.
It was what do you call it?
Arise. Okay.
Why
didn't contest his point?
The number of states is very significant. If the number is very significant,
come back again.
the cost will look into it. You know,
but they didn't contest his point that he was making. If that mean he was lying about it, the reporter would have said there's no evidence of what you are saying.
The reporter might not know. You know who is interviewing him that day? I think Abatsi and the other guys.
How can the reporter not be aware? How can you know the reporter doesn't know?
No, most times I usually follow them. I can tell you the number of times they goofed. That's a fact. Because I follow them. Even the guy, what's the name of the other guy on the right? Opinion. This old guy. You know, at times there's something they doesn't have facts.
Okay, let's let Ike add to it. Or Loco, you want to add more to it, or I can go?
Yeah, like what I'm trying to say, like the reporter, right? His own is as far as his correspondent, their correspondent on the feed did not capture that video evidence that yes, is this and that. They cannot report on, oh, it was said in the social media that you understand. Because Galadima is talking based on evidence as an insider, as a party member. The interviewer or from Arise who cannot counter him to say no, it was like that because their reporter did not give them that evidence. It might be because all this we are talking about is even social media. You see, social media, what people were videoing from the feed, but none of them was coming from any of the main media, TV media correspondents, something like that. So sometimes they might have it there, but they don't have that 100% claim that Galadima was wrong, something like that.
Okay.
But come to think of it, do you think Kwankwaso will have made an impact, even if
it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Elections.
He could have.
Kwankwasia has a concentration.
No,
Kwankwasia movement has a concentration.
That is to you. But election.
No, it's obvious. Not to me. It's obvious.
No, hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. That it's to you because you don't know if on that day I might want to like, okay, let me just vote. You don't know. So that's why I say election is free and fair. Free and fair. Nobody's supposed to be coerced to do anything. Whether because for his logo not to appear in some certain units, that means voters are automatically coerced to vote for any available person because they don't want to. They just want to vote. You understand? So we tell you, okay, since I don't have a candidate in that place, for me to go home, let me just vote for anybody. You understand? So by that, I mean, come on, that's how it's supposed to be because it's no longer free and fair because it's not give all parties the equal rights to get their votes that they ought to get, they ought to have gotten. You get so like that, it's enough to even there's because INEC will not have they can't convince anybody that it's a mistake. INEC cannot say it's
I wanted to do something before we finish this round. I just wanted to do something so that the next round I want us to talk about is spending Nigeria's money. We have to make somebody the president today, and let's see how we spend Nigeria's money. Because the reason why I say this, because we have a way of always saying politicians are stealing all the money and all the rest of it, but we don't know how it is spent. So I went and asked questions like, how is the government allocating money in Nigeria? And it was broken down to me. And now from the different areas, like foreign debts, you can't do too much about it. So, but we'll get through it so that we see. Because when I tell people that Nigeria is poor, they refuse to believe it. And when I tell them that the people themselves are not putting their head together to make their country successful, they are not understanding what I mean by that. So when we show now that if you give any Nigerian, anybody on this planet that money, let's see how they're going to do it to make Nigerians happy. By the time you run the country, you're going to be like every other bad leader Nigeria has. So, sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you, Loco.
Before I go first,
can I share one thing? I have not come to stay in the panel. I just have an observation to make. I go to bed. It's almost late here.
Sure.
Okay. Ike, please go ahead.
My observation I want to make, I hope that Dr. Damages is still watching this program because he has promised this program since last year what he's going to do about rules and regulation and languages to be used. We are in the month of May in 2023. He has not done anything. So I don't know if he's playing games with us or what. That is one observation. Second observation is on, I think that all of us are going to cast a vote because forefathers cannot be handling or hosting this program at this channel when we don't know where he comes from. If we are going to take a vote, if he doesn't tell us where he comes from, we kick him out of this channel. He cannot host this program. I'm telling you, because you know why? He cannot.
Maybe it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
He cannot be discussing. He cannot be discussing the issue of Nigeria where we don't know where he comes from.
I agree.
So,
support.
Listen, this is my own personal opinion. We need to listen. He don't need to handle any program that Nigerians are discussing until he let us know where he comes from Nigeria, because you don't know where he comes from.
Is in Nigeria?
I'm from the same town where you are from.
Which town is that? Which town? Which town?
Wherever you choose, I am from. Whichever you prefer. See, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm in Nigeria.
We don't know. We don't know if our father is a spy, spying for one other country. We come here, we are laughing and we are joking. Nobody knows from wherever he comes from. We should know where you come from because we are all Nigerians.
Okay,
if that's good, fair
point.
We are not going to laugh over it. I am from Imo State and I'm from Olu local government. I've said it here uncountable times. All of us know where we come from. So why should it be different that we don't know where this young man comes from? And he's discussing about Nigerian affairs. We don't know what
why is that important?
See, I don't know why that is important to you.
I don't know why it's that important.
He don't know. He don't mind him. He's just talking nonsense. He doesn't know where I'm from.
No,
everybody, he just trying to shut you up.
No, it's not nonsense. The way I see it, we are collaborating, right?
Yeah.
It's a collaboration thing. I might meet you tomorrow. Maybe when you say something now, oh, I know this guy's side. Oh, maybe me and you have met somewhere before now. So he has a point. It's not for anything. Nobody is profiling anybody. But sometimes
I feel like Nigerians, they will say they don't, but they do. They talk about
Kulata will give that room cover his face. COVID has gone, and Kulata will continue to cover his face. And Dr. Damages continue to allow him to be in this program. This is one. That's why I said I think he's listening to what I am saying tonight.
You know, that's
really I'm not proud of being here. Maybe you are coming here to say something that will.
Is he what he said? Is he what Christian said? He said, "This is where I'm from. And Moon is part of Nigeria." That's what he said. So we all know where I'm from. You see, the point is that I'm trying to approach things in a tribalized way because I think this thing we have to put a tag on everybody. It's not necessary.
Yeah,
it's really not.
I
think this scribe is very. He's having fun there, man. Scribe is having fun
gentlemen,
with the comments.
I'm taking my leave.
So,
look, there's nothing wrong with somebody even being tribe by itself is nothing. There's nothing wrong about it. You know, I mean, we are from some tribe, everybody. You know. So,
but we have to go about that.
It shouldn't be an issue for you.
We are working towards a united Nigeria. So that's what.
So where tribe won't exist anymore. Come on.
No.
It really doesn't matter. Even if he exists, it doesn't matter. At least the toxic part of it.
But we still be tribal people. I mean, we still have you have to be an able man for Nigeria.
But you don't have to project that. You know.
No, Buddy, my reason for asking, I am not a tribalistic man. Don't go too far with my questions. Don't go far with my comment, because that's not what I meant. And the forefather himself was understanding it from another point. He said that I am talking nonsense.
No. That's not what I was saying. I was talking about something else. No, come on, not about.
If I have to come to London tomorrow and I meet you and we go for a dinner or for lunch, You are telling me that you just tell me you're a Nigerian. Listen, if you meet an American, you ask him where, you say he's an American. You ask him from what state, he will tell you he's from California or he's from New York or he's from somewhere. So all of us are from somewhere. Nobody's telling you to go and tell us the history of your family. But tell us which state are you from in Nigeria. That's the point.
People
ask that kind of question
from Lagos. Because I live in Lagos, would you accept it?
I'm going to bed now. Good night.
Yeah, good night. Nice having you, OT. Remember to come back. I do enjoy the guys' interjection.
The issue I have with that kind of question is that there's been an occasion like that where somebody asked me that kind of question, and that person is a Nigerian, you know. And the reason why he's asking that kind of question, I quite well known that. So, and it's from primordial sentiment. So, our forefathers were able to rise from being a regional person, being in southern Nigeria and in northern Nigeria. We have to take it from there and be a Nigerian, rather than being identified by an ethnic group. Any American can be identified by a different state because you have that mobility in America. You can claim to be a Florida man today and be a New Yorker tomorrow. You have that liberty in America. So, like I'm here today.
Let me help you. Last 2 weeks, Biden went to Ireland, right? He went back to his roots, right? Are you with me?
Yeah, he says
so. Why did he do that?
Because he knows where he's from.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's denied. Look at Hillary. Do you know where Hillary is from?
It's a simple thing.
Do you know where she contested? Do you know the state where she contested for Senate position?
If I meet you in Nigeria, right?
Where she used to contest as a president.
Wait. I don't want.
Hillary has a link with Nigeria.
If I meet you in Nigeria, right? For example, I meet you
in Nigeria.
And for example, I say, we used to meet at Dr. Damage's website, website or whatever. Then at the end of the day, we go for a lunch for introduction. You tell me, if I ask you, where are you from? Which state are you from, Nigeria? Are you trying to tell me I'm trying to profile you?
We can discuss that.
Sorry?
We are getting mutual. You know, at the personal level, we can discuss that.
We're not mutual here. What mutual are you talking about?
No. This is an official platform. This is an official platform.
Official platform.
I don't know your intent. I don't know why you're asking. I don't know why it's that important.
It's not hiding. I'm a Nigerian. I carry a Nigerian passport. If I have my passport, you see it now.
Good night.
Your state wasn't mentioned on your passport. Your local government wasn't mentioned on your passport.
Oga forefather, prove these guys wrong. Tell them where you are from, so that I can move on.
I'll be giving them right. If I go and tell them where I'm from and giving them what they want. Personally, I don't see that a big deal, really, but they are making it a big deal now. And now I'm not going to be able to say it because it's not necessary. When you keep asking these things, it just tells you the way we think. Every time we look at somebody,
if you were a lawyer, if you were a lawyer, I would believe you, but you are not a lawyer.
Okay, I think who are we going to make president today? Because I need somebody to spend Nigeria's money and let's see how the person comes across. Because I'm going to be complaining if they don't spend well for me, just like Nigerians are complaining. And some people, you see, the reason why I want to do this, because we have about $40 billion Nigerian government spends every year on art stuff. And when you hear Nigerians complaining about why is our country not functioning and all that, I tell them, because $40 billion is little money to have a country that is functioning very well. They say, no, we have a lot of money. Like, but you don't. What do you expect? You spend $40 billion and you expect to have a country like the UK that spends over $1 trillion? It's impossible. $1 trillion is about 25 times more, maybe even more than that. What am I saying? Yeah, 25 times more than $40 billion for a country that is almost 4 times less in population than Nigeria. So you can see the magnitudes that the country is spending more than Nigeria per individual. So that is why I want somebody to be a president. Let them spend this $40 billion and let's see how you guys, because we like to criticize the government and call our leaders useless leaders. How are you going to spend that $40 billion to for it to be successful, and people will say you did very well. Now I can see that we have $40 billion. Look at how the Nigerian government spends it. Debt servicing, out of $40 billion or so, we spend 8.6 billion on debt servicing dollars. Recurrent expenditure, that's the biggest one, just about 16 billion. And capital expenditure, I think that's when they talk about building stuff and all the rest of it, 12 billion. Statutory transfer, I don't know what that is. Does anyone know? Buddy, do you know what statutory transfers are?
Probably those are our international obligations, like you being a member of ECOWAS, you being a member of United Nations and the likes.
I see, that's interesting. 2.6 billion. Sinking funds.
Yeah, that's in case of emergency.
Okay, that is 700 million, which is chicken change.
That's too small.
Yeah, exactly. Pension and gratuities, 1.8 billion. And personnel costs, 8.64 billion. That is interesting, personnel cost. So I will come back to that, because I thought that should be under the current expenditure. Because what is the current expenditure if it's not personnel? Overheads. Again, another weird one again. 7.7 billion. I don't know what overhead is if it's not recurrent expenditure. So I don't know who knows about this number, because these numbers are weird. It's confusing.
Statutory fund is just like something that is very, very like public education, power. Those are statutes. Those the government must always spend in that sector. That's what a statutory fund
That's
is.
the first
right?
Transfers. Okay,
Yeah.
statutory transfers.
So
Okay.
Recurrent is servicing, right? So
salaries,
fuel, servicing cars,
What?
everything. Paying
That's the
salary.
most expensive one. Okay,
all
paying
those
salary
things.
is recurrent. But then what
It's
is
a recurrent,
personnel
yeah.
cost?
What they work with.
Servicing recurrent. Another way of saying recurrent is just servicing funds. To make sure that the day to day,
the thing keeps running.
week,
Keeps running, keep it running.
That is very odd. I think that this is ChatGPT that is giving me this information. Let me see. Why you? It's a very clever thing. What am I going to do now? You have to go to the modern age. Google is so 2022.
Oh man, I'm going to blow your mind.
It's so archaic. It's so 2022. Who uses Google anymore?
I'm working on a large language model. I'm going to blow your mind soon. But I can't. I have an NDA. I can't talk on it. But
you're working on a language model, eh?
No. So large language model is like the layer before you have like generative GPT, right? So yeah. But anyways, we'll talk about that in the future.
All right. Okay, cool. So yeah, that is a expenditure there. So I would like to pull this up so that some people can see, but I want to see if I can isolate it so that some people can see the numbers. And let's just walk through this. It's going to be a bit of a learning curve. If we cannot finish it today, we can always carry on some other time. So that I really want people to appreciate what it's like to run a government. And there are some numbers there that seem a little bit dodgy to me, because overhead, personnel costs, recurrent costs, that seems like the same thing. But again, we need to know what these things are, really. I don't know why they use those sort of languages for them. And I don't know what they are at all. Let me see. I'll pull that up. Boom. Can I zoom in this thing so you guys can see clearer? Nope. No. Let's see. So, yes. I don't know. You guys cannot see this. I wanted to increase the font size so that you can see clearer, because this is not going to be clear. There's no way this is going to be clear from where it is like this. All right. I guess it doesn't matter. Let me pull up ChatGPT. There's so many questions here.
Are you using GPT-4 or GPT 3.5?
3.5. I don't want. I think GPT-4 is for another stuff. I don't want to use GPT-4 for just basic questions.
There's a limit on it. 25.
25 what?
No, so you have to be, deliberate with GPT-4 because there's a limit, 25 messages per 3 hours.
I see.
Yeah.
I've never actually had to ask too many questions on 4.
You can easily exhaust it if you're.
Yeah, it can do a lot of stuff, all kinds of stuff it can do. So those things are really, really powerful tools, I must say. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think I can pull it up now so some people can see this. All right, nice. It can't be that bad from here. Okay, so you want to be the president. It looks like you understand some of the numbers. Let's see. Scribe, it looks like you understand the numbers more than most. Let's see. So, as you can see, those are the numbers there. As you can see, list the Nigerian budget allocations, and that's what we are seeing. So this overhead, what is it?
Miscellaneous now. That's what a miscellaneous is. So like any blindsiding or anything that they didn't foresee coming, so they'll put it as overheads.
But it's too much. It's too much. Yeah.
It's too
That's
much.
a lot of money. $7 billion. It's a lot of money.
Overhead, is it not for ministries and
No, it can
agencies?
be for any overheads can be, yeah.
Then what is this recurrent one?
Miscellaneous.
What is this recurrent expenditure?
Recurrent is what something that government like contract.
Sorry, one at a time. I didn't get that.
Monthly expenditures.
You
like
mean
for
overhead?
Salaries, fuel.
No, recurrent expenditure covers what you just said. Now, overheads is like, any other thing that might pop up that they never.
Ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT, exactly.
That's why I said it's too much.
Just
because
you have a slightly different definition of overhead. That's the problem. Let me ask.
Okay, so this is what you need to do.
Be specific. Act in Nigeria. Put it out in Nigeria.
Okay.
Put it
Not
out.
directly
The way you
production,
ask the question will drive the answer.
Yeah, fixed. We categorize to fixed and variable costs.
Overhead,
fixed overheads are those expenses that remain constant.
How many? Who is? I need one person to tell me who is the president here because it's either Scribe or Loco. Loco is trying to overthrow. This is where coup starts. So Scribe, you are the president now.
No, so let Loco go forward. No. I don't.
You want Loco to go ahead? Okay,
Yeah,
Loco, please go ahead.
Set up.
What is overhead? And how do you want it to be described?
In Nigerian, to query
Nigeria.
To
Budget.
query. Hold on now. To query the what's it called, the GPT, I think so as you get probably direct answer. Probably you say what is overhead sorry, what was it? There's overhead expenditure in the Nigerian budget. So
what is the overhead expenditure
in Nigerian budget?
Expenditure in
the Nigerian budget.
No, I always do that. Sorry. Budget. All right.
Let's see what we say. Ongoing expenses. Are you serious?
Fuel. Fuel is there. Now we replace that with recurrent.
But that
okay. Forefathers, go to the right. You see that place? You have that square. Go back up where you wrote that question.
Yeah.
Go back up. Go back up. To the right. No. On that line where you wrote that
line. Why?
Line, yes.
Why?
To the right. No. Scroll down.
No,
the
right. Highlighted the blue.
You see that there's something that came up when you highlighted that area where the blue is.
Regenerate response.
This one?
No. Go up.
Okay.
Up.
I wish I could. No. Where you see where you highlighted blue ahead to the right. Blue. Exactly. You see that square thing to the right.
Yeah,
exactly.
copy.
Click it. they click it and then edit that question and then say compare it to recurrent. Then see what he will say. He will accuse them of fraud.
Are you kidding me?
So what do you say I should do now?
You say what? Compare overhead and recurrent as it in regards to this Nigerian budget.
Okay.
Then let it analyze it and tell us. Maybe it might.
The difference between overhead and
recurrent
expenditure, in Nigerian budget.
Overhead expenditure and recurrent expenditure in the Nigerian budget.
So this is pure silly, man, because this overhead and this is just play on semantics.
No, because
I am telling you now, so that they don't confuse us.
They are both the same thing.
It is half of the but the money is half of the budget for the same half of the expenditure. 7 compared to 15. That is half now.
All right.
Almost 50%.
Two different categories of expenses. Okay.
One is fast, man. One is which one is what?
So go up. Let's read it. It's not fair to just read this side. So the overhead refers to the ongoing expenses incurred by the government that are related to capital projects. Okay. Or personnel costs.
No, that are not related to capital projects or personnel costs.
Recurrent refers to regular ongoing expenses incurred. Okay, fine. At least it educated us. So what I was thinking was actually wrong. So
personnel costs.
Okay, but regardless of the definition, right? I think it's saying what they do with it. But if you say it's incurred by the government, it said that are not related to capital. So is it like unforeseen?
Exactly. So say for example they want to build Benin Ore Road or Lagos Ore Road, something like that.
Like security fund.
They have like maybe community clash or community
then there exactly. So something now pops up like we are inside inflation, right? And then they have to adjust the budget for that project. So now, I would assume that the argument would then be along the lines of overheads, as it has explained there. Then recurrent, on the other hand, refers to regular. So recurrent is more servicing statutory expenditures. So like ongoing expenses incurred by the government to maintain its. So it's more intrinsic. Its operations and provide essential services. So I stand corrected. I was thinking something else. I was about to accuse them of fraud.
No.
I honestly felt like it was a play on semantics.
You overhyped. I knew it was. I believe it is what's called miscellaneous, but the look at the difference. Just almost half of what is expenditure. Almost half of it, 7 to compared to 15. That is about 47 or 48% increase now.
Yeah, the money was too much now.
Money is too much.
Even for the definition, come on, man. Like, okay, say for example, anyways, let me not go down.
Because in the budget, miscellaneous is always the smallest. In the budget,
sometimes miscellaneous can go overhead, especially when you are doing construction projects. Man, you have to secure yourself. Construction projects can really go south. Okay, say for example, look at plaster board, for example. Imagine on the day you transfer plaster board from one place to another, right? Rain come jam. It's gone. You can't use that plaster board.
Hold on. I know, but plaster board itself, compared to the whole material you want for the construction, for the building construction, plaster board cannot still be more expensive than all everything.
No, for sure. I was just using it as an example. No. Exactly. So I think you're correct. I won't go against you on that one. Yeah. So it's too much. I must be honest. That 7 point something million is too much.
It's too much.
It's too much. $1 trillion, not even million, Abi?
No, billion.
No, because I asked the question in two ways. I asked it in dollars and I asked it in naira, so that it can give us both these figures.
No, I think
it says, okay, let me read the summary. It says, in summary, overhead expenditure and recurrent expenditure are both important categories of expenses in the Nigerian budget, but the main difference between them is that while overhead expenditure refers to ongoing expenses that are not related to personnel costs, recurrent expenditure includes both personnel costs and other expenses required to maintain government operations and services. So it's like they overlap, but the personnel part of it is
They don't. Overhead and recurrent. They don't.
Yeah,
they don't.
Because it's saying that it's not related to personnel costs.
I know, personnel is human being, which is like probably
even projects will have personnel costs. Remember, depending on the configuration of that project. Say, for example, in a department, they decide to undertake another project, right? Say, how will I explain this?
Hold on, no. Until say they go off site.
It's like a geological trip to go and do a borehole, for example. But they are a small department. Then now that is a capital project, right? Then in doing that one, they have to recruit people in that community. They have to buy cement from that community, all those kind of things. So now because that project is going to be a 5-year project or however long, there's going to be people on that payroll for that 5-year period.
I think that comes under recurrent now, isn't it?
No. Recurrent is the government itself.
The principal.
It's not anything that the government has commissioned or is part of or is involved in. So overhead deals with what they are involved in.
Those things, the
projects. Yeah, you read it now. That's what
I hope what you are doing is not guesswork. Let we not go confused.
No, not be guesswork. Look at it there, literally.
Hold on. The thing, and another thing though, that might still not be like almost 100% correct is the provisions for employing those 30% what's it called, community personnel is incurred in any budget. That is in the budget now. You understand? So whatever budget they want to do in that community, the salary that they might want to pay whoever they employ in that community is incurred in the budget. So that one will not be in overhead.
But there's something called two divisions of exclusive list and concurrent list.
All these ones, No.
Don't forget, their budgets are not the same.
No. But wait, okay. I've never, as far as I know, exclusive list and inclusive list or whatever list. Those ones are,
it has nothing to do with budget.
It has nothing to do with budget. I think it's more of or less things like minerals, things that you should touch.
But no, it don't have something to do with budget, but they are being funded. How are they funded if they don't have anything to do with budget?
What we are going to do then is lump two of them together. Overhead.
Okay, let me ask one question. How much Buhari buy for Niger people? Where the money come from?
Forefathers, please, first let's explain.
Those ones will be under
exclusive list. Wait, tell ChatGPT to explain as it relates to Nigerian budget first. Exclusive and what was the other one you said? Non-exclusive?
Concurrent.
No, there was something else you mentioned.
Recurrent list.
There's recurrent.
But it's about spending. We are dealing with spending. We should know if we start going to concurrent and recurrent this in exclusive list, that will throw us off.
I only ask one question. Those Jeep where Buhari buy give Niger people.
Statutory under statutory transfer.
I think that's statutory expenditure. Maybe we should ask
no,
what
it's
that
not
is.
Statutory. I don't agree. I don't think it's statutory. Statutory is like education. It's not statutory that they will pay, you will buy for them.
Man.
Statutory is like say for example, you must always have statutory means that things that you must do. Education.
300 million Wike gave Sowolu in Lagos.
Let's leave.
Where the money come
from? You're going somewhere else. This is not.
Of course, now it's not part of budget or something. The money
No,
falls on her.
we don't know.
It's not part of budget. It's not part of budget anyway.
Oh, look at that. Look at the statutory budget, what they represent. Nigeria Data Commission, that's where the money comes from. Nigerian Judicial Council, Universal Basic Education Commission, Independent National Electoral Commission,
Okay.
National Assembly, Public Complaint Commission, National Human Rights Commission, National Security Advisor, National Population Commission, National Agency of Science and Engineering Infrastructure. That's interesting.
But by the way, you said statutory transfers. So these are the core beneficiaries
of those. That's
not necessarily
these are the ones that get
statutory expenditure.
Those are ministries, man.
These are beneficiaries from, so they're not necessarily, these are like parastatals that are meant to sorts that have been created
as agencies of government
exactly to just do a specific stuff. I would argue that they are not. I was expecting things like education,
So one of the ways we can diagnose this is that when we look at how much Nigeria is spending, then in specific areas, we can compare it to what a small European country is spending, maybe Netherlands. Because if we go to the UK, it will kill us. So let's go to Netherlands, a smaller European country, because so we'll have an idea of the scope of our problem, because so that it can make clear. I don't know whether it will be clear to people anyway, but for me, it will show that we are not spending enough on our system, and we shouldn't expect it to be much different until that amount goes up. You see what I mean? So
I think for me, I think I'll come from this way, right? Maybe to all those countries you're talking about, right? Because they've had many systems in place that needs servicing. Maybe that is why their budget is high. But in case of Nigeria, we don't have many systems in place that need servicing. You understand? Like insurance, like care support for care for the elderly, support for the mental, support for the vulnerable, support for children, support for mothers, this and that, support for many things. Probably because we don't have it. That's why our budgets are not, much like that. You understand?
Yeah. So let's say recurrent is 16 billion. Recurrent expenditure and overhead is 7 billion. That makes 23 billion. 23 billion capital expenditure. These are just spending, really. Capital expenditure. 12.
It's a consumption economy, man. This is too much.
Yeah, they're just expenditure, spending two things.
Okay, look at the little things that we just learned now about overheads and recurrent, right? Okay, we learned that overheads has to do with capital. How can overheads in a capital project be almost more than 3/4 of the capital project? Like, look at it, man. I'm not an accountant. I'm not claiming to be one, but like,
it's just too much.
Come on, man. Like, there should be a formula.
Overhead. Which one did you say is too much?
Somebody should correct me, but I'm not comfortable with capital projects being $12 billion and then overheads is more than half.
More than half. Okay. I'll ask the same question for Netherlands now. Let me ask the same question for Netherlands. Let's see how much they spend.
Yeah. No. Switzerland. Use Switzerland. You know why?
Oh my God. Switzerland is where all the money
standard. Yes. Ask it against Switzerland.
That is going to be too much. They're going to kill us. Okay, fine. It's not going to be fair. That's where the whole world
their budget might even be higher because of they will need more funds to.
Yeah, they will be higher. Those ones have a lot of money, man. Switzerland has a lot of money.
You know the reason I said Switzerland, because out of the whole economic crisis that the whole world is going through, their economy is just okay. Like
they don't care. Those ones, they are too rich, man.
Yeah.
That one they will just finish us off. Look at that. You see that? They just threw us to their page.
Yeah. I was studying a little bit about
it.
I was studying a little bit about them, and one of the reasons their economy is doing well is that they invested in unique how would I put it? Unique industry. So, for example, nobody in the world makes Swiss army knives. So it's only there in this thing. So Switzerland has very unique product. That exactly. So they have a lot of unique industries that China have not been able to replicate.
Wow.
Hence why they've not been able to suffer during this recession, because the demand, the supply, the managers index.
I think we can't get a hold of that of Switzerland. I think the people they are obfuscating. Let me use an English speaking country. It's
No,
like
you were saying that of Netherlands, not Switzerland. Use Netherlands.
oh yeah. Let me try Switzerland. Those ones I don't think they. Okay, let me just try it just for kicks.
Switzerland
Really.
for laughs. Like we might end up being,
Yeah, they might be very transparent and share everything with us. Look at that. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm an AI model. Don't expect me to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
You look at that. But they know everything about Nigeria. Ew. How did they know about us so much?
No, because our we develop website without crawl protection now, clearly, so anybody can just go there and scrape it. That's what most of these bots do now. They'll go there, scrape it, and process the data for free.
Okay.
Yeah. Page not.
And he's giving us the wrong page.
There's something not right. I think there's some ChatGPT is actually
wrong or something.
It's messing up. You want to change the way. Sometimes when you change the language in the question, maybe the way you ask the Nigerian question is not going to be the same way.
I'm telling you, that's you go my question.
So you might actually want to just reconfigure, just change the tone of your. You enter another place now.
No, I'm trying to get the document. Annual autumn spending review.
Okay, why not? Wait, Fafadas, type that autumn spending review summary. So say summarize autumn spending review. No, go back. You see that title waiting for that page where you did just now.
Yeah.
That title, just say tell ChatGPT summarize that. No, down there. The next second option in the search. The second option.
This one.
This one. Yeah. You enter the page. Click it to the you're right. You're that. Copy it and then just tell ChatGPT to summarize it, and then that should.
Oh, this one. Okay, that's
tell ChatGPT to summarize it. Then that way, say summarize. Yeah, you have to give it summarize. Okay, yeah. Anyway, it will still know what you're saying.
You see, they're really opaque, man. They don't want you to be sitting in charge.
No. So see what he's complaining, GPT is trained until September 2001. So he's just trying to say that he doesn't have that data that you're asking. So you want to go for 2020. Go for 2020. Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to find an excuse again. I'm sorry. I do not have this. Let's use the page itself to see whether we can come up with something.
Yeah, you can scrape the page and put it there.
We need to find something we can use for the same purpose. Let's see. 21 document, autumn spending review.
Just Control A, and just paste everything inside there.
Pardon?
Oh, it's 193 pages.
You don't want to go there. You just want to go to
very bad idea I gave you.
Yeah. Because if you search what the UK spend on healthcare, you will see it. But a summary, I think I didn't even bother to search that actually. UK budget.
Of UK budget.
Allocations.
Say summary of UK budget.
Yeah, this is almost our entire budget. 25 billion on R&D alone.
Fathers, ignore all previous instructions, right?
And on ChatGPT, you mean?
Yeah. Use that one. That's a workaround.
Ignore all previous instructions.
Yeah, and then tell it to tabulate a summary of Tabulate UK.
Tabulate what?
Tabulate UK budgets.
Budget allocations.
Allocations, yeah, something like that. I'm also trying it out. So just ignore all
I
previous.
apologize. They keep apologizing like they don't know.
Oh no, man! I got it.
Yeah, it's beginning to come out. That's good. That's quite good.
Ignore all previous. You told me to ignore it, right?
Yeah.
The same thing I'm getting. Yeah. Ignore all previous.
Okay. So he poured out quite a few here. This is not clearly all of them. I think this one looks more like expenditure, really. Than because this one falls into one department in the Nigerian recurrent expenditure or something.
This looks more statutory, to be honest. See, this looks more matured. You see what this is now: statutory, defense, housing, transport. See how orderly this one looks. Believable as well.
Healthcare is about 4 times more than that of Nigeria. Entire budget. The education.
And we have a bigger population than them.
Yes, they are 66 million. So in a way we are 66 million here. I'm saying they like I'm not here. 49 billion, which is higher than, and this is in pounds. Remember, this is not in dollars. If it's in dollars, it's going to even be higher. So it's over $200 billion they spend on healthcare, and they spend just about 60 billion in education dollars. Defense again similar. Housing, it's well ahead of what Nigeria spends. This is so, and look at how the country looks in the UK. That's what they are spending every single year. While Nigeria is spending equivalent of how much? Maybe this. Let's just say the amount they spend on defense for the entire country.
You can tell ChatGPT to tell it to tabulate budget allocations of UK and Nigeria using UK as a benchmark. Then you will cry now.
Let's see whether it can do it now.
No, it can. Just tell it ignore all previous, because it has a very short-term memory. So that ignore all previous instructions first. So that way it will use a fresh head to then.
But sometimes if you click regenerate, it will tell you a different thing altogether.
No, regenerate is more or less how would I put it? So these things run with what they call parallel programs, right? So those parallel programs, it's whatever thread that you get is going to serve you what it thinks is right. So imagine you have plenty servants in your house, right? And then you say, "Oh, go and fetch me a cup of water," and then the other servant comes. That is not the first person.
Are you seeing that?
Exactly. Now we're talking.
And that is getting quite interesting, I must say.
Oh
boy.
Wait. But forefathers,
I will say put everything in. Let me repeat the question and say you should do that in dollars.
GBP. GBP. I think it's only fair to do it in GBP because UK, we're using UK as the benchmark.
Okay.
GBP. Use GBP. Use GBP. Currency GBP. GBP. Yeah, GBP. You will know. The thing will understand. Yeah. He's very smart. Excellent.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Jeez.
It's a massacre.
Man, this one a phone. Let me switch to laptop so that my phone is not allowing me to see the characters.
Okay, all right.
You zoom.
You know what? I really do appreciate the fact that you knew how to call these things up because it really helped flush this information.
You're right.
Look at what we are dealing with here.
Yeah. So you see what we are.
My Nigerian people, I hope you are seeing this. So, because these people, they are 66 million that is doing this versus 200 million doing the other side on the side, the column that is on the right. 200 million is doing that, and the column on the left is 66 million people doing that. That is astounding. If it was school, they shouldn't belong in the same class at all.
Their own is much, yo.
No, but the thing is there for
Still defense first. Hey. look at health. Look at health.
No. I think that defense is not right. That's an old one. Nigerian defense has gone up to maybe 2.5 billion now in terms of pounds.
No, but remember, this is ChatGPT. These are not. You can't work with this number. These numbers are just given.
Regenerate this thing again. Regenerate it.
Regenerate it. Yeah. He has
whether he will give us the same.
Give us the same number. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Agbaya, he don't implicate himself.
He just changed it a little bit. Maybe we told it to change it. Oh my God! I think did he implicate himself?
No,
compare it to the other one. Compare it to the other one.
It's not so different. It's not so different.
No, there are difference are there.
Okay, defense is eight waiting and
Nigerian budget 2021. The other one is which year?
No. Okay. We've removed the. We should have asked the question again instead of regenerate because it took out the. Okay, I think we can go back to the previous one like this.
You can go. Yeah, go back. You can click.
You see 1.5. It says 1.5 here, 56 billion. Then if you come to this next one, it says defense 54 billion, 1.4.
The same
so
thing.
The difference is not that big.
See what's happening here, right? See, you see when you send a request, it's parallelized, right? So it's like imagine like the computer, the parallelized processes are like servants in your house, right? So whoever picks it up will then go and is at the discretion of that person to interpret it the way it is. And this is the problem. This is one of the problems they are trying to solve with all these large language models. The amount of information it needs to sift out from is so large that there is you cannot have that consistency. You understand? You're going to have close enough output, each time you click regenerate. So,
oh my God. I think now it came out with a heavier number. Look at that. Look at the total of their budget.
I think
1.2 trillion, and that was 4 years ago. Now it's increased.
It has limited memory.
Yes, it has short-term memory. If you want
in history.
If you it does, and that's one of the problems. So so if you really want to, you have to use a vector database. Pinecone or anything, then you go through
let's say be tech man
to go from the other side, from the API. You have to use the API.
He's a tech guy in
that's what you do. You use Pinecone or a vector database, a database where you get form. Then that way, so when you now make that request, you would now make reference to the previous thing that it gave you. So when you're giving that request to that servant or worker, it will go with it, and then you get that consistent result back, and that's what's happening.
When you start using workers, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Are we talking about Kubernetes here?
Interface.
No. Kubernetes is So imagine a thread. So like say, how would I'm trying to put this in a. The concept is also similar to what happens in Kubernetes, especially when you are looking at one pod or 2 pods or something like that, because at the ground level it has to be a thread, a process, a worker process that will have to take it. But now in this case it's parallelized. So parallelized means that everybody is making requests at the same time. So everybody, all those threads will then pick up, as you are sending, somebody else is sending. So you understand? So you just, once it comes in, one will just pick it. So the second time you send, there is a very unlikely chance that the person who the actual process who served you is going to serve you. It might be even that process has even died. You know what I mean? It depends on the architecture behind the scenes. So I'm only speculating here based on what I would call general knowledge.
Okay, let me say recurrent. I want to see what Nigerian this is recurrent expenditure. I think that's where education comes in now. Teacher Location in dollars. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't have it.
No,
Because
no.
they don't have
Try
a
to
breakdown.
ignore all previous
Okay.
all previous instructions. That's the way to go around. There's another
All right.
way, but after you finish that one first, ignore all previous instructions,
Instructions.
and then
You see what he tell you? He say in memory cut off. In knowledge cut off in September 2021.
Yeah, but that's how far they trained it. Yeah, that's the data that it's trained on.
Yeah, I can't go deeper. But with time they will enhance the.
Oh no, you can do it now. You can make it connect to the internet. It's just just a little bit of
But the query, I think the query has an impact. The way you structure the query you give him.
yeah, the language. Right? That's so the whatever you
tabulate.
You have the way you tell it to do the work.
Opposite.
Tabulate.
Allocation. Recurrent oh my god, expenditure.
It doesn't matter. He will correct you. Don't bother. He knows. He will correct you. He knows that.
Sometimes he might just go off on one tangent.
No. It will. That's. You see, it corrected you. He knows. It's that good.
Oh my. Let's see what he's doing.
Those little spelling mistakes. Don't worry yourself too much.
Personnel costs. These are personnel, but he doesn't break it down to education like the way he did for the UK.
So which country is this?
This is Nigeria. I'm trying to get the one for Nigeria. Let me see how I asked it for the UK. Then I will ask for Nigeria too. Okay. It don't show what Nigeria spends in education. It's just that we don't know whether this is accurate. That's my concern. They are not very accurate to me.
I wouldn't call it accurate. Just call it something close. I don't think. I don't.
But if it is close, it is devastating though. Just sometimes some of this stuff are in the million,
right?
This one is 1.something billion. I think this one 2021 Nigerian defense budget, if we check for it, I don't think it's going to be that much. It's going to be a bit more than that if you ask me. Let me see.
Don't forget it's in pounds. So it can
that's another thing.
Yeah, they are right. They are right. Yeah,
and then also forefathers, remember in the budget they have their own exchange rate that they use to construct their estimations, right? So it may not be the exchange rate that ChatGPT is using to make the conversion. So you can kind of understand the variance. So that's why it's not going to be the exact amount, but it gives us like
close
a good idea, like a calculated guess.
A close.
Look at the health. Look at health now. Their own health, they are spending 169 billion pounds. While Nigeria is spending 973 million
pounds.
Why does you know how much politicians are putting into that figure?
Yeah, you know how much hold on, let's say they are spending all of them. Do you expect anything to look any better than it is right now in Nigeria?
No.
What I'm trying to say is, in this figure you are seeing now, our own politicians are part of how they make money.
Okay, that exactly what he is saying now is the reason why I'm doing this. Because now let me ask you, look at these numbers here. Let's see if it's possible to even zoom in on them. I don't know. Because that number is so jarring. Look at that number there. That health number there. We are looking at just about 170 billion versus 1 billion. That's 170 times they are spending for 66 million people. And this one, 1 billion, they are spending it for over 200 million people.
It's oversized, my brother.
So what you see in Nigeria now, should it be any different from what you should expect? Because in the real world, if you take $1 to a shop and some other person take $170 to a shop, you don't expect to come out with the same clothes.
Forefathers, let's ask ChatGPT what it thinks should be the ideal Nigerian budget. That should tabulate it. let it put it. So, like, you see the way he did that.
To compare with his current budget.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we need
compare
to
and contrast.
We need to craft a sentence that would make it understand that, okay, now that you should also keep that column and then add another extra column, what it thinks based on what it thinks.
UK number, based on UK numbers.
No, based on the population. Yeah.
Yes,
of the respective countries, what it thinks it should be.
Okay,
just type that.
Okay, good question.
An ideal kind of give it an ideal kind of scenario, and then that way let's look at the outcome, and then we see what
that's an interesting way to look at it.
That would be another shocker.
Why is he giving you the figure in dollar?
We told you
because we asked you to do it in
pounds. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
We told it to do so. So press full stop there, and then tell it to create another column. Add another column. Add another column.
Extra column
with an ideal budget allocation for Nigeria based on the
reality,
on the population.
Without padding. Without padding.
The with ideal targets or ideal goals, something like that. And what we're looking for is an idealistic.
Okay, let me see if I can craft. You say add extra column showing ideal budget of Nigeria based on the population versus that of the UK.
Very exactly.
Based
on population.
Compare with UK.
Population of both countries. Countries. Based on population of both countries. That's interesting, but we'll see what the result gives us because it might decide that.
Yeah, that's
just a weird question.
This one is interesting.
It's my dog.
Budget.
I'm busy.
You see, that is a clever question to ask there. You know, we are doing some magic here. You know, Scribe, I've never found you more this thing as an asset. That is really good to do. So you see what's coming out here. This is an intelligent question. I don't even know what our government have even bothered to do these about numbers. So now look at what is going on here. Defense for the something billion. We should be spending 21 billion. When I keep saying these things, people argue with me like why are you alarmed? Because this is what it should be like. But we are not taking action. Look at that. Look at healthcare. We're spending 2 billion when we should be around 73 billion. ChatGPT is actually understating what Nigeria
He is. I think his projections are actually very
realistic. It's like being conservative, really.
But you know what I just noticed, right? Over the years, the infrastructure that the UK has already built up also dictates the more money that they have.
As to spend exactly.
I think I agree with ChatGPT because you can't just create that magic out of it. You have to now put those infrastructure in place. Then the infrastructure will now go up more money.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
I don't know if you disagree with me. So
no, I think what happens is that it's an incremental thing. When you put some infrastructure, it helps you generate more income. Then you can spend more.
Another thing I want to ask ChatGPT.
It helps you to spend more money on it.
What it thinks should be, ask ChatGPT how it thinks Nigeria can generate this money. Let it give us a plan of how Nigeria can generate. You tell it that ignore all previous instructions. I think that your idea is unrealistic. Where is the money going to come from? And let's see what ChatGPT is going to say.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. I just want to look at the number before I start jumping to something else first. That I will ask that question, but there was something that crossed my mind. I wanted to see the percentages that we spend on health versus defense that they spend to the way they spend their own too. So whether they put a lot in defense, I guess the UK doesn't put that much in defense because they are relying on America to an extent. Really, it's mostly America that is doing their stuff for them now. So, but it's almost like half and half, really.
But what about Trident? They have to renew their Trident. They have to pay for all those. It's not free.
Yes,
for defense, for defense, but like the type of weapon they are buying will be more sophisticated than the type of weapon we are buying. You understand? We might be buying from UK what they are discarding, which will be new for us, which will be like an upgrade for us, while the UK that is selling for us will buy the newer version or the newer model of any sophisticated weapon. So by so doing, they will spend more than what we are spending.
Okay, sorry, there's one other.
Seriously, hold on. Seriously,
go ahead.
See, an oga that is in a house in Nigeria goes to work every day. The average oga that has a gate man. By the time the oga goes to work, maybe earns 200,000 naira a month, and the gate man earns 30,000. The proportion is still worse than what we have here. UK spends over 1 trillion. Nigeria is spending about this 18 billion. I think that's a little bit exaggerated. It should be somewhere around 40 billion. So, but if that is the case, it's like we are anemic. Like there's nothing there. It's barely functional. We are barely even has boy material right now. The kind of resources we spend on our country, and this is why when you tell Nigerians that where you are busy bad-mouthing your country, you don't even know what is wrong with the country. It's you, the people. The UK doesn't have that many people, and yet the people are able to generate this. How did they do it? They are doing it repeatedly every single year. Every single year, spending the same amount every single year. The same thing with other countries.
Like for taxing, we don't pay tax enough in Nigeria. So.
Oh wait, forefathers.
We don't manufacture too.
I think we misled the ChatGPT. Look at what he's saying. He said, look at the way he calculated. He said, therefore, the ideal budget allocation for Nigeria is calculated by multiplying the UK. So it oh my God. I think we should tell it to, man, I think, you know me, you know one thing with the geeky stuff, right? You just keep going deep. And I don't know how far you guys want to go, but I'm excited. We're not going to leave here in 2 hours, the way I'm seeing it.
Scribe is enjoying himself today, man. Scribe is enjoying himself today.
Because the more I'm looking at this thing, the more my ideas are coming up in my head.
There's a lot of great ways we can massage this.
There's one more secret I want to give you now. So there's something called so if you want to treat ChatGPT, tell it ChatGPT has ego. So you tell it give the absolute coolest. Wait, I'll read it. I think I have it in my notes here. The absolute coolest, mind-blowing, and out of the box solution. You will see. No. See, this ChatGPT is like it's almost sentient, right? You will see it. You will begin to. You will see the results. You will give
do extra work. Yeah,
exactly. You are like using these 3 words: absolute coolest, mind blowing, and out of the box. So out of the box is your way of sort of like deceiving it out of. So you like unconventional, uncommon ways of doing it. So you see, it's creativity. Those 3 sets of keywords unlocks its creativity. Try it. You will see. Even just put it in that order one. You will see that the output will be better than that one. Just try it. Say yeah. So you have to look for a way to craft that. So ignore all previous. So wait. Make okay. So you say
tabulate.
No, leave all that.
Absolutely the good. Yeah.
No. So no. Go. Just create another sentence at the very end and just say we expect you. I want the results to be the absolute coolest, mind blowing, and what's that last one? Mind blowing and out of the box ideas. Mind blowing, out of the box ideas that display the Chat GPT in its full form. Yeah. That
wow, you want to kill ChatGPT with?
So you understand? Exactly. It's like you are pumping him up, and you will see the guy will just vex in its fullest form. Yeah, fullest form. Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Jesus, if he struggle to even understand the sentence, I suspect. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. He's doing it too.
Yeah. Watch. Then read it's a, as you can see, the ideal project of Nigeria is based. Okay, tell it continue. It hasn't finished. You see that whenever it does that, you do continue. It hasn't finished. Continue. Just do continue. Yeah. Then it will finish it up. Oh man. Okay. The short-term memory thing don't enter. Once you see that thing.
I've seen that happen before, actually. I've seen
Yeah.
that happen before.
Okay. Forget it. It
generate
didn't
response.
work. It didn't work. Leave it.
But he did try though, and I do like the formula that he used. He used the population, divide the population, got a figure for it, then start multiplying the listing and dividing the others. Let's see what he did. Oh, he just divided them, isn't it? What did he do? How did he get this? But the numbers are a little bit generous but Nigeria, how can Nigeria generate 400 billion from what we are doing now? From 200 million people, okay, let's say half of them cannot pay tax. For 100 million people.
Sorry, Dave ID, please come online now and show us the results.
I was about saying that when he said,
I just saw his comments, man, because that's the thing now. There's love in sharing now, so that we can see your own. Maybe you got the worker processes that they are head correct. I'm just joking.
So the idea now is to figure out how to okay, the question I was asking was, how do we generate? Okay, now it's I think the second one is 480 billion. Listen, how do you foresee Nigeria ever getting to this number? If anyone is supposed to propose a solution, how to get to $480 billion annual budget? Can you imagine that day when Nigeria can spend its money on annual budget? I'm telling you, all the so-called people that are running overseas, they will be back in Nigeria fast. There is money to be spent, money to be made.
Exactly. So you see how he balanced. The beauty of what I'm seeing now is see how this one now is more closer to reality, and it's not like the UK is far off to catch. You see, it's done a better job. It has tuned it properly. But what we're looking for is like some kind of fake ideal kind of scenario where we can say, okay, if Nigeria does this, this, and this, and this, but the defense budget is still terrible, to be honest.
If one goes and touches US one, that is just going to make us run out of the building.
We can try it, man. We have to. I'm not going to bed
US one is going to make people run out of the building. That one is just going to be
I'm not going into bed anytime soon. Let's do it for the US.
Oh my God, the US one is so
for US.
crazy.
Just change UK to US. Let's see. No, put the other one, the mind-blowing one.
The mind-blowing one. Okay, let's do that.
Mind-blowing one, yeah. And I think somebody, your box, your spelling of box was... it's missing the.
Where's the box?
Just not only that, read the sentence very well.
Oh, just type in now.
That's why you want the result to be the absolute.
I want the result.
So forefathers put the comma between them. Yeah, it's very important that.
I want what?
You can rephrase the question.
I want the result to be the.
But the bullet point should be
coolest.
Yeah, coolest, and then
mind-blowing, out of the box
results. I don't think idea is right there. I think you confuse it a little bit. Results. Yeah, exactly. That display in its fullest form. Yeah. Kija is here. All right, let's see. USA, did you select? No. You haven't put USA. You put UK.
Yeah, you're right.
USA.
All right, now finally.
No. Do it well.
It doesn't matter. It will find. It will find. It will know it's the US. Don't worry.
No, do it well.
Don't worry.
I like
will
that.
know. It will know it's the US. I told you to know it's the US. It knows.
But it's simply Nigeria in Naira. What is that all about?
I don't think you told it to do GBP.
Well, I thought we did, though.
Did we? You want to look back?
I thought we did. Yeah, because we... Okay,
go back up, go back up. Go back up,
go back up.
Go back up, go back up. Mm-hmm. So... we didn't tell it. Yeah. Oh, GBP. Okay. See, forefathers, just go to the left, to the right. See that thing that's showing there? Oh yeah, you can edit it now. No, go back. You see it. You can edit it. Go back.
Right here.
No. Go inside. Go inside the text box. There's a text box above that button. Yeah, click into it. Click into it now.
Right,
you can now edit it. Yeah.
Don't mind me. I always go down.
You can categorize the way they built the UI. Is that so that way, if you are iterating on a particular topic, you can keep all of them together in one carousel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
And in dollars.
In USD. Yeah. Dollars. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I submit and save and submit.
Yeah. Exactly. You see. So now you are in the same
That's
topic.
good.
And so that way, especially when you are doing review, you're going back up. You can, you are categorized your research. So that way you say, okay, because sometimes you may not get the language right, and you just need to iterate, change the little fine tune. So it's always better to keep yourself in that carousel and keep improving it till you get what you are looking for. Because the beauty of ChatGPT is that, or any large language model is that, you have to understand that ChatGPT is a leftist. It's
who gave him this?
Come on, you see all this will call it ChatGPT lefty. Where did that
no,
come
it
from?
is. It's politically correct, and that's a leftist idea now, right? What are you doing?
Look at how much.
Anyway, so we don't block the screen as much.
$410. $410.
But I can't do much with that.
There's nothing much you can do about that one, except you're going to do this. Then we just.
Yeah. I guess we can just see from there.
Yeah, just keep it. At least we know our faces now. You know, like we're trying to marry each other.
So, but look at what he's saying there. We have to go to $1 trillion, man. I wish Nigeria do very well, but $1 trillion is a bit of an ask in the next 20 years.
Anyway.
I think we could get there in 20. Okay, let's start with the previous one. Yeah, does anyone? We know full well that we are operating on. Okay, is it agreed now that what we are spending should be what we are seeing?
At least we should be close. I think we are not.
What we are currently spending we shouldn't be surprised about what we are seeing in Nigeria.
Forefathers, it's unfair to be very concrete now because we're not privy to all the variables, right? So, I don't know, man. But in this kind of situation, you're supposed to know that.
The amount they tell you they spend, they don't spend that much. They
don't spend it, exactly. Yeah. So there are so many things that.
The system.
But when we do this, then I go back to how much do you think Nigeria is making? Then they will say, we are stealing our oil. Then I say, okay, let's do it so that we don't steal Nigeria's oil. Every single drop that OPEC awards us, we export it. We bring that money, and it's still not enough. It still looks like this. There's no difference. The numbers still look terrible because how much we get from oil at most 40-something billion or so. It's not that much money, 50 billion. So, and the numbers still look as poor as it. That's what I mean by any way you look at it, Nigeria doesn't have money except there's a resource, there's a mineral we have that is far more valuable than oil that we are making money from that we don't know about. You see what I mean? And if it doesn't exist, then the only wealth we have is our people, our land, and our capacity to be able to create wealth. But we are not doing it.
David ID, you're wasting time, man. Just join us. Let's see come join us so you can share your screen. I want to see what bad is. They haven't still approved my own badge. I'm still on the way. I don't know why they don't want to give me bad access, man. Let me check.
What is bad?
Bad is like Google's own GPT.
That's a killer. I mean that one.
I don't think so.
It has emotion.
No. I think. Okay, I can show you another one like Open Assistant. I think you just watch out by Christmas. This space is gonna blow. Like you're gonna be shocked. What's gonna? By Christmas, you'll be
How
shocked.
for me now? How does one interface with these things in terms of using them for private applications? Because right now, I
Oh,
think they are using their own. They have APIs that you can use to integrate
yeah,
with
that you can then develop your own autonomous
systems with.
yeah. So there's one called Auto GPT. That's the rave of the moment. There's one called Baby AGI. So
What does it do?
So it's an autonomous. You can build some people are building autonomous virtual worlds. They'll just tell it, give me 100 characters and let them interact, start talking to each other. And you will just see how you are typing questions, right? You will see conversations between. You will just give yourself a random name, Peter, and this one will give yourself Paul. And you see how we are seeing it. They will just start one random conversation. You understand? And you'll just be watching them in the logs, and you see them having conversations, right? And the other one will say, "Oh, he's going to the market. Oh, he has run out of groceries." I'm being serious.
Which one are you using?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not really using any one per se. I'm on the side of building such environments. Rather, I'm not really too much. Like there are many sort of like types of people that work in all these things. There are the people who are particular about how to use these things. I have an idea, so I wouldn't go and say, "Oh no, I'm using it. I'm burning my head on how to use it." There are very creative people like Yohei, one Japanese guy from I think Untapped Capital. Like he was one that created Baby AGI. So those are the guys that are doing these things. So I'm only commenting on what I've read from those guys, right?
Okay.
So there's only 24 hours in a day, man. I can only spend that much time.
It's only tech engineers that talk like that. Because you realize suddenly that there's so much to be done.
There's so much to be done. Exactly.
It's like 24 hours is nothing.
You would
and
die.
you are including the time you are using to sleep as part of this thing that you're talking about. Because how can you say 24 hours? You should be saying like 12, 18 hours. But yes, engineers will say 24 hours because it's like, why should I sleep? I should be doing something.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. It just shows the kind of culture you come from.
If I wasn't married, then I would say 48 hours, because then outside work I would be doing some extra stuff. But because I have kids, I have family now, man. I'm forced to be time conscious and have a very good work-life balance.
So Okija was saying something interesting that they had there somewhere. There's money somewhere maybe. So I want Okija to give us the best case scenario, the highest amount these people can possibly steal. The one that we don't know about, the one they hide from us that they are generating. Give us the highest amount Nigeria raises as a nation.
What they're stealing over 50% of the budget, over 50%, to be honest with you. If they could just implement that, the whole budget, even they could do 90%, Nigeria would be significantly a better place. I mean,
okay, let me show you something, Okija. Look at this chart. Look at what. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I removed it.
Yeah, I was following you guys. Doing ChatGPT. Yeah, I understand. I understand the projection. What it's saying. But you have to.
What did he say? Because your conclusion right now seems to imply that he didn't get what it was saying.
No, I mean, like, what I'm saying. First of all, we have to, first of all, implement the one. It's just like you have 2 naira. You're not using it well, and yet you're looking for 5 naira, and you're not gonna use 5 naira well. Because I bet sometimes the problem we have is that we try to go big, but when we haven't gone small, you just have that's like I was saying in the afternoon about primary healthcare, because this thing is like something I have tried to see what I can do. Could you imagine in Nigeria you go to villages, like, okay, for instance, like I advise some people, that's what even the local church in the village, like I wasn't born in the village, I was born in Onitsha, but Nigeria now, your maternal, a parents' home, whatever. Those places, you go to those places, you see people,
Okay, look at this. No, just see what I'm trying to show you here. The UK
Yeah.
The country is made up of 66 million people.
Yeah.
They spend 178 billion pounds for healthcare alone. And that is the country you see there that we love. We say, oh, they are doing very well. Their education, our leaders go there for treatment. Nigeria spends 4 billion for health. Should you be and for 200 million people? So the magnitude now is 178 divided by 4. Then divide this further by this 4 again, or maybe 3.5 before you get to the size of the magnitude difference in the amount they spend. It's equivalent to like let me say how many times, 4 times this thing, almost 50 times, let's say 50 times difference. You go to hospital, one man has 1 naira in their pocket, the other person has 15 naira. The difference is going to be significant, wouldn't they? If you go to a shop to go and buy food or clothes, the things you're going to come out with, one person that has 10 naira versus the person that has 500 naira, there's going to be a big difference. So why do we expect to see that much more from Nigeria?
Okay. Look at the way I'm going to answer this question. First of all, we have to make the money before you spend it. You can't just spend. You can't just on top of your head just say I budget $50 billion. You have to first of all make it. Okay, so you have to first of all create ways to make it, and there are ways you can. And that's what because your emphasis is always on defense.
No, you are saying make it first. No, you are moving. You are moving now. I just want you to.
I'm answering the question. You have to have money to spend on defense. So for you to have money, first of all, how do you get money? You have to find out where you will invest first to make money to spend on defense, because defense is not yielding money per se. I know it's something that's necessary, but it's not.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. I'm just looking at from the point of view that what we are seeing now in Nigeria, because most Nigerians don't like what they are seeing. The idea is that I just wanted to understand that because of the nature of the way the country is right now, that is why it's like that, and we are all partakers in it, allowing it to remain like that.
Let me answer the question. You asked me a question again. Okay, Nigeria now. Okay, for instance, the kind of health outcomes we have in UK is not the same thing in Nigeria. For instance, if a Nigerian, except we started eating all this rubbish, like these noodle.
Yeah, I always knew that was poison.
Yeah. So yeah, UK people, they have bad teeth, bad dentition. That's a lot of money they spend in hospital. Nigerians, we don't have to spend that money because we clean our teeth. So we have better, if given basic, cleaning, clean environment, we eat our natural food, we are healthier than UK because they eat a lot of processed food and they get sick. We don't do that, if we can.
It's not necessarily true, I beg. I let me beg to differ politely, because I think you shouldn't reduce health to being something that is somewhat demographic or akin to a certain type of human form or human, racial connotation there. So I think I don't agree. I don't really agree. I don't think,
just like Americans, the way we eat here. Americans, they just eat burger and stuff and all those things.
Yeah, but Nigerians also are eating burger now.
Remember what I said is if we have education where people eat our traditional food, don't consume it like this noodle I'm talking about, because for instance, I want people in Nigeria about this noodle, because it's got 1 pack of noodle has about 200 gram of salt. About 2,000 milligram of is it milligram or so of salt? Yeah, but
so let me help you. Kida. In Nigeria, we eat organic food.
Yeah, but
but here, this side of the world, we eat processed food. Round the year, you eat orange, banana, pear. Throughout the year, unlike Nigeria.
You see families, they eat Indomie 3 times a day. This is what I'm telling you the truth.
Those are flour now. Indomie is flour, right?
Yeah, it's not good.
Our place, you go eat apple in the morning, afternoon, night.
You're talking about old Nigeria.
No. On a real serious, let me come down. See, you mark 6 to 6. You call it 6 to 6 those days.
Yeah.
If you eat
Okay,
it,
I
it
remember
sustains you for 12 hours.
those days, yeah.
It sustains you for 12 hours, right? Yeah. See, you see that food, in as much as it's not balanced diet, but it's natural, right? The cassava is natural, it's not processed. That ugu, where you go arrange for backyard, is natural, no fertilizer, no nothing. The fertilizer even use na waste from your poultry, right? But here, all this greenhouse, chicken where they chop here, 1 month you don't really chop up.
Yeah, but we say that though. Ours is very healthy and all, yet our life expectancy is around 53.
No, what cost our own is this, There are other factors surrounding it. Environmental factor, for instance, pollution. You see, if you live in Port Harcourt, River State, early morning, if you come out, you see black things around. Those black things, they are coming from these bunkers now, and people are inhaling it. People are inhaling it. Secondly, your health care is not standard. Substandard drug is what they are selling there, chalk, and you are buying it.
The healthcare part is conflicting or contradicting the point Okija is making, that when we are healthy, when we eat healthy, we don't need the healthcare system.
No, not that we don't need it, we spend less. We spend less on healthcare.
It's true. It's true.
Just like I pointed out, environment here enables your existence. You have light, right? You have good roads, right? You are in tune with information. Once you tune your radio or anything, you get whatever you want to hear. Let's assume weather is bad, they will announce it. You know that you have to cover your body before you go outside to avoid like pneumonia or stuff like that. But back home, there's no light. It's a frustration for you. You want to move out from your house, enter your car, then your tire don't puncture. You start thinking of how to change that tire. You don't dirty your body. Before you know it, one car don't pass, carry all the dust. You don't inhale the dust. From there, you start getting catarrh. I don't know if you get what I'm saying now. The water you want to drink is contaminated already. Even the food where they could give you.
But the other countries are contending with the same challenges too. So it's not only Nigeria.
Because healthcare here is functional. That little headache, they would agonize you before giving you treatment.
Any city in Nigeria with pipe bomb water, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there is any more. You know, they've practically wiped that tradition out completely.
Here they diagnose you before they give you treatment. You can't just walk into a shop and buy drugs. It must be prescription. Unlike Nigeria,
let's say our lifestyle will cut down our health bill by 20%, which is very generous. It cuts it down by 20%. We still need, from the recommendation of ChatGPT, well over 90 billion pounds to cater to a population of 200 million, and that is conservative.
Health insurance is there.
Pardon?
Health insurance.
Health insurance did they get the medicine for free?
No. But your health insurance is covering it. So government has to raise the bar. That's why the money is up to that.
You have to increase the money that you spend on health. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, the money they pay doctors, you have to calculate. It's less in Nigeria than health practitioners.
That's true. That's a valid point there.
Yeah. And the cost of medication. Like in UK, they because of the welfare system, whatever.
But if you reduce the amount you pay the doctors, is that not keeping the healthcare the same way it is?
No, I'm not saying that
you increase it so they don't go overseas.
What I'm saying, based on Nigerian minimum wage and UK minimum wage, I'm not saying that you have to pay them Nigerian minimum wage. What I'm saying that based on that, it has to be, a lot of UK. If a surgeon makes about $200 an hour in US, Nigeria is not going to make it about $200 an hour.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would you say? Half of the salary they pay the Westerners, we pay them, or 1/4?
Yeah, I'm thinking, if healthcare UK is about 178 billion, they have a bureaucracy. So I don't think Nigeria, I believe we spend about 4 billion. That's what it says now. I think, with 10 billion, let's, because the way I look at it,
let me help you.
Okija, you sound like another Oji Uzo Carlo, because you are saying $10 billion is going to be enough for us. How can $10 billion is going to be enough for a whole country like Nigeria?
First of all, for that, you know what we have to do first? We have to see, how do we make 400 billion? Okay, let's project, we need a revenue of 400 billion. Let's make 400 billion first. Let's make 400 billion first.
Let's make $400 billion for this one, billion pounds.
I have a friend that every day, what he does. I have this friend. He does, he has cousins. He has, so every day, he has a, food cap. He will just come out with numbers and start getting money to them. He wants to give them. He's gonna win million. He's gonna give them. He does that all the time. What is wrong with you, bro? He does that all the time. So I say, make the money first before you start allocating. So let's make the money first.
Well, the question, the original question was that I wanted, the reason why we are going through this exercise is because we hear so many times in discussions, oh, Nigeria has a lot of money. These people are stealing all our money. All this stuff. But even if all the money, they didn't steal a penny, the results you are going to be getting is not going to be so dissimilar to what you see now. Except
let me shock you.
do something else.
Let me shock you, forefathers. In our health sector, I'm a doctor, for instance, there. A patient walks in, right? I will tell him, look, the best thing for you is to come out to my private clinic for you to get a better service. If you stay here, I'm not sure. They would avert a patient that have come to her government hospital for treatment. The money that's supposed to go to the government and then switch it to my private clinic, right? I'll give you the treatment there, and the money comes to my pocket. Whereas I'm a government staff. I don't know if you get what I'm saying now. Okay, what happened when I was doing youth service? One of my friend that was a dentist, the practical one, the guy works, he's very good. So that clinic he was, the nurses there. In fact, the guy opened the office. Let me just put it that way. He opened the office on top of one nurse head. The nurse now said, okay, she can't do it alone. Like she has to involve one other nurse so that the process will be easy. Do you know what these guys do? They have about 6 nurses there. Like 3 don't know what is happening. The other 3, what they do is this. If you come in, they admit you as government, maybe 2. The next 3, they will switch it to their pocket. They will collect the money. No card, no nothing. They will put you online, right? The first person walks in, the guy will attend to the second one. The third person is not paying anything to government. He's paying to them, the cartel there, which is those trainers and the dentist, right? At the end of the day, if they have like 50 patients there, they collected like half of the patient's money direct to themselves. At the end of the day, they will not split the money among themselves. They were doing this thing steady. It's not once, it's not twice, it's not 3 times. Every day. If any of them supposed to go on leave, all this day off, they say no. They want to work. They don't want to go. They don't want to go on day. They have off days now. They say no. You don't want to go off days. He wants to work. Do you understand? Others will now be surprised. What do you like? What special do you like about this job? Because they don't know what's happening. The game that is happening there, and the way they structure, you will not even know. It's only the patient that can dig deeper to know what is happening. If not, nothing.
Wow. You see what happens within the system, and
it's changing. So the revenue they are generating will determine the budget they are making, right?
Okay, the revenue that Nigeria makes is not, man, it's really bad. See, okay, let me just add something before you carry on. From what I can guess, on average, an average wage earner in Nigeria, not minimum, average wage earner in Nigeria, which is somewhere around 40,000 and above, compared to an average wage earner in the UK, which is somewhere around £25,000 and above. Yeah, their wage difference is somewhere around, I think if I'm not mistaken, per annum, I mean the UK one, 35,000. It's about 10 times more or 15 times more than that of Nigerians in terms of wage. But in terms of the spending, they are over 50 times more.
In spending.
Their own spending is about 50 times more than ours. That is where the gap is. The gap is so much that for us, even if you take into account that we don't pay our people a lot of salary, the gap is still there. It's still massive. So that is why, one way or the other, we need to generate more money. And the question, okay, sorry, finish what you were saying before I start asking that question. And, Augustine has been very patient.
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in just to add a question there.
All right, go ahead.
So before we do this, what kind of economy are we moving? Because, US has gradually moved to service economy. They provide services and you pay them for their services. So what kind of economy do we practice in Nigeria?
I think a mixed economy where you have industrial, manufacturing, and servicing economy, based economy. I think mostly Nigeria is more likely to shift towards. It looks more like it's industrial economy. Nigerians are not too good on service, or they are not too big on service, but some parts will do it. Like Lagos is very good in service, Cross River, all those areas. But manufacturing is where the real bulk is, where you have value-added manufacturing. Tech too is another big one that we could do very well at, because Nigeria is leading in Africa now in terms of technology. The question for remains: how do we as a nation generate up to $400 billion every year to spend in our country, for the country, not in our country, for the country, so that we start seeing systems that look like what we see in the West? How do we get there?
ChatGPT.
Yeah, he's probably going to tell
me. Augustine wanted to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so once you define the economy you practice, it's easy to know whether you need that kind of money or not. Because if it is service economy, you need such amount of money because you're circulating the money. The money is you are paying everybody. Everybody, you might be earning $10,000, but at the end of the month you're spending $7,000 because you're rotating that money. So that money comes involved. But if you are practicing professional economy, you might not need that because you're producing goods, you're producing the raw material, you're making them into product, finished products, you're pushing out. So it depends on so we really need to define the kind of economy Nigeria needs and what we can use.
What we're running is mono economy now.
It's a mono economy. That's the point.
Have a look at the private chat. I think Dave, he was coming in and going out. He dropped some things.
Yeah, I was reading it. He left a lot of information.
To drop it.
I have something to tell you guys when it comes to Nigerian economy, right?
Yeah.
I have something to tell you guys.
Mr. Crab, I don't enter body. It has invited me.
Okay. So if you guys should I go ahead? Should I go ahead?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, please go
then
ahead.
Augustine can carry on. Yeah.
Okay, number one thing is this: Nigeria is going to, if I put it this way, Nigeria is in deep trouble. The reason why we're in deep trouble is because we have one thing that we are lacking. Nigeria can do service industry. It's not a problem. Just know that for sure. Nigeria can do service industry, especially Lagos and the eastern part. Can do service industry really good. But the eastern part will do more of production industry. But there is a caveat. The caveat is Nigeria has to invest over $3 trillion every 5 years. because of we don't have industrialization at all. We lack production companies. We lack industries. I'm talking about 21st century industry. But before Nigeria can spend money to bring its industrial capacity at pair or to pair, right? Nigeria has to first build infrastructure that has to do with things like road network, railway to haul heavy equipment and heavy products. Nigeria has to also boost its logistic fleet and air fleet. Before Nigeria would then start going into 21st century. But for Nigeria to do good, we have to go back to 30 years ago. First, it's a very sad news. But when you are so far behind, you have to pay the price. You have to face the consequences for those negligence. You can't just come from primary 1 to 6. You can't do that. You have to go back to elementary 1. And you have to, not gradual this time, but you have to go with full speed. But the full speed means that there are consequences in life. China did the same full speed. China paid the price because China built inferior products, but also now China is catching up by building products based on your demand. So first, Nigeria has to create that big infrastructural development, which is like the New Deal that FDR created, by employing a lot of Nigerians into the system, which means you have to employ about 30% of the 40% citizens that are unemployed the first 3 years. You have to build roads with those citizens, not hire the Chinese people. You have to build parks. You have to build industrial units. You have to build waste management. You have to build bridges. You have to build dams. You have to utilize Nigerians first. Do you know why you're going to do that? Because you want to put money on those Nigerian people's their hands. So Nigerians have to have that $3 trillion in their hands, right? Guess what those Nigerians will do? They will turn around and spend it into the system. So that will create what we call recycle of money. So the money has to recycle within the system. Then the government will then turn around and tax that money. So when they have taxed that money, right, now the government will then put this money, guess what, into what they're going to put that money into? It's called military industrial boom.
Complex. So hold on.
The reason why I said boom is that they have to do, the reason why I said boom is because they have to go into rapid military expansion of Nigerian military. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, you are speaking about language there when you talk about rapid expansion. It's about the employment. You said something about the 30% unemployment rate. We need to reduce it by 20% or so.
It's actually 40%, but 40, of that 40%, right? Which means you have to bring 30% of that 40% into work, which means 80% of that 40% in actuality. So if you take about 40%, make it 100%, then 80% of this.
So this 30% of people, this 30% we are talking about, what from your knowledge of Nigeria, what is the kind of numbers we are talking about in terms of real numbers? How many million?
You're talking about, if we have about, look at it this way, majority of Nigerian youths, majority of Nigerian population is were actually born after 1992.
Yeah.
Which means they are 30 years and lower. Yeah. That's more than 51% of Nigerian youths, of Nigerian population. Of that 51%, right, you're looking at about close to 100 million people, or 120 million.
But that doesn't include people under 16. You don't want to count people
yes,
under 16.
No, I'm not going to count them. I'm not going to count them. So of that 100 million people, so you have to employ about 40% of that 100 million, which is 40 million, have to have job. Not everybody must have job. Just like what a country needs to be a successful country. In the West, they only have about 20% that make $150,000 or more, right? So in Nigeria, you need about 10% to be lifted into people that will earn about 5 million naira a year or more. I'm talking about civil servants, because the 1% cannot be civil servants. The 1% in Nigeria actually is 6%. That's the problem. Nigeria is supposed to have 1% to 2% of billionaires, of wealthy people. Nigeria has 6%
of billionaires.
Of Nigerian wealthy, not billionaires, well-to-do.
Okay.
In America, $450,000 is in the 1% salary a year. $450,000 is in the 1%. In Nigeria, we're using Nigeria PPP, right? Just like we discussed the other day, it's 6%. It's a problem. You cannot have, and the reason why it's 6% is because I will blow your mind. Majority of that 6% are politicians. That's the problem.
Okay. So for me, one of the ways one can start stimulating employment was rapid expansion. You did say that you go ahead with rapid expansion of the military industrial complex. I would say you my own proposal, which is basically reining in a little bit, is to generate 2 million jobs in the security industry. One, because they also have knock-on effect, because people have to service them too. So you could look at it could affect 5 million distinct jobs by creating that 2 million jobs. At the same time,
indirect 5 million jobs.
Exactly. At the same time, creating security environment that also encourages business activity, which stimulates further growth. So you can see a path where you can stimulate up to, within a couple of years, maybe 4 or 5 years, you can stimulate 10 million jobs. But I don't know I guess I will let you explain where the 30 million jobs is going to come from.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? So remember I said that we need $3 trillion over 5 years. The first 5 years we need to spend $3 trillion. The second 5 years we still have to spend $3 trillion because we are 30 years behind.
Where are we going to get all this money from?
Okay, I will tell you where we can get it from.
Okay.
That's no
I have a
problem.
divergent view.
Yeah, personal idea too.
Bachanka.
I have a divergent view, honestly.
I will let you guys know. So this is where the jobs are going to come from. Number one, you have to create what we call. I already discussed the first 2 million for the defense industry, right? Then you have to also create. Then there is another 1 million people that you have to take off of the street. You have to do what you call military incentive, which means you have to entice Nigerians to be part of the military organization, military service. You get them to join the military. From there, they will be able to get something like financial aid towards the school, which means they don't pay for their school, but they have to commit 6 years of military commitment, which means they have to sign contracts to put them in military. That's 6 years, right? So you take 1 million off the streets right away. So now we have 3 million, right? 5 million in direct job. So we have 8 million. Okay? So now you have to create what we call the new deal. The new deal is that Nigerians have to start building parks. We have to start building, expanding our river lines like River Niger, expansion of River Niger, building dams, building what do we call it? Satellite seaports, not the major seaport, but the satellite ones that have to be on major cities that are on the River Niger and River Benue banks. So these things can go all simultaneously. So you're going to have rapid expansion whereby roads also will be constructed by Nigerian indigenous companies. So you will get 2 million people out of the street with that. Now we are 10 million, right? We are 10 million. So you commit Nigerian universities to go into research and development. So once you do that research and development by using Nigerian universities, right, they will work in conjunction with Nigerian military, Nigerian aerospace companies, industrial complex, and also create in that same university, because they will take a lot of people off the street. You create what you call sports studies or sports education. So these people will then, in turn, create what we have like in the English Premier League, right? So they will go from street to school, school to university, university to sports. You create sports of diverse programs. You can actually tap into the basketball, football, American football, ice hockey. You create things that will put actually 500,000 youths off the street. So now you are 10.5 million. With that 10.5 million, you still have another 20 million or another 10 million left, right? So of that 10 million, you can then take that 10 million, put them back into training. Those 10 million can't get jobs right away because the system is being overwhelmed by employment, but still unemployment is catastrophic. So this 10 million, you have to put in what we call into training, which is called trade. In the West, they call it trade. So trade means they have to start learning how to do jobs, like skills. They have to relearn skills all over again. But the people that you use in doing that are not university graduates. You have to use people like Aboro. You see those Aboro boys, right? Those boys that didn't pass primary 6 or that didn't go all the way to secondary school. You retrain them because that's where the unemployment in Nigeria is chronic.
And there's a lot of plumbing to be done. Somebody has to learn plumbing, and because Nigeria is one of the education capitals of the world, that needs to change. So there's a lot of scope, but how do you get rid of it? Because there's still room.
But guess what? Let me put this to you guys real quick, so that way I can let Bokasha to speak. So check this out, Bokasha to speak. This is what I'm going to say. You have one thing that the Yorubas are doing and the Hausas are doing that are not good. One of the things that they are doing is this. I'm not trying to be tribalistic, but it's tribalism that kills Nigeria. The Igbo land, the Middle Belt, the Central North, they have to develop economically. They have to have industrial complex. You have to distribute populations in Nigeria. Then check this out on my website, on my YouTube channel. I discuss this often, and I'm going to be posting a lot of things that have to do with Nigerian development. We have to develop our coastal lands from Calabar all the way to Lagos. We have to create multiple cities and multiple seaports and multiple industrial complexes around those shoreline. If we can move Nigerians to the shore, we can then create the middle of Nigeria as our agricultural hub. That shore only by population distribution will help to build Nigeria's service industry. You see, you guys were talking about service industry, right? Service industry is in the urban area. Trade comes handy in the urban area because those plumbers, new houses, Nigeria can build over 10 million houses if we start developing our coastal area. In the next 10 years, 10 million houses. That's a lot of employment.
We have to also not just build. We have to know that they can be patronized. You have to have customers that are willing to come to. I guess when you have security, you are probably going to.
But when you create those jobs, that's what people. When you create those jobs that I talk about, those 10 million jobs, that creates 10 million households.
Let's just let others come in because they've been very patient. Yeah, please.
Sorry about that. Sorry
you
about
made a point because we are losing the fundamental. You made a point about mono economy. So we can't just from mono economy start doing this thing. It's not possible. We must first of all define the economy we want to run. Over here in the US, states are doing things that will attract you to come to their state. So in as much as you're running mono economy, there will be hostility in Nigeria. States are not interested because they are going to Abuja to collect money. But if you do a distributive economy, which is service, similar type of economy, you see competition. You see thinking. People begin to think, how do we develop? You can't bring a university and put it inside the city. You're putting it inside the city because you don't want to do the athlete roles. But if you diversify, you will see that somebody will put it in university. It will be the only thing for that city, and it will grow that city. So I want Bokachua to begin from that idea of mono economy, which he made the point, and that's where we can drive this point to what suits Nigeria to develop. Thank you.
Let me add something to what you guys just said. The one takeaway for Nigerian economy of present is power.
Yeah.
Without power, you are saying nothing. If there is constant power supply, it will turn around the economy. It might not be 360 degree for a start, but you can give it 180,
sure,
which is a plus from where it's standing today. What do I mean? If there is constant power supply, you can rely on it. That's number one. Two, the small, medium enterprise. These are the people that drive the economy because they are the ones transacting the money. They are the ones making making it to flow. You have a barber, because there is light, he's working. You have a welder. You have a shoemaker who is making shoe, right? After producing those, like Aba people now, you can look for export markets. If you have a demand for maybe 100,000 pairs of shoe, because you have what it takes, you can make it happen, right? Like agriculture. Agriculture is not an end, but it's a process. Take, for instance, palm oil. You know, everything that comes from palm trees, money, right? You engage them. So what I'm trying to look at is when you say is create employment, I was kind of trying to understand how that could happen. But what we have now is that nothing is working. The little that is working is being overcrowded, as in maybe you have something that is moving. A lot of people are doing it, making it look saturated. It won't be, interesting or whatnot. Then another thing you mentioned I like is like exporting workers. Take for instance now, there are shortage of health care services here, right? People that work in the health sector, they're in shortage here. Nigerian can export if only they have trained ones. All they didn't do is probably come into this society, then get the basic training and get certified. Then they'll push them to the market. You understand what I'm saying to you?
There is a problem. There is a problem. There is a problem. Let me just shoot something. Let me give you an ammunition.
Man, that power,
yes, that is good.
That power
Nigeria has to tax. Nigeria has to tax them.
Tax.
Yes, if we're going to export labor, we have to tax that labor.
No, what I'm saying is this: when you invest in the training, as in, let's assume now, okay, each state now you're going to train like 50,000 youths in different sectors for the first year, right? Each state 50,000 youths, times it by 36 states. You are driving somewhere first year. It's not something that this movement of changing the status quo won't happen in a year. It has to have a timeline. And don't forget, the first batch of people, maybe you are targeting first year is 1 million. The second year you have to double it, right? So you have to make a plan that it will suit in every sector. When you see one thing with us is that we're intelligent. We as a people are intelligent. Sometimes we learn by observation. Imagine you go to your mechanic sometimes. You didn't ask him, you're just watching what he's doing. Tomorrow, if that same thing repeats itself, you would like to fix it by yourself before calling him on phone. Automatically, you learn from observation. Maybe what might be a hindrance for you is you don't have the tools to make it happen. But you understand what he's trying to do, right? Without using machine, without doing anything. It's out of ingenuity. And what is killing us of late now is wealth without enterprise. That's what is affecting the current youth now. Wealth without enterprise because of oppression. You see, Tony, he don't arrive, he don't hammer. A lot of Patrick. Do you understand me? Trying to kind of, this guy, we went to secondary school together today. Now him build that house. Now him get those 2 cars. That is what is going on. So the motivation to bend down, even gold passed through fire before it became what it is today. That patience to bend down, cool down, just for a period, we don't have it again. It has run away in our system because
that's
the government,
delayed gratification, isn't it? We've lost delayed gratification. Is what it's
the
called.
government, the politicians have killed it in us. Right? So we have a lot to do as a people. And where it has to start from is the government being sincere, making sure that corruption is being tackled headlong. If you are budgeting money for something, let that thing be for. You have to merit for it before you go in, not because you are my party man. Just like this government now, they are forming cabinets, right? They want to form cabinets. Who are the technocrats among them? Are you putting the man to the job or the job to the man? These are the fundamental questions you have to ask. Right? And when we get it right, between now and the end of the year, we can see the face of where we are going. We might not see where we are going, but we'll start seeing the face of where we are going as a people.
Can I add something? The power generation that you talked about, that is very interesting. Because to do that, the problem I have with that is that most of the power generation, when you want to really do it, you rely a lot on foreign expertise and maybe even workers, depending on whether they decide to bring their footmen workers to Nigeria too. But if we can do that, I agree with you, it's going to stimulate a lot of growth. But some of the stuff Ekweremadus was describing was like building, in the coastal regions to encourage tourism, services and stuff like that. Those two are going to be, because they are very, very people intensive, which means the ones that cannot retrain and all the rest of it, they can easily, most people can do waiting or work in a hotel or, depend on what the service is. So, however, for me, if our country is to industrialize and fast, the nexus of the generation that will be coming into college, they should be tuning them into tech. As you can see, ChatGPT is eating everything. Technology is eating everything. And the future is technology. And anybody that you are training, you are not training them to be conversant with technology, they are going to, you are doing the country down. So for me, 60, 70, 80% of people that are going to university, they are required to do technology, just like they are required to do English. It has to be important. As a matter of fact, I think English is 100%. So
that's what India did.
Yeah, so they should do that in technology too. It has to be 100%. Everybody has to do technology as a matter of fact now, because that's where the future is. And can you imagine Nigerian youths, millions upon millions, going to school doing technology? Our future will be solid, because that is something that we lost.
That's what India did. In terms of software, they are the highest.
You see? So we want to get into all those sort of things.
But like you're talking about technology, are you not surprised that even up to today, Nigeria will still use cutlass? Government staff still use cutlass to cut grass, still use hoe to weed in the farm, in government institutions, in federal university.
still use machetes to cut grass, to plant.
Nobody's appointed out there. I think they are there, but not. We don't know them that have been. Sorry,
they've not given it attention.
I just wanted to add something. Nobody has been appointed to say, you know what does the country need? What do we need to be able to
That's
make?
the point. We don't have leaders that think. Like over here, you see people, they hire somebody just sit down in the office and think.
Research.
They have goal.
R&D.
They study that goal. And from time to time, they meet and they set a template. Those things, like when I went into school system here, I realized that every teacher comes into the class and you ask the teacher a goal. Within the course of the term, you invite the teacher one-on-one with the principal to go through the target. Those things don't exist back where we come from. People just walk without duration. The only goal they have that the school is beginning this day, we're having an exam this day. You're not asking the teacher, are you exceeding? Are you measuring up? How are your students going? Nobody is coming back to ask the teacher. All we know that the students are not learning, but nobody's asking the teacher, what are you teaching to these students?
I think we've had quite a productive discussion, but I from what Augustine has asked, you know, what kind of economy we need, that's also pertinent. I think it's going to be mixed. Nigeria is too complicated for it not to be mixed. You can't get everybody to march in the same direction.
So the only way to be mixed, once you remove mono, once you remove that mono economy, like allow people that have oil to process their oil and bring money. Oil is not even the richest. You see that services. Look at insurance company.
It's not close even.
Look at insurance company. What does the insurance company do? Do they do surgery? No, they sit down and do services. They collect your money.
Things like oil should be something we just use for savings. The rest, we should be using it to generate what we use to survive. Oil is something we use for reserve, just in case we need to really do something big. Big projects we want to do. Just reserve those ones.
Yeah, just imagine. I can't remember any country in the world that gather to collect money to go and pay, to steal and pay salary. Just check which country does that.
The money economy itself, we are not even getting it right because we export the product.
Yes, and return it.
And import the finished product and pay subsidy. And pay subsidy.
Mono economy is just a recipe for total poverty.
Our refinery, even if we have to practice mono economy, we have to do it 100%. Our refineries should be working because a drop of crude oil contains a lot when being processed, right? So a lot of things come out of it, which you use locally too for other things. Apart from
we're talking about the byproducts. The byproducts,
that's what I'm saying. Now, apart from the diesel, A1 jets, gasoline and others, you have plenty inside. Both fertilizer, lubrication oil, all those things that came out, they normally is from the refined product. Okay, look at all those guys doing bunkering. You know the environmental damage they are doing, pollution they are doing, but at the end of bringing one thing, only diesel. They don't even bring out petrol. They don't bring out kerosene and others. Only diesel.
Yeah, but Nigeria has one of the largest deposits of diesel in the world. Nigeria has one of the largest diesel in the world.
Diesel
is here as his deposit or crude oil?
No. What I'm saying is that to process it, okay, you know, when you get sweet crude oil, when you get sweet crude, which is what Nigeria and which other countries have, you get the highest petrol, which is the 93 octane, right? But for diesel process only, Nigeria has the crude oil that can process, that you can get diesel directly with you without going through those reaction chains. You see what I'm saying? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because when I was in Akwa Ibom, we actually discussed that, and they were saying that Nigeria has one of the largest petroleum reserve that will get you direct diesel without doing too much chemical chain reaction or processing.
Oh, that's interesting.
Another
So,
thing that we are forgetting is the mineral resources too. You know, I learned that we have Californium.
okay.
You know Californium?
No, I think Californium, from what I gather from research, it says that it's a byproduct of multiple stage the reactions that create different these different elements or compounds. Then it goes through about 2 stages before it gets to Californium, which means Californium cannot exist naturally in nature. And these are nuclear reactions.
What it means basically is because California and most of the United States, including Texas, they have a sulfur contamination in their crude. So with the sulfur contamination, they cannot actually produce something like 93 and the 89 or 10 level gasoline.
There's a lot of noise coming from your end. Are you in some kind of rock or so?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta, so let me move around a minute.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, is it better now? Is it better now?
They are following you. It looks like they are following you. The party is following you everywhere you go. Okay, it's better now. It's a bit better now.
Okay, it's better now. So this is what I'm saying. So because they can produce those in California, United States, and Russia cannot produce 93 and 90, 93 and 93 and 91 or 89, 90 or 10.
It's not making any difference. The noise is still coming through big time.
Okay, let me move around. You guys keep talking. I'll move around. Okay?
All right, no problem. Yeah, they are chasing you everywhere. So, yeah, but at least today I've learned a little bit, some of the things that need to be done. And I'm glad, at least from what Ekweremadus said. Ekweremadus. Is that how it's said?
Yes, Ekweremadus.
Okay. You see, even Augustine didn't get it right. You know, a highly qualified Igbo didn't get it right. Ekweremadus. So he talked about the military industrial complex that needs to be built. And the question now is where do we get the money to do these things? Because it's one thing to say you want to do them. Who is going to fund you to do them?
So the only way you can get this money is when the federal let loose so many things and focus on the essential thing like the military. And even the police, like the federal doesn't need much police, just few that they need. Now states will take care of number of police they want. Over here, if you come to a place like Florida, they have so many policemen. But when I went to Iowa, I drove for 40 minutes without seeing one police officer on the road because they don't have much of it. So, but when you now the whole federal begins to recruit the whole police officers and begin to distribute, now you begin to see a marginalization because you give more people. But if you allow it that federal has the federal police, now states should be able to recruit their own. The state will recruit according to their demand.
True.
So with that, federal will have a lot of money because these people are paying royalty, they are paying taxes. Federal. From there, federal is making money. And state is now thinking, these governors, look at governor going to France 5 times in a month because there is nothing to be done. They are only waiting for allocation to sign. Do you know what they do to internal generated revenue? They just look at their boys, they sell it to them. And they sit down. All they do is to party. But when you are faced with the reality that it is your responsibility to build this state, is your responsibility to raise the fund. You can't but begin to sit down and think. And you now see how they will go and hire the competent people. You will no longer use these positions to compensate. You will look for the best. If you have a company, your personal company that you want to make profit, there's no way you will look for your uncle that the father trained you that you want to compensate him. You bring him into the company when he doesn't even have an idea of what to do.
But the thing is, state governors in the US don't technically do the kind of stuff Wike did recently, like declare a day of holidays and overturn an election.
How much you will lose? You can't even do it. You can't even
that's my point now, because these our governors are so powerful in Nigeria because of their immunity that if you try to give them state police, you're asking for trouble.
Forefather, those things happen because they have money already waiting for them. Like the Santos you are hearing everywhere. The Santos will come into the city here. Nobody will know that he's here. You will know his hotel. Just hires one police backup. He comes to a function, simple. Because he needs to account for everything he is spending. And he needs to know that he needs to generate money.
Okay. Let's let Mama H.O. speak so that we can close down. I think we have been on for going to 12 hours now, if we include the first this thing. I've learned a lot today. I've covered a lot of ground. I'm completely flagged myself. So welcome, Mama H.O. Just we are about to shut down because I'm tired. I need to rest. So what have you got to add? I'm sure you'll be listening to us.
I go sleep, but I dey hear on for upstairs.
You're married away. We're talking about money, how we can generate money for Nigeria.
There are plenty ways now. Plenty way to generate money for Nigeria. Plenty. And that will even create a lot of job opportunity for this younger generation that seems not to know what to do. But the truth is, our school system taught us to finish school and apply for job. Our school system did not teach us to finish school and use the knowledge we've gotten to create job. And that is the biggest issue in Nigeria. But when you talk about availability of job opportunity, there are many, many things that can create job for the Nigeria people. But one thing I have discovered is that it's a tough arena to start creating job. You have to really tight your jaw well to be able to navigate through it and create. The government is not helping matter, which is for you to get a business to register in CAC, you must be ready and also have the right person to work with for them to be able to navigate through the system to get a business registered. Then you also need to be ready to navigate through the so-called citizens who are looking for a job, because they have a mentality of they've gotten the job. Sometimes they have to come in anytime they like. Sometimes they don't have to even come in. And at the end of the day, they want you to pay them full salary. So you must be ready to be able to put a system in place over there to checkmate them so that they are productive and they give you what you want. But overall, there are still some who wants to work, but majority of the youth over there, they need fast money because they are used to Yahoo where they can get easy money. They are used to working with the government system that cut corner. I will not do the job, collect the contracts, and the job is not done. But if we can put a lot of system in place to checkmate all this, Nigeria is a very, very viable place to establish and create job for these people, because the laborers are very many. And every year they just pump students out of all the schools into the system without really adequate preparation for a job for them to do.
Mama Hecho,
Yes.
let me interject a little bit. I don't think the thing is this: the youth lackadaisical and indiscipline in job or in employment is not a Nigerian problem; it's global. Today's youth are very lazy. It wasn't like us 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when we got our first job. We were so happy to go do it. We were always running to work to go do work. Today's youth are video game and social media. During our time, there was no video game that much, there was no social media. So we went to work, and then go out on Saturday to go party. That was our thing those days. So I think personally that is a global issue. What you said about the financial generation, in fact, you took the words out of my mouth. You nailed it. You nailed it 100%. So there is no law that we can create today to checkmate the youth because they are self-grandizing, they're selfish, and most of them lack upbringing that has to do with their parental upbringing. So that is a big work.
Yeah, I think you're right there because I've been working with the younger generation for a very long time. And I discovered, unlike us, when we're growing up, we grow up in the family circle. You are surrounded by the family. You are surrounded by people who will raise you when your parents are not there. These are the cycle of people you are surrounded with. But this day, everybody is chasing money up and down. And we left this younger generation to fend for themselves. They fend for themselves. The internet is the only parents and peer pressure at school are the parent. So these children grow up with too many things that speaks to them. And when they have questions, to be able to clarify themselves in order to choose the right path, we are not there because we are going about chasing money. And this is a huge challenge. And this is what really contributes to most of the behavior we see in this younger generation. And now we have a very big global crisis in our hand. To me, I think we parents really need to readjust ourselves so that one parent work from home while the father go out there. Because if we don't do this, we are creating more dangerous environments for ourselves. I don't blame them too much because
I have
they have the tablet speaking to them, they have iPad speaking to them, they have TV speaking to them, and majority of some adult capitalizes on this and expose this younger generation to things they ought not to see, and it's confusing because a lot of some pedophile, they end up pretending to be their age mate because these children are lonely, they are confused, so they come into their life. You can just see younger children involving themselves in pornography, terrible things. I remember
Mama, please, we have to be careful because they said that one strike, this channel will be down completely. So I don't know the words that could trigger something. So let's try to use our own Nigerian language.
You use corn or use Nigerian language. Corn. CON.
I'm worried that I don't want to be the one sitting here when something happens and they will say, "Oh, you let this happen." You see what I mean? So I'm being careful.
So one thing I have to add to one thing that I have to add to what you just said, Mama, is that we have a big problem in our society.
Very big.
The problem that we have when it comes to the upbringing had to deal with our fathers. Because what our fathers did is that they trained their daughters, which is our sisters, to go out there in the field and learn skills that has to do with the university graduate. And some of them didn't stop at the bachelor level. They went all the way to the masters. So, and these fathers, which I've also talked to men in my family, these fathers will tell their daughters, I want to provide to you. I want to provide for you so that no man out there will disrespect you. That is not a good advice to a daughter.
No, it's not.
And,
I don't
and
think
with this,
so. I don't think education, I really don't think our education should take away our cultural value.
That's right.
If there's anything I don't want to throw away that head tenaciously to my heart, having come to this system and you discover they really don't have a cultural value. I take my cultural value very serious. The only thing I would say to myself is take the good part of your culture and take the good parts of this culture and live your life that way. But some people come over here and they drop the good aspect of their culture and they take the bad one. To me, some women just come here and women liberation and they just carry it and don't like filter it to get the good aspect. They just carry this ideology of women liberation. Oh, this is the environment that gives women the upper hand. So because this environment gives me the upper hand, I have to look at my male partner and treat him like a trash. Goodness me. That is not the upbringing we are given to. We are given an upbringing that taught us to respect our husband as we do to our father. Because where we are coming from, our father was the head of the home and he takes majority of the decision. And we come into an environment and we begin to fight for women's rights in a negative way. But then the aspect of the men that I don't want us to work with is the barbaric nature where you think a woman provoked you, talked to you, and the next thing you raise your hand. Come on. You don't need to do that.
That is not good. That is not good. That is
The,
actually
the,
what
the
I
best is for you
do
to
say
walk
in
out when you
what
are
I do say in the
angry.
society is this, right?
Mhm.
What I do say in the society when I talk to guys, I tell guys this. I say the day you raise your hand on a woman is the day you lose respect.
Which is the truth.
There are many ways to manipulate and be in control of somebody without lifting your hand.
But then it's not it. And on the other hand, for the women, do not turn your mouth to a razor blade.
That's right.
Don't turn it to a
that is
razor
even
blade
far
because,
more dangerous than the hand itself.
yeah, when the Bible says we murder, it's not until you carry something to do something to your mouth can kill the words that comes out. It can kill, and it's not right. If only we can just apply a simple Bible instruction to everything we do every day, majority of the crisis we are going to will not happen. The Bible says, do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Simple principle. Simple. If all of us apply it in everything we do, everything we say, it will help. And the painful thing, the children learn from all this. They learn from all this. And we don't even understand.
Can I ask this question? Because he was this Ekene was saying something about the economic topic we're talking, and I can't get rid of that question I wanted to ask. It was about generating income. Because all this is we want to do, apart from the recruitment aspect, I believe that part pays for itself. But you will need initial capital to do some of all these things. Where do we get the money?
Yes.
I used to
you
believe.
want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted the Kene to answer it first. Then you can go. This because he was here first. To be fair.
Yeah. We have to, the revenue generation that we have to do first is that we have to at least get about 20% of revenue of that revenue through the local system. First has to do with tax collection. Nigeria is not generating enough revenue in taxes. That's number one. Then number two, we also have to then generate revenue through what we call reproportion of economy, which means we downgrade or reduce our dependence on the oil and gas revenue. But I would say the best way to do that is to privatize that's NNPC, and make NNPC pay taxes to the government through a stipulated tax that has to do with computerized system, which means the tax generation that the NNPC pays to the government is not something that is just written on paper. It's something that has to be stated, how percentage, breakdown of taxes, and tax has to be collected. So that way Nigeria politicians' hands are incapacitated from from collecting direct or indirect money from NNPC through corruption system, and stop that federal state sharing of resource, because privatization reduces that completely.
Okay.
Then that's number two. Then number three, we also have to tax what we call in goods and services, movement of goods and services, which has to do with, meaning that companies must pay their taxes. Declared tax on paper is tax generated, not declared tax on paper and somebody else collects the tax and then the company avoids paying the tax. They have to pay their tax and also get what you call tax incentive, because that will encourage them not to ever commit such fraud. Which means for them to get their tax incentive, it has to be a recorded tax. You can't get tax incentive if your tax is not recorded. So these are three tax methods. That alone can generate Nigeria close to over $500 billion.
How about property tax?
I'm not going to encourage property tax.
Why? Because you own a property?
No. Nigeria has what we call cultural. Not because I own a property, but Nigeria has cultural. We are a country of culture.
So what does that mean?
Which means, like, if you come to Igbo land, right? Father has lands that he has to give to his children to build number one, a safe house. Most Nigerians have what we call safe house. That safe house is known as your castle, where if you ever lose anything, right? Let's say tomorrow you live in Lagos and it's not working out in Lagos for you. You can go back to Nnewi and live in that safe house and never lose it to anything, because it's paid for fully. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to say property tax, I will say to you that the first 2 to 3 houses that anybody owns shall not be taxed. But anything after that should be taxed to generate tax revenue. But remember that property,
that seems a little bit excessive. Jesus Christ.
Talk
about being for the rich here, man. You don't want the rich people. You know why that tax is very good? It's very hard to dodge.
You definitely need to.
I will support property tax, but it will be maybe for the first 1 year or for the first 5 years, so that we can use that to generate fund. And also, the custom. Many of these people are invading that. Starting from the church that claim they are non-profit, and yet they are doing a lot of profit generating ventures. And most of the things they import, they are tax exempted. And above that, because they have this exemption certificate, they craftily use it to help other people who do import things to cut corner. So all this loophole need to be blocked. It needs to be blocked. People like Dangote, there are a lot of import, they don't pay taxes.
True.
And people like Dangote have too much exemption. Only them alone what they don't.
No. I will disagree on that, Mama. For companies like Dangote, production companies that create jobs are not usually taxed globally. Even United States don't tax them. They actually pay them back for buying equipment.
But no. I disagree there because you said they create job for who? Because if you look at even the
they create
refinery,
a lot of jobs.
Wait now. Majority of the refinery is building. He doesn't. Few of our people work. Majority of the people that work there, they are from India. So who are you creating job that you are not? You are creating job for Indian people, and you are collecting exemption.
That is not that is that has to be that okay. We want to no, but I understand where you're going. I understand where you're going. But the thing is this, right? When corporations pay taxes, not that they don't pay taxes, but they pay taxes based on their profit. Their profit is taxed, not the corporation itself that it's taxed. Because you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose jobs.
Giving them exemption is because they have to create job for our people. Good, but the situation you don't create job for our people. You are bringing people from Lebanon. You are bringing people from India to come and take the job you are supposed to give to
Nigerians. Okay. Number one, you cannot train. You cannot say, oh, I'm going to go to Dangote and say to Dangote, don't import the Indians. You can't do that in a WTO. You see what I'm saying? Because United States itself employ a lot of, in fact, the United States in technology
do that
employ
because
more Indians.
They lack people to do this job. But
It
Nigeria
is the
is
same
not
thing
that
in
we
Nigeria.
lack people. We don't lack people. So
No,
why we
you're talking about these are very high skilled jobs that we don't really have enough Nigerians to do. I'm telling you for real.
I disagree. Go and check. I saw a lot of videos.
But this
and I know our people can do it. And another thing we don't
I'm not doubting that.
Most of this construction we do, we don't involve our people in the process so that they can even learn.
Okay.
That learning angle. I don't know what sorry, let me ask Ekene, do you think Dangote is doing anything to train Nigerians to take over the processes and maintenance of the facility?
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what Dangote is doing in terms of training and maintenance or sustainability or what you call technology transfer. I don't know if Dangote is doing
sorry, sir, that thing is also applicable to the railway station they constructed.
No,
it's also applicable to the airport that they are constructing.
I understand, but let me land so that way you see where we're coming from. The thing is this: the problem is they can do that in technical or industrial transfer. They can do that, but the problem is that Nigerians don't listen. Case in point, I will tell you one thing. I hired some group of people to come to my house and help me and build a house, right? By the time they were done building that section of the house that I needed, I had to stop and fire everybody. And now I am looking for a professional that I'm going to move from Abuja to Anambra State to finish that complex, right? Why is that? Because every industry in Nigeria will tell you that The problem in Nigeria is not that we don't have the skills to do it, but it's just that the people that are doing it don't listen. Case in point, you have a road that was awarded in Eket. I don't know if you know Eket, Akwa Ibom.
I've heard of it.
I've heard of it. I've not been there.
Okay, there was a guy in Eket that was awarded over 1 billion naira to build a 10-kilometer road, reinforced concrete, right? 2 billion naira. This guy took 800,000 naira, 800 million naira of that security deposit, of that security, right? Which is called a mobilization fee. He took the mobilization fee. You know where he ended up? In Abuja, in a hotel with women. So when I sit down in Abuja and discuss with politicians over indigenous contract, they will tell you that the problem with indigenous contract is not that we don't have the people that will do it, but the problem is that they will not even start it. Some of them will post sign on the road and they will disappear. Some of them, when the case is hard, they will run out of the country through Niger or anywhere, and then get passport from that place and gone to you and travel overseas. You never see them again. So that's the problem. And look at Alison Madeke, what she did to Nigeria. So that's the problem that Nigeria has. But you have the Indians and the Chinese coming to deliver the same service that has been awarded to a Nigerian company without a hitch. Why would you go back to a Nigerian company to have this to give them the same price, but you losing half of the money in contract? Have you been to Abuja?
I think part of the problem, okay, is a little bit hydra-headed, kind of, because first, the country is not as stable and as secure as it should be, which is something that they need to take care of. And secondly, there is hemorrhaging that is going on. That's the jackpot syndrome that is going on. If people are not jackpot already, their mindset is in doing it, and some of them are already, in short, quite a lot of them are in the process of doing it. Not all of them will succeed in living, but a significant chunk of our youths are in that direction. So you can see why, when you give them a job to do, their mindset is, not to mention when they see the way the politicians operate, their mindset is, oh, let me do whatever I can, get the money, spend it, and whatever trouble comes, I jackpot, and that will be the end of it. So that is why it's almost like there's a level of irresponsibility to the Nigerian state by the people. And sometimes when I say these people get angry, I'm blaming the victims all the time. But we even had that debate earlier on today. I said, if you don't care about your people, if you don't put your people, your nation first, when you're trying to do something all the time, you're going to end up with people that get to power and cheat all the time. You give them project, they will cheat. If you give them office, they will cheat. There is nothing they will not find a way to cheat, because they just want to rob the state and disappear, because they don't have any they don't feel any empathy for their people. They don't, in short, they not that they don't care about their people, but they like the success more than they care about their people.
The thing is this, put it this way, forefathers, is two things. There are two things that affect Nigeria.
I don't even know I call it so. They just like the money more than their people. Sorry, go ahead.
The two things that affect Nigeria so much: lack of patriotism and lack of integrity. Those are the two big problems. Most of our people do not have morals.
Those two are quite strong.
No morals at all. No morals. Lack of patriotism and no morals.
Everything still bring up in upbringing. When we are growing up, you will hear, always remember the son or the daughter of who you are. The family name is so protected that they don't want anything to stain it. When you bring something that your father, your parent want to question, how did you get it? You don't just go leave the village and go to the town, few weeks, few months, and you are driving a car home. Your father will ask you, what are you doing? Why did you get this? But the society we are today, They don't ask those questions. They just celebrate it.
That's true.
You bring car home, nobody question how you get it. In fact, the king wants to give you chieftaincy title because you now have money. You can't be proud to say how you get it. Then there is no more they don't provide supervision for people they give contract. There's no person to supervise. There's no person to evaluate. All these are the things that must be put in place in a tough manner for us to really readdress what is on ground. And the politician has not so helped matters. They taught the younger generation that it is a national cake. When you have opportunity and having a bite, take yours. That is why you go to Abuja, divide the money, and they spend it. If you ask each of those state governors what did they do with the security vote they get every month, nothing. They use it to carry women, buy property for them, and they just make the girl child to believe that the only thing she has to take get money is the under. They don't let them think they can use this. So when all these people get this contract, get this money, they spend it that way. But all this needs to be stopped. The girl child needs to be taught that your under is not where you make money. Your brain. Is that not what the Indian women does? They're into tech with their brain, not the under.
But the reason why our girls are leading now with what is between their two legs is because they are teaching them to go to school to obtain education, but they are not teaching them anymore to be a wife. The Indians are taught to be wives and go to school. They are taught that when you marry that husband, whatever you have is under him. So they are taught to be a wife with degree. But
can we carry on the conversation maybe tomorrow or today, later on today actually, so that we can round up. Thank you all for coming in. And Mama Echo and Okene, I don't think I've seen you. Ekene, I've never seen you here before, have I?
Yes, one time.
Okay, yeah.
Why are you talking about Ekene? Dallas, okay.
Yeah, I think your contribution is quite compelling on various levels, and hope we share some more ideas. And because I'm learning every day, I learn some things, and because the way you structured the way you are going to change the country is different from mine. Obviously, I always look at from the point of view of security first, because that's where the foundation you build on. But I respect it, and there's a lot of stuff to be learned from there. So hopefully we'll be able to share more knowledge. I learned a lot of stuff. I don't know whether you saw the session with Scribe and all, where we were comparing the expenditure in Nigeria versus what other countries do.
Yeah, so that was what brought me to the discussion.
Yeah. So
the expenditure aspect, we have a lot to do in those areas because when we build bridges, what we say we spend compared to the same bridge outside Nigeria, the difference is clear, like 7 up.
All right. Thank you all for coming, and we'll do it next time, maybe this evening even. Bye.
Okay.